see the light. I'm feeling high, my little lady. I'm gonna take it to the other side. You know I used to smoke too much. You know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and you can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and we're gonna get real. I'm feeling good, my little lady. She's gonna take me to the other side. I'm feeling nice, my little lady. She's gonna keep me moving on. I'm gonna run till I drop to the break of dawn. Never gonna stop, she's gonna treat me right. I'm feeling good, my little lady. She's gonna take me to the other side. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and you can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and we're gonna get real. Come on, baby. Let's take a ride. I don't know where we're gonna go, but first, let's dance. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and you can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and we're gonna get real. Oh. I'm feeling high, my little lady. I'm gonna take it to the other side. I'm feeling strong, my little lady. I'm gonna keep her moving on. I'm gonna run till I drop to the break of dawn.
Giottos are so good. These chocolates are what? Chocolates? We're here about astrophotography. What are we doing? Wrong video. Whoops.
What have I done? Ooh, what have you seen? Early at night, got in the fight, in the candlelight, looking through the screen. Now what have I done? What have you seen? You know there's no future when a person has come in between. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. What have you seen? There was nothing to say, took her away, and I feel the pain, made love in pain. Oh, oh, what have I done? What have you seen? She knows there's no future in love when a person has come in between. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. Ooh. Ooh. You can hear these words I say when you're a million miles away. Yeah. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. Jamie! Come on, Jamie! Yeah! And now you feel so strong. Jamie! Come on, Jamie! Yeah! Left last night, and now it seems so long.
What the hell's wrong with my telescope now? Damn, what's wrong with this thing?
The lost Lone Ranger, can I break this spell? One thing right, do I make you two things wrong? If I want that fine line, I'll always take the fall. If I just do left, watch you leave from the right. I sleep all day long, and I'm breathing through the night. I've seen a lot of bankers, and I've seen a lot of cops. I've seen a lot of lawyers pull out all the stops. I've seen a lot of children with their parents in their hands. I felt a lot of women who refuse to understand. Well, I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take the world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. You see it in the papers, you read it every day. The riots and the fires going on in South LA. The muggers and the government, they're all wanted wanting the same thing. They take you for your money and whatever else bring. And I don't think I understand why we're making such a fuss. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. Take me. And I don't think I understand what's come of all of us. And I don't think I understand why we take this world for granted. I just want to get right back to Guitar Players Planet. 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 It's gotta mean something. It's gotta. All right. Where did my color go? Got your head in the sand. You can't be in control, using a powerful hand. I wanna be ya, I wanna see ya. Don't taste the kisses of hate. Don't try to tell me, don't try to sell me, don't try to say it's too late. You're gonna push me to the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, hide a little color, it's black and white and blue. Black and white and blue, yeah. All right. Cat learns to ring a bell. Rat gets free from the maze. We can be taught to love. We've got to learn to wait. I wanna see you, I wanna be you. Don't taste the kisses of hate. Don't try to tell me, don't try to sell me, don't try to say it's too late. You're gonna push me to the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, add a little color, it's black and white and blue. Black and white and blue, yeah.
see. Don't taste the kisses of hate. Don't try to tell me, don't try to sell me, don't try to say it's too late, late. Push me to the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, hide a little color, it's black and white and blue. Yeah, black and white and blue. You're gone black and white on the edge, back me in a corner, making me stand in your shoes. Push me to the edge, hide a little color, it's black and white and blue. Black and white and blue. Another man come around today, gonna mess with my dream, gonna take it all away, take it all away. I'm just a boy with nothing to lose, got my head in the news, got a bad attitude, yeah, go away. So I play guitar. Another woman come around today, she wanna slice on my pie, she gonna try to lock me all the way, lock me all the way. I'm just a boy with nothing to lose, got my head in the news, got my bad attitude today. I don't care, 'cause I got nothing to lose. I don't care, 'cause I won't let them bring me down.
So it's a wonderful night tonight. It's really good. You know, cloudy nights and not cloudy nights, but clear dark sky and was it clear outside. Says it's going to be a wonderful night tonight. I mean, last night was wonderful. Tomorrow's supposed to be great. So I think I'm going to leave my telescope out all night, and it's going to be a really nice night tonight. So I'm hoping to get some really good shots of the Cave Nebula, which is part of my astrophotography meets D&D imaging. I know it's kind of scary, like the way I look at my eyes, kind of crazy. It's pretty cool, but I'm super excited for tonight, and let's see what kind of data I got. Well, yeah.
Dirty. I swear to God, these clouds are just pissing me the off. I don't understand. I don't listen to these things anymore. I can't take it. New York, you suck. And you know what? I'm so done with all this. My telescope's out here, chilling out, and all I got is freaking clouds and PhD beeping at me for no goddamn end. Unbelievable. What am I going to do? I need to move. I'm so finished with this. I hate this.
I've seen a lot of bankers, and I've seen a lot of cops. I've seen a lot of lawyers pull out all the stops. I'm feeling high, my little lady. I'm gonna take it to the other side. I'm feeling strong, my little lady. see the light. I'm feeling high, my little lady. I'm gonna take it to the other side. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car. You can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car. We're gonna get real. Oh, I'm feeling good, my little lady. She's gonna take me to the other side. I'm feeling nice, my little lady. She's gonna keep me moving on. I'm gonna run till I drop to the break of dawn. Never gonna stop, she's gonna treat me right. I'm feeling good, my little lady. She's gonna take me to the other side. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car. And you can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car. And we're gonna get real. Come on, baby. Let's take a ride. I don't know where we're gonna go, but first, let's dance. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and you can get me high, high, high. You know I used to smoke too much. And you know I used to drink too much. Take a ride in my car, and we're gonna get real. Oh. I'm feeling high, my little lady. I'm gonna take it to the other side. I'm feeling strong, my little lady. I'm gonna keep her moving on. I'm gonna run till I drop to the break of dawn. Never gonna...
Giottos are so good. These chocolates are what? Chocolates? We're here about astrophotography. What are we doing? Wrong video. Whoops.
What have I done? Ooh, what have you seen? Early at night, got in the fight, in the candlelight, looking through the screen. Now what have I done? What have you seen? You know there's no future when a person has come in between. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Can't look back and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone, Jamie's gone. Left last night and now it's been so long. have you seen? There was nothing to say, took her away, and I feel the pain, made love in vain. Oh, 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 what have I done? What have you seen? She knows there's no future in love when a person has come in between. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. Ooh. You can hear these words I say when you're a million miles away. Yeah. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Can't look back, and now he feels so strong. Jamie's gone. Jamie's gone. Left last night, and now it seems so long. Jamie! Come on, Jamie! Yeah! And now you feel so strong. Jamie! Come on, Jamie! Yeah! Left last night, and now it seems so long.
What the hell's wrong with my telescope now? What's wrong with this thing?
Another lost Lone Ranger. Can I break this spell? You want things right, you want to do things wrong. If I want that fine line, I will always take the fall. If I don't do left, I can hear from the right. I sleep all day long, and then I breathe down through the night. I've seen a lot of bankers, and I've seen a lot of cops. I've seen a lot of lawyers pull out all the stops. I've seen a lot of children with their parents in their hands. I felt a lot of women refuse to understand.
Hey, what do you say? It is here. It is the day. We're on time. Hope the names are right. Holy cow. It's amazing that we're gonna do it. Yeah, number 3, man. The third one. Holy cow. And
Yes.
no, it's too early for liquor. We got Diet Coke. and we're gonna be hanging out with the
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, gotta get some refreshments. Gotta get munchies and all that stuff.
There you go.
And unlike some people with their freaking ketchup potato chips, get the real thing here.
Get
the real thing.
There you go. No ketchup potato chips.
No ketchup
here, man.
potato chips here.
I'm telling you, man. We're gonna have to sit there and
I'm going with the almonds.
You're going with the
There you
almonds. There you go. So awesome. We are here today at Astropalooza, and for those of you that don't know, this is episode. Not only it's the third episode of Astropalooza, it is the 400th episode, and we timed this perfectly. We had to cancel some shows to do it. 400th episode of Astropalooza. So it was originally going to be 401, but we canceled Friday's show. So we made it 400. Make it look good. So we got an incredible set list today for you. And I'm just going to start the ticker that goes across. It didn't start, but there we go. So first we have Wayne Parker and Shawn Nielsen coming on in a little bit at 2:15, followed by Wido, and you guys can see it on the bottom. Wido at 2:50, Sarah at 3:25, Trevor Jones coming in at 4 o'clock. Carlos Aragon at 4:35. Ryan Voikin from Dark Rangers 5:10. Molly Wakeling 5:45. Masters of Pixinsight 6:20. Wilfredo at 6:55. Ben from the Narrowband channel, and then Simon Tang. Unfortunately, we do have a scheduling change. I might have mentioned it on the show, but Frank from SETI Astro had something come up. He will not be joining us to close out the show, so Simon will be closing out the show. So we may be a little bit earlier than the 8 hours. Who knows? But you know how we do. We're always late anyway. So, I mean, maybe it's a good thing we had a cancellation and leaves us some room to do other stuff. So we also have a lot of giveaways going on. You guys, all the giveaways are closed. I got it all ready to go. The first thing that we're going to be giving away after the Wayne Parker and Shawn Nielsen presentation is going to be a $50 gift certificate to Buckeye Stargazer. Thank you to Joel over there, and really, really cool. So thank you for Joel. And we'll be doing that after the presentation from Shawn and Wayne, if Shawn makes it. So we'll see what's going on. What else we got? We got
we can do really quick, Dan?
What's that?
While we're waiting for Wayne and John, let's do the image of the week announcement.
Oh, sure. And then after that, I just want to say thank you I fixed the sponsor screen, I think. So I want to do the sponsors and thank you to all the members as well. So go ahead, knock yourself out and do the picture of the week.
Okay, let's do this week's picture of the week winner. Let's go ahead and share this here. Thank you for everybody who participated. And the winner of the December 6th image of the week, we had 33 votes. And don't forget, it should have already started. Yes, yesterday. Image of the month should be open. So go check out Image of the Month. But the winner is, from 33 votes.
What do we got?
Greg Meyer, the Andromeda Galaxy.
Sweet.
Congratulations, Dr. Meyer. Your M31, the first winner of December.
Yep.
The first winner of December's image of the week. So congratulations.
Didn't he win December last year too?
You know what? Possibly.
I think he did.
Possibly.
Dave
so I will take
Dave
a
in the empty chair.
I know, right? So I will take a moment. I will update the image of the week. We did not have any entries for novice this week.
Bummer.
Yeah. So only experienced. So all you new astrophotographers, if you want to win some cash from Astro World Telescope so you can put that towards some free gear from new gear, you got to enter. You got to play to win, people. You got to play the game if you want to win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
What's that?
I said, Lord have mercy. You got to play. If you want to win. What are you doing to my square?
I'm trying to fix your head.
My head's perfect. What are you talking about?
You're too low, man. You're like,
my head is perfect.
You're like Wilson from like Home Improvement.
Oh, good Lord. Like Wilson from Home Improvement.
Oh man, yeah.
Like
So we got
there.
Yeah, well, there you go. There you go. Feel them. Hey, Jerry.
Hey there.
Awesome. So we got I do want to say thank you to the sponsors and to the membership again. I'm gonna see if this works out because I think I fixed the sponsor thing. Here we go. And there we go. So we do have sponsors on the show. I want to say thank you to them because it is it's needed because these guys are awesome. So Tom and Filippo and Omar, the guys over at Prima Lucha Lab, thank you so much. You guys have earned a honorary part of at the Red Giant level. And Buddy Joel over at Night Skies Network. Go check it out, nightskiesnetwork.com. It's a nice broadcasting arena for if you want to live stream your imaging sessions. Pretty cool. So go check it out. Followed by Masters of Pixinsight and IP for AP. These guys have been so super generous to us. They're also giving away a bunch of stuff today. We're going to be giving away a 1-year IP for AP subscription and 3 Masters of Pixinsight workshops. Really, really cool. So thank you to them. I have a special shout out for them on a late giveaway that we're giving away. But we'll talk about that when they come on. Astro Telescopes, again, we do have our own retail store. Go check us out at astrotelescopes.com. You can get pretty much anything you want with a few select no's, but you can get pretty much anything you need. Give us a call or give me an email at awtelescopes@gmail.com. And again, if you want to join us on any of our social media platforms, we're on everything. I just joined Threads, I think it's called, and Blue Sky, I think so. Those are coming up. So we'll see what happens with that. I mean, I'm not sure if that's going to be a good thing or not, but we will definitely see that. And then see if this also works out. And title editor, data source. There we go. And I'm just trying to get everybody to pop up here. I got some new people, so I'm sorry about that. But here we go. We couldn't do any of this without our membership. All you guys and girls out there that have supported us over the last, how many years, Eric?
5 years. No, now 6.
Well, as of what? January 1 will be this is the end. This is the ultimate ending of season 5 because we are going to take some time off until I believe it was January 8th.
Yep.
So we're going to take some time off for a month. And I'm sorry for you astronauts out there that are like total astro crack addicts. We really appreciate you. But we do need to have some time with our family. It's going to be pretty cool. But feel free to support us in becoming a Patreon member like many of our other members that are being shown across the screen. And it's going to be a lot of fun the next 5 or so years, whatever. It's been great. Anything you guys want to add on here while the rest of them are rolling?
No, but what I will be trying to do, I'll do the best I can to at least go through Image of the Week for December and get it set, have that rolling. So you guys can still enter. You'll have the announcement. It'll just be a pop-up on the website, announcing who the winners are. So please, even though we're on a hiatus, don't forget to participate. Don't forget to, submit your images, and don't forget to vote, because we still need to fill our calendar for 2026. And we're going to need those December entries. So,
So just make sure you keep in that website.
Yes. Just keep checking the website.
Awesome. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun today. Like I said, we got a hell of a lineup, a lot of giveaways, not to mention $900 of Astro gift certificates that are given away to the Pictures of the Year selections, the first, second, and third place of the novice and the experienced tiers are all getting prizes. And Tom will tell you the Picture of the Year gets a little special prize, a plaque, and all that kind of stuff. So it's really cool. So I'm looking forward to it. So without further ado, we could go and get on with the show with our first set of guests. We have the dynamic duo coming in here. So let's get them in here. Here we go. And, the ketchup potato chip man.
There it
God. There they are. What's going on, fellas?
What's happening?
Our brothers from the Great White North are here with us. And
Take off,
hey,
Yeah.
you hoser.
You hosers.
Let me pump up your volume a little bit, Shawn.
I want to get some. Yeah. Where's your Tom Horton coffee?
How's that? Is that a little better, Dan?
Yeah, much better. Now I gotta turn you down.
Okay, all right. That was my end. I had to turn down.
Now you just blew out my eardrums, but we're good. Awesome.
So how's it going, guys?
Well,
Great.
Good.
you guys are kicking us off. So I mean, we got 7 hours and 47 minutes. No, 8 hours, 9 hours, 7 hours and 47 minutes to go. And this is what we do every year, first Saturday in December. If you're so inclined and you like this type of stuff, feel free to hit us up on Patreon. Feel free to hit us up on YouTube and all that kind of stuff. We've been doing this for 5 years, and because of people like Shawn and Wayne and the rest of the panels that are coming on, it's awesome. So what's happening, guys? What do we got going on in Pod S and Visible Dark?
Go ahead, Wayne.
Hold on a second, Wayne. Give me a second, Wayne. Hold on. Your volume is off. Wayne, your volume's off. You're not even.
Your mic is off or something.
Your mic is off,
Is
Wayne.
your mic off? Are you on mute?
Yeah, you muted something. I'm not getting anything from you.
His presentations are usually better when you can't hear him.
I don't have any signal from you, Wayne, at all.
Here, okay, I'll fill in for him. Hello, my name is Wayne.
Wayne, we can't hear you, bud.
Presentation today on SkyPod S.
try.
Oh, dear Lord.
Yeah, we got nothing from you, Wayne. I don't know. Maybe you hit the mute.
I don't know what happened.
It was working fine in the green room.
He's good on his end. What about your end, Dan?
No, I got no signal at all from him. Not even a level.
Is it plugged in, Wayne?
Oh dear.
Oh, the first glitch.
The first glitch.
Wayne,
Never failed.
try logging out and logging back in, Wayne. Try that. If you could hear us.
Maybe that's it.
Log out and log back in. Try that. Anyway, moving on to wait to come back in.
Moving along here.
So, what is going on in the land of Visible Dark there, Shawn? Good to see you.
You know what? Not a lot going on. I'm working on a collaboration image with a client of mine, which is really interesting stuff. I can't really talk a lot about it right now, but we're sort of approaching it from the perspective of You remember that? Remember the M31 image and the blue, the O3 nebula there, or whatever. Sort of something like that. Not as dramatic, but it's an area that is imaged quite often, but seldom imaged in this way. So we're just sort of exploring a little bit with regards to the data and what it could possibly reveal, if anything. If not, it's just going to be a different way of looking at it. And it's going to be really fabulous when it's done. We've got some great data coming in already, so we're collecting a lot more. So we'll see where it goes in that. It's a lot of fun actually. So really enjoying it. I think Wayne's back.
Yeah, I think we got audio.
You got
online
audio?
now.
Can you hear me?
Yep, I got you.
Yeah.
There we go.
Funny, I guess when you guys reset, because we were all up chatting for the last hour here, and all of a sudden I'm gone. So, hey, if I can interrupt for a second, sorry, Sean. I was going to say, Sean.
Yeah, no, shoot. Go ahead.
To do this together at his place. We got a snowstorm outside. We've been snowed in for basically a week. I mean, I've been out a couple times, but I'll show you right now. Here's what it looks like. If it loads up, here's what it looks like outside. This is, you can see this.
Oh my God.
This is my Pod Mac
Oh.
right now. And what you can see is it's actually really snowing out there. So it's good fun. So that's why I'm not at Sean's, and I had to hastily put this together in the corner of my kitchen so I'd have somewhere to join you from. And I just want to say congratulations, guys, on Astropalooza number 3.
Thank you.
It's a very, look at Sean and I. We're like we're going for the 5-timer thing, like Saturday Night Live.
You're kidding. I got. What are you saying? I got to buy you a jacket now? Jeez.
Yeah, World 5 with it on the back, but we'll give you a couple years. But congratulations to you guys on another great year. I'm a big fan, and I tell everybody about you and stuff, and it's great stuff. You got to tune in to find out what the heck's going on. That's what I tell everybody, and you know how much we love you guys.
No, I appreciate it, man.
Brother.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Yeah. So what's going on? I guess Sean, I guess you want to finish your lead.
Yeah, sorry, I jumped in there when my audio came
No, it's
on.
okay. No. Sean and I coined we coined a phrase of being Parkered. So
Parkered. Yeah. That's when you get trapped inside the SkyPod S and he keeps talking.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. 15 when I saw Sean and I were slated for 30 minutes, and I went, oh, let's see. Okay, 1 minute for Sean. That only was 20 minutes.
I was actually relieved when I saw we were together again, because I thought, hey, I don't have to talk about anything. I just have to.
Yeah. Well, that's what I thought. I thought I could do 5 minutes, and then I could just sit back and watch Sean.
Throw in a few. Yeah.
But
Really.
I do want to say. I do want to say, hasn't it been another great year? And I mean, technologically, with we're all PlaneWave guys, or sorry, not PlaneWave. I'll be all right. Pixinsight guys, and PlaneWave too. We'd like to be.
Really, we wish we were PlaneWave guys. I like that kind of
Yeah. When somebody calls me and says, "Yeah, I'm getting a 17-inch CDK and an L450," oh boy,
there you go.
But hasn't it been, with Frank at Steady Astro, all his scripts and all the stuff everybody's been doing and stuff,
He's a genius.
It's been and what's funny? I asked him I put a request in, and he actually made a script. It was not exactly as I expected, but it was still cool. And I thought, that's pretty cool. Like, I said, hey, how about a script for this? And he said, sure, okay. Great guy.
Like 2 days later, you had it done.
I know it's on it. It was that Make Image Better script, right?
That one? He was putting the slider on 10 for Make Image Better, all in one.
That's the one that I need. That's the one that I need, like with my Pepto-Bismol Galaxies. You decide.
The APOD script, right?
The APOD script.
Behind you there. Yeah, well, I want to say, thanks.
It goes from my POS all the way over to like somebody like Adam Block or somebody. It's somebody over there. Like, ooh, that's mine.
That's what the slider should say. Actually, it should start with me at one end, and then have like Adam Block or somebody at the other end. You just slide it towards
Oh gosh.
Or Sean, for that matter. What are we saying? We got a top line expert right here. You know, Sean is.
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to
that's
say,
true.
Sean is one of my.
But he always gives me
Sean's
he gives me all
I
kinds
know,
of
eh?
grief. He gives me all kinds of grief.
I'll just, yeah. Who am I, right? Yeah, I'll just disappear.
I'm out.
That's it. I'm done.
My God.
I'm retired.
Yeah.
So I do want to say, I gotta say, because if I didn't, you know, I'd be in trouble. A year ago, remember, we were here and we were ramping up for Potash. And, you know, you guys had stuck with us. We had spent all through the pandemic trying to, you know, R&D this thing. And it was like R&Ding through molasses because of the pandemic. And so it took us, you know, instead of 2 years, it took us 3 years. And when we were here last year, we were ramping up and we were very excited. And we had, you know, hundreds of people in order. Well, are in line, and I'm happy to say that we've almost hit our target of we really wanted to try and get out 100 by the end of the year, and we're almost there.
Nice.
We started off in February, and people have just loved them. The owners love them. They're loving us, and we're loving them. And then recently, and I'm not sure, Dan, if you've got a shot. I gave you a collage shot of some of these owners.
Yeah, give me a second. I'll pop it up for you.
You got that?
Yeah. Oh,
Just to give you an idea, as people get building, they send us photos, and some of them, you know, we have to bug them quite a bit to get hey, give me a photo. You know, they say everything.
Hey, sorry.
And yeah, here's a sample of, you know, some of them. Great owners, and they're all over the place. So it's great to see them going up, and it's great to see the groups of people. Now, what was delayed was our control system. Software and stuff took longer than we thought. So just a few weeks ago, we showed off the production control system for the first time, which goes into production in January. Have you got a shot of that as well, Dan?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the first one.
It's a cool shot. Do you see? This was our, go back one to the full dome so you can see that. There we go. And if you can bring that in. So if you take a look, what you're looking at is the control system. That's a either on-site or remote control system for the dome, ASCOM. So using Nina, ST Pro, whatever you want to use, whatever program has dome control, you can use it to control the dome either on-site or remotely. And there's all kinds of features, all kinds of stuff. But one of the most amazing things about this system, if you ask us, is if you know motorized domes, you have to have a lot of sensors for position, open, close, this kind of stuff. And our great team, Bart Kuzar at the top of our team, he was able to incorporate all of the sensors except one, which is over by the actuator on the left there, into the system itself. So this thing is like one push, one button, actually two button calibration. It's really, there's never been anything like it. So we wanted to make the system as incredible as the building and synergistically create them. So what you're looking at there is the majority of the control system. We have videos and stuff on our website you can see, but we're really happy with not only did the Potash dome and the Potash itself come out really well, and people are really happy, but now this system is really robust. It's industrial level, and it's ready for you or NASA. So we're really happy about that, and that's what we're embarking on in January 25. There's my update. I'm good. Sean, you got it from here.
Well, we got a question here. We got a question here. Tom wants to know: is Wayne giving one away as a door prize?
Yeah, I wish. Yeah, I wish.
If Wayne's
I
giving
gotta
one
buy
as
my
a door
own.
prize, it's going to my new house. So
Exactly.
I gotta buy my own. Yeah. I sure wish we could. That's the problem. When you're a small company and you put, you know, years and hundreds of thousands into these things, you know, it'll take us years just to dig out and years of success to get even again. You know, but maybe then call me in 5 years. We'll see what we can do.
There you go.
We'll see.
We'll call you for Astropalooza at 8.
So good.
Astropalooza.
And well, you know, I'll just say this. I'll just finish with this. The coolest part about it is, you know, one of our many mottos is more astronomers doing more astronomy more of the time, and that's what it's about. Because what you're just looking at there, and Eric knows he's got one. Instant access. Your gear is always waiting and ready to go. The drudgery of setting up and aligning and all that stuff, it's gone. Now it's clear. 5 minutes, you're up and running. I bet you've enjoyed that this year, Eric.
Oh gosh, it's been a game changer. It's been the best investment I've made, and I don't know how long. And I'm and I love it. So happy that I was able to get one. And we also have another question from Pamela. What's the estimated wait time on the Pod S's now?
Oh, it's beautiful. Our factory is on such a roll. We've just restocked for the next 100. So, I mean, we had people order because even though we have hundreds in line, not everybody's ready at the same time. It's about who's ready fiscally, who's ready, with location, that kind of stuff. So I put call outs, as you've seen, Eric, I put call outs to our list and I say, who's ready next? I'm ready. We're ready for the next 50. So I did that a week ago and they are just coming in like crazy. But since we finished the first 50, we were kind of catching our breath, you might say, restocking and catching our breath. I had 5 guys order 2 weeks ago and we're shipping them next week. That's how fast we are now. So it's about who's ready. I'm working on another 5 right now that I'm inputting to the factory. So for Pamela, give us a call. We can make it happen really quickly. Our factory we're lucky. We use a factory that makes playgrounds and agricultural goods as well as ours. And this is their slow season. This is the winter. Not a lot of people are putting in playgrounds in Canada in the winter. So they say, we'll take everything you can give us, and we got a crew of 40 just in huge machines and stuff, just dedicated to us. And we're just pumping them out. And the quality is excellent, which is the best part as well.
How's now are the CRMs are they live now? Are you ready to go? Are you starting to roll them out?
Yeah, we're at production level now. We're at final software check, final check, synopsis, going through things because we have to think of every kind of real world scenario. And that's one of the reasons why it takes so long. What ifs? What if the owner does this? What if you're 3 hours away and you push the button and this doesn't happen? That kind of stuff. So we're there now. We're literally, we've brought in the stuff for the first 50 systems, and now the guys are starting to build them. So with Christmas and stuff coming, things tend to slow down just before Christmas. They'll get started. They'll work right through probably, but we'll start getting them out in January, and we're going to do it sort of in the same order, so that like Tim Conley, who was one of the first to pick up, well, he's going to be one of the first to get his system, and so on. And again, it's going to be about who's ready. If some people say, well, it's winter, I don't want to do it now, I'll wait till spring, and we'll do it then. So it won't be completely linear, but it's always really about who's ready, who's ready and willing to go. But it's I can't wait to see the reaction, because there's never been anything like it as far as the diversity, again, the robustness, the simplicity of the system. It's plug and play. You bolt it on, push a couple of buttons, it calibrates, plug it into ASCOM, tracks with your scope. It's really something.
Yeah, I'm super excited. Eric is moving, and he's got plans for his place. Hopefully within the next, 9 months to a year, I'll be moving. So you'll be getting a phone call from me. So hopefully that I'm not moving down south. Probably staying on Long Island because, job situation, stuff like that.
Well, what about Eric? Eric, why don't you since you're going to put a sky shed and your pod at your place, what's one more? I got 4 in the backyard. We got 4 here.
What's one more? Yeah, exactly. Robin won't mind.
He's got the land to do it right now, right?
Yeah. I promised Robin a pool. I'll put in a pod.
You can call it a she shed.
Dan's pod instead of a pool. That's the spirit.
Yeah,
that is true. I could rent a little place on Eric's land, and just I can put another roll-off roof right next to him. It's better skies than me, right?
Yeah, there it is.
There you go. That's what I'm here for, guys, just to help out where I can.
If it didn't show up in the chat, Wayne, where can they find more information about Sky Shed and Sky Shed Pod?
No.
For our
Yeah, it's kind
viewers.
of convoluted because for each observatory we have a different website. So, for instance, Skyshed roll off at skyshed.com. For pod, it's skyshedpod.com. For pod S, it's skyshedpod-s.com. We'll put them all together eventually, but because we developed one at a time, we sort of had a thing and we said, well, let's work and let's leave it. Let's add a new site. So skyshedpod-s.com. If you want to read all about the newest, which is pod S.
Nice.
Tons of information. By the way, you guys know we're well known. We're renowned for. We feel that an informed owner is our best owner. An educated owner is our best owner. So we just create reams of information. Hey, I want to be in my observatory on a Saturday night having fun, not on a text helping you because you got a problem building.
Exactly.
So we try and just give you everything we can and do everything we can to make it as easy as we can for you. So you really don't need us. And again, we believe in imparting as much information as we can.
Now, speaking of the Pod S, and really quick, so I know we probably had time. When it comes to the dome, you know,
Yep.
What's the recommend? What's the weight of it? Because I know you've got all these controls and everything. It's not like my pod where me and my son can go out there and it's like boom, and it's on.
You're right.
No.
You're right. Now, you're right. Your pod dome weighs about 160 pounds, and lifting it, half of it is even less than that. So you're not lifting that much. With Pod S, of course, you're not lifting the whole dome. You're only lifting the slot covers, which are really easy. They slide really nice and easy if you're doing it manually. But the dome itself, without the control system, is 320 pounds. It's twice as heavy as your pod. It's much thicker. It's really hardy. You know, it feels like it's solid, and it's 2 inches thick. And then when you add the control system, geez, that's easy, another 50, 70 pounds. So you're looking at a 400-pound dome. That's why you see a lot of photos of, we tell everybody, a lot of our owners build on their own, just as they get a chance in the garage, literally on their own. But at the end, they need to get their buddies together, the Astro Club, their friends, and to lift that 400 or 300 and something pound dome onto the wall. So it's the one time
get a brew crew. You're gonna need a brew crew, people. Bring beer. Get a brew crew.
And we love to see those shots as well. And there's some of those on our website with different friends and stuff. So, but it is it's very substantial. You know, it's made to. You think your pod is tough? This is your pod on 11.
There you go. Right on. Thank you, man.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Well, Dan, you've been in one. You at Starfest. You and Shawn came and visited. You know, should have had your cameras rolling. Jeez, I don't know these guys.
Next time. Next time. No, next time.
No, I was thinking of that Starfest there. We sort of we should have rolled some videotape on that. But I thought what was really great was that Dan and I cruised in every morning and drove past Wayne and the boys, and we'd stop and roll down the window and say, "Hey, you got that together yet?"
It was these. I got to tell you, folks. Dan and Shawn were like the cool kids at school, you know, because we're all there camping, and every now and then this cruising truck comes along, and these guys are kind of, hey, how you doing? Hey, how's it going? Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
And after the 12th time, I said, hey, when are you guys going to stop? You know, like
it's like Ollie and Stan in this freaking truck, right? So it's like, hey, yo, I'm from New York, and then he goes, yeah, how's it going, eh? You know, but
no, it was great to see you guys there. But it was, and my point is that you both got a chance to stand in the Pod S that we made at, and you know something you might not know the end of the story. We made that for a great guy named Frank who happens to live about an hour north of Starfest. So we asked him, can we bring it to Starfest, build it, shoot a video because we wanted to update our assembly video, have nice surroundings, summer Starfest. We did that. And then Sunday morning, loaded onto a trailer. It went up an hour or so to Frank's. He had it up and running that night. I mean, it was in place, and he was ready to move in that night, which was pretty cool.
That's sweet.
And now he loves it. He's absolutely just so happy. He owned a pod for over probably about 15 years or more, and he loved it. And he said, you know, I love this more, which is cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, you know, when you get into the whole automation and, you know, you add that extra element to it, I mean, I remember when I first got my first mini computer to actually not have to go outside anymore. What a game changer that was! And now just not have to go outside really at all, and everything's set up and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I know, Ron has a roll off from you, and he tells me ever since I put that in, I get more data than I've ever gotten before because the thing just opens and closes when it's clear. I don't even do anything anymore. I just I do all the processing, of course, but but it's amazing that just like the same thing when I just put a little pier in my backyard, just having that one element there, just having all the elements there, and you don't have to really worry about anything is probably amazing.
Yeah,
I know.
I found that
and
too.
you're absolutely right. That even having that element, like Shawn has, I always bug Shawn, but with Shawn's backyard, he really doesn't have somewhere he can put a shed or a pod, and he has our pier, and he makes the most of it. And that's what we love. With Ron, for instance, Ron has absolutely made the most of his sky shed over the last 15 years almost, and we see that, of course, a lot, and that's what we love to see. That's why we do it. We want to see the results, and absolutely. The instant access. And the interesting thing is, see, our software guru, James, in Maryland, he's been running the pods at our shop remotely for almost a couple of years now. I'll walk into the shop and it's opening and closing and moving and doing. I'll say, "What are you guys doing?" They'll say, "Oh, it's not us. It's James in Maryland. He has 24 access. We have cameras set up and stuff, so he can check out his latest software revisions." So that aspect has actually been in place. Now we're just gonna bring it into production, and I can't wait to report next year of all the systems out there and all the owners of them enjoying them. That'll be fun next year.
That's gonna be awesome.
Now, Wayne, you put a lot of I followed this for the last year or two, being at the Bat Cave and so forth, where things are being built and whatnot. You put a lot of work into this and in the design and functionality and whatnot. You've tried to make the Pod S as easy as possible for the astrophotographer to use. But the question that I have is, did you actually look at it from the perspective of 3D? Did you look at the function and using the Pod S in a 3D format?
What did you say? Sorry, what do you mean by 3D?
I'm surprised. Dan's got to be distracted. He should have picked up on that one.
3B. 3B.
Because I missed it.
3 beers.
3 beers, and it looks good.
Oh, 3B. 3 beers, yes. Yeah, it's funny you should say that. One of the warnings we have on our pod door on the inside that we have imprinted in the mold, and it says something like, "Do not let friends operate your pod," one of the warnings. And we wanted to say, we took out the word drunk. Do not let your drunk friends operate your observatory. That is for you.
You just have
the captain of the
ship. Do you have like a stick figure of a guy stumbling over with a beer or something?
Yeah, that would work. That would work. Absolutely.
Yeah, that would be me.
But it's going to be neat to see. It's going to be neat to see how much people enjoy it. And like I said, you literally could, Dan. I mean, if Eric had the room, we'll pressure him, But I forget
there you go.
It's great because it's literally get up and running, use remote desktop or any desk or whatever else, and you just got everything operating, and write your script and set it to go all night and get lots of juicy data.
Yeah.
Yep. That's it.
Awesome.
That's it. I love every minute of it. Believe me, Wayne. This is, like I said, it was a game changer.
Cool, Eric. It's great.
Yeah, it's a huge game changer when you can get the Sky Shed or the Pod S or whatever it is you're using. Like Dan said, even putting a pier out. Like when I put a pier out in my what I call a semi-permanent sort of situation, I started getting a lot more data. It was just phenomenal. Save that whole hassle of setting up and tearing down and polar lining and all that.
And Shawn, you're a perfect example. You have no sky. Like, it's incredible that you get anything.
You have zero
You
sky.
have this little sliver,
He's got
between
this
the- what are
little,
they,
little
birch
eye
trees or
hole
something?
right here.
All right, guys. The truth is, I take Eric's good data and I make it into an actually good image. All right, unlike Eric who destroys it.
But it's amazing. I mean, I use you as an example, Shawn. When people say, well, I've only got, 270 degrees of sky and my house is in the way and I don't know. And I say, are you kidding me? 270 degrees. Most people don't realize that it's about making the most of the sky you have. Nobody has a perfect sky. Unless you're on, the classic Castaway Island with one palm tree. Everybody's got buildings, houses, barns, trees, something. And you make the most of the sky you have. And you may have a quarter of it. You may have half of it. You may have, a cone in the middle surrounded by trees. But hey, good news is it's moving. It's moving. It's not static. So it's a new show every night. So Shawn, like I said, it's amazing that you ever got into astrophotography with that backyard.
I know, right?
There's like one line, and the stuff you do is incredible. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Okay.
See if I got any more
That's
questions here.
Yeah. Any more questions in there? Or
I'm trying to get in touch with our next guest here.
I think my plan worked.
It did the 1 minute. Yeah, that worked.
It worked. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Just,
I'm not
just
saying
team up
anything
with
now.
me.
It's all the floor is yours, Shawn. It's all yours.
He did it. Look at he
Take
left
it
me
from
30
there.
seconds. Woohoo! Thanks for tuning in, everyone.
I'll make
See
it up to you,
later.
man. I'll make it up to you.
No, it's all
Next year I'll
good.
I
get
love
on
it. I
you.
think it's great. It's just amazing
Next
how
year I'll
you
get
just
on
have the gift for gab, especially when it comes to astronomy.
I always say I could slap my Irish mother.
Now.
No. I love
That's
my mom.
fantastic.
Yeah.
Congratulations to all you guys too. With this Astropalooza and everything, all the work you guys do on Astral TV.
Oh yeah.
This is really fabulous, and it's a just an amazing thing that you guys are able to do this. As consistently as you do. The dedication that goes into it. Just fabulous. So congratulations on Astropalooza 3.
And number 4.
Yeah, thank
Love
you.
it.
You appreciate
Love
it.
it.
Man. Appreciate it.
Number 1 fan.
Thank you, my man. Thank
That
you.
was of course aimed at Dan and Dave, not so much Eric, but whatever.
Look at that background. Come on, look at his ghost background. His own ghost
Come
background.
on.
I'm not
I
looking
did
at his-
okay.
I'm not
I
looking
did
at his
okay.
basement bar.
I'm
not looking at his basement bar and his old treadmill and stuff like
Exactly.
that.
You're not looking at that anymore.
And his Christmas
No
tree that
Christmas
he won't
tree,
take
yeah.
down.
He's gone. All that stuff.
I love it. I love it. It's great stuff. Yeah, all the best to you guys for 25, and all the best to Astro World. And we'll be tuned in as always, and we'll be promoting it because it's a great resource. Like I always say, every active astronomer should be tuning in weekly. You guys talk about the latest gear, the latest software, the stuff going on. What else can you ask for?
Yeah, it's great. That's why I love doing this. I love doing it. I love hanging out with you guys.
Okay, I'll let Eric off. I was
Even
gonna
Shawn,
go
love
after
hanging out with
Eric
Shawn,
again, but
I'm just trying.
Wayne asked what more could you ask for? I'm gonna say maybe a good image from Eric.
Hey, that's not fair. Pepto-Bismol. Hey, talk about. No, hey, and by the way, Shawn, those collabs you just did, those were beautiful as well. They were really beautiful, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. They turned out really good. I was really happy with those. And it's it's a testament to the data too. That was remote data. The one was taken from Namibia actually, and the other was from Starfront Observatories in Texas.
Wow.
Nice.
So,
Speaking of which, we're getting some news on that soon, right?
Yeah. Well, I've got everything pulled together. I just got to find that box. That's all. That's going to carry everything.
Yeah.
So I'm working on it.
Oh,
Plus, Snow's got a belt so he can take it to shipping.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well,
If you guys could see what I'm looking out at the window, by the way, it's like blizzard here right now. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
that's crazy.
I just want to say, in
looking
case
at
you
the
guys
radar,
haven't
it
heard,
doesn't look good.
Yeah. Here, I just got some good news. You guys may be aware, Joe from Astrozap.
Joe
he
Goliath,
was like Astrozap was down for a while.
Yeah, for
and
like a couple
Astrozap
months.
makes some good stuff. I like their Hyperstar dew
Yep.
shields and stuff. I used to their aluminum dew shields and things.
the
They got a
dew
lot of
straps,
neat
everything.
stuff. And they weren't shipping for a long time. There's a question of Joe's health, and Joe put out a Christmas email a couple of days ago. Said he had congestive heart failure a year ago. He's got a new heart, new kidneys. He's back to work. They're shipping orders. So that's a real nice Christmas story. I was happy to hear that Joe's back.
Yep,
and
he's back.
Astrozap is back. And that was real nice. That was real nice. That was nice to hear.
We're very gracious that Joe pulled through and is getting back into the swing of things. Him and his family. I know all of our thoughts were out to him and his family during the difficult time that they were going through. But hopefully, 2025, brand new year with brand new things, and it can only be good. So welcome back, Joe and Astrozap. Really, really good.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we got to do a giveaway. We got to do our first giveaway of the day. We got a $50 gift certificate to Buckeye Stargazer, and we're gonna do that right now. I got my trusty little pen and my list here. So let's get this. Let me get the Wheel of Fortune, the Shawn Nielsen Wheel of Fortune here. So and then here we go, and we'll do this really quick. And quick play. There we go. All right. So here's the Astropalooza wheel. All right. $50 gift certificate. 101 people on here. 101 people on here. So thank you to everybody who signed up. Here we go. $50 gift certificate to Buckeye Stargazer. And the winner is Claudio Stabile. I'll take that. Claudio
Stable.
Stabile.
I like the word stabile.
Stabile.
Sounds Italian.
Claudio Stabile. Okay, so Claudio, awesome. All right. And there we go. And that is our first giveaway. So thank you. We got plenty more to go. Shawn, Wayne, thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with us. I appreciate it. We're gonna try and stay on target, with time. So again, thank you so much. And you guys got to come on again on another show, and we'll just
for sure.
we'll go off the rails together.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, guys. And thanks, Shawn, as usual.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate
Continue
it.
success,
All the
guys.
best, guys. All the
Really
best for
appreciate it.
2025. We'll stay tuned in.
Absolutely.
Now
Thank you.
Shawn and I can go back and watch the rest of the
Watch the
rest of your
show,
hard
and
work
then
all day.
and you're good to go. So you don't have to watch all 8 hours. It's okay, really. So
I'll go in and out.
thank you guys.
All the best, you guys.
Have a
Guys.
great one.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, you too. Thanks for having us.
Yep. Bye-bye. All right. So we're doing pretty good on time here. And we are off to our next guest, who is coming at us from a really far way away. And we're going to just jump right to him. And there we go. We got Wido from Wido's Astro Forum.
Hello, Dan, Eric, Dave. Hello.
How's it
How
going,
are
my
ya?
friend?
I'm still on Earth.
Well,
That's good to know.
That's good.
That's good.
Yeah. But it is definitely 9 p.m. here, so I guess that's like evidence that the Earth really is round. It's not we don't have any flat Earth here going on. So
I'm telling you, it's definitely now. You're I don't even know how many miles away you are, but I mean it's an amazing distance that you are from New York, where we're hosting this. And I want to thank you so much for staying up. I know nighttime for us really isn't a big deal, but I mean, it's I appreciate the time that you're putting in to come and hang out with us, because it's really a treat. So thank you.
Absolutely. It's great to have you on.
yeah,
Wido.
thanks so much, Dan and Eric and Dave, for having me on your show. And it's an amazing show. I saw you have a great lineup, so congratulations on that. And I hope you have enough coffee to do everything.
Well, I got Diet Coke right now.
Red Bull.
Like a
Red Bull.
non-stop
Red Bull.
show. Wow.
No, I can't do Red Bull this early. If I do it and then I have too much, then the blood sugar will tank, and the screen may never move. Wido may be on for the next 8 hours. So,
I don't think people will. People want to see other people as well.
They may never get turned over if I pass out. But but awesome. Hey, listen again. Thank you so much for coming out with us tonight. I mean, it's really, really cool. I know you have a little bit of a presentation, but is there anything you'd like to kick it off with a little bit, or talk a little bit about yourself? And
yeah, sure. So yeah, for folks who think who is this guy from the Netherlands, like 7,000? What is it? How many miles? 7,000
it's
miles
a long
away.
way away.
I'll
have to ask Gideon that. So
yeah, we use kilometers. So yeah.
You can't measure it with a caliper. We'll just say that. So
yeah, so you might know me from. I think a lot of folks know me from YouTube, right? So I'm into the hobby for about 8-9 years now, and I really like imaging the night sky. And also, I'm a teacher, so I have been teaching at a university and other like educational environments. So I really love also explaining to people what I do, what kind of steps you can take to get into astrophotography and take some nice images of the night sky, or do some advanced stargazing. And I've been sharing that on a website and on my YouTube channel. So if people are interested in that, they can check me out at Wido's Astroform. Wow, you even have the subtitle there already.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I got you, man.
Yeah, great. Yeah. I thought it would be nice also to talk a little bit about different ways to get into the hobby of astrophotography, because I think a lot has changed over the 8 years I've been doing this right now.
8 years,
and
huh?
then I don't know. I sent you a presentation. I don't know if you
you.
have it.
Oh yeah, I got it. You ready to go?
Yeah, if you want, we can also hang out if you want. So it's
Okay,
your call.
Let's do this and see what kind of questions we get in the chat, and then
feel free to interrupt me and ask questions. So yeah,
sounds good. All right, so here we go.
So yeah, very exciting title. Different ways to get into astrophotography. So. Yeah, the next slide. So I don't know about you, Dan and Eric, and but if you talk to people like, why do you want to get into astrophotography? I get a lot of different kinds of reasons why people want to engage in the hobby, right? So for some of I get a group of people who are really in it for the curiosity. So perhaps they went on a holiday and then they went outside of their urban area, and then all of a sudden, at night they had this clear sky and they saw hundreds or maybe even thousands of stars, and they just want to know more about that. Like, what can we see in the night sky? Can I identify different stars and planets and that kind of stuff? Can I see other galaxies out there? Do I need a telescope? That kind of stuff. And then I also have a whole other group of people then, and they're not necessarily interested in astronomy, but they are interested in taking the best possible picture of objects in space. I don't know if you have that also.
Yep.
But yeah, there are some people that are, for instance, already a high-level landscape photographers, or people who are really into like nighttime photography, and they also want to know, hey, how can I get these great high-quality pictures I see astrophotographers take of the night sky? And that might be the moon with the beautiful craters and mountain ranges. Some people are really interested also in solar photography, where you can see these solar flares and sunspots. So that's of course quite different from nighttime photography. I think one of the best things about solar photography is that you can just go to sleep during the night. And then we also have people are interested in planets, like taking a picture of the great red spot of Jupiter, or maybe the Galilean moons in orbit around Jupiter, or they want to see Saturn's ring and take an image of that. And of course, we have night deep sky, which most of us do, I guess, like looking at nebulas within our own Milky Way, like hundreds or even thousands of light years away, where new stars are born, or even galaxies outside of our own Milky Way. We can all do that with this beautiful hobby we have. So yeah, I thought it would be nice to talk about that. Like how can you get into this great hobby called astrophotography? And I have a next slide, hopefully. And this is I just feel free to join me in this discussion,
Sure.
Dan and Eric. And I forgot to
Dave.
So Dave, sorry, Dave. So the first question I always ask people, apart from the object they want to photograph, I always ask them, how much time are you willing to invest in this beautiful hobby of ours? And yeah, I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm also asking a lot, like, how much money are you willing to spend?
Yeah,
Going
those
Dutch,
are
yeah.
two really good questions, though.
It's all about the Benjamins. It's all about the Benjamins. It's all about that move
Yeah, it's a bit, okay. I'm learning new stuff.
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a real money pit, right, to get into astrophotography, and especially when you want to get these super high quality pictures, you have to spend some serious money. But there is also a way to get into astrophotography that will not cost you thousands of dollars. So that's also what I want to talk about a little bit. So if we look at the next slide, yeah. So how did that get in here, you might ask? This is not an astrophotography picture, but yeah, I recently took up playing the piano again. I did it when I was younger. I played in a lot of bands, like yeah, on an amateur level, like rock, blues, cover bands, and all that kind of stuff. And then I became a father and a little bit older, and I couldn't stay up until 4 a.m. and then drive back home after a wedding or a party where I had to play.
We've all, you know, it's amazing, and we say this a little bit, you know, a lot on the show, where how many astrophotographers are not only dealing with the art of astronomy, but also dealing with the art in being musicians. There's so many people that are musicians as well, so it's just kind of interesting how that kind of links up.
I guess, yeah. I think, yeah, maybe it's also an art in a different way, right?
Yeah,
like visual and sound. So it has like this connotation or this relationship. Yeah, for sure. So what I want to make clear here, without spending too much time on learning how to read sheet music here, is when we look at like the piece on the left hand side. Even if you don't know anything about playing the piano, I'm pretty confident that I can teach you how to play that minuet in G in maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month. If you invest some serious time in learning how to play the piano. You can also see it, like the notes are like clearly visible on that page, right? And that song only takes about 2 or 3 minutes to play. Mm-hmm. Whereas on the right, yeah, obviously that's a harder piece. That is a 1 page out of the Piano Concerto No. 3 of Rachmaninoff. And that piece, this is only 1 page. So that piano concerto, it's about 40 minutes long.
Wow.
So, I got that. That's
oh my God.
Yeah, that's too much for me. I'm lucky I could play 3 Blind Mice on
exactly.
Mary Had a Little Lamb.
Yeah. I usually only had like some short like an A4 with some chords on it, and then we started to play with the band. But anyway, so I just wanted to make clear, like you have different levels of playing the piano. So yeah, if we go to the next slide, you also have different objects and different levels of doing astrophotography, right? And so on the left, that is I say a decent looking picture of the moon. I'm not an expert in photographing the moon, but and actually I I only used my my camera with a 200, no, I think 300 millimeter focal length telezoom lens. And yeah, if you spend a little bit of time in looking at some tutorials about how to image the moon, I have them, but a lot of other people also explained that already on YouTube. They are completely freely available. If you spend a little bit of time on that, you can get a good quality picture of the moon with its craters and mountain ranges and mares and so on. Whereas on the right, that's a pretty complex picture. I would have a hard time explaining in 1 minute how I created that picture. So
if you want to know how he created that picture, you could go back a couple of months and see him explain it on our video a couple of months ago. So
I thought I used the same one because then people can go back in time and look at that show.
That's right.
Maybe very, very shortly. So that's like the Pac-Man Nebula, of course. That's for you it will be clear, and also for more experienced astrophotographers, they immediately would recognize the Pac-Man Nebula there. And I took then a narrowband picture. Now I have to explain what a narrowband picture would be, right? Because I'm using a dedicated monochrome astrophotography camera with different filters to create this. That can capture very specific parts of the light spectrum, right? Then you can create this Hubble palette, and I even included some professional grade data of the X-ray Observatory telescope that takes pictures of the Pac-Man Nebula and other nebulas in infrared, where you can see the new stars that are being born in that nebula. And I also included some professional grade infrared data. So anyway, maybe we should just skip this because I would need a lot of time to explain how I actually did it. No, I'm not even talking about stacking and like stacking and the processing all of that data to get to that final image. So yeah.
Well, we could have a whole show on that.
Yeah. If you want, I hope people will still be awake.
You know what? The people that watch our show will watch the whole thing, I'm sure.
I think they will be knowledgeable enough to understand what the narrowband imaging is, probably.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, I notice a lot of folks that are like new to the hobby, and they are just looking for a way to get into the hobby, and then something like that, it can be very anxious for them to think about it. So do you know anything about this flow, or?
A little bit, yeah. So, as go with skills, go with the I gotcha.
Skills and challenges.
So skills and challenges, So I think that it is very applicable to astrophotography. So flow is this happy state where you are happily involved in your activity and you're completely absorbed and that kind of state, like happily being involved into your hobby, is most likely when your skills meet the challenges you face. So if you click on the presentation, then you can see that the moon is pretty relatively easy. You don't need a lot of skills to image the moon, right? Whereas imaging that narrowband photo and capturing it and stacking it and processing it takes a lot of time. And a lot of time and a lot of skill, or maybe not a lot of skill, but you will need to know more about astrophotography to be able to take that picture. And you also have to spend more in terms of equipment. So is that clear? Or
yeah. No, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. So this is like some of my higher end gear I have used lately to do astrophotography. And the main thing I want to do, without pointing out exactly what we are looking at with every piece, is that I think this kind of setup might be still a bit anxious. I don't know if anxious is the right word. It can be a little bit scary to look at that when you just start out and you see this is a dedicated telescope mount apparently, and he has some kind of telescope on that mount, and we see auto guider, an extra scope, and there's this dedicated strange round thing that's a dedicated astrophotography camera with a Peltier cooler, and we have a dedicated filter wheel, and apparently there's this little computer called an ASI Air Plus which lets you control the mount. And yeah, of course, it's great. I've done some tutorial videos, and then I think you talk about this every show, right? Like, how can you put all of that different kind of gear together? How do you make a selection of the gear you need to capture specific objects in the night sky? So, but I think still this is quite a step for people who want to start astrophotography.
Yep.
Yeah, this
Absolutely.
looks, for the, this, you say anxiety for beginners. Yeah, I could see this being somewhat of a high anxiety, because this does, you take a look at some of your setups here, or the setups that a lot of us use. And for, just a general person just getting started, or just having an interest to want to get started, this can seem a bit intimidating, just looking at just what you have here. So. Yeah,
I actually, because that's right, Eric. And I actually thought about it more, because we are going to talk about these smartphones, smart telescopes now that are available. That made me think more about this, because for me, it's like a second nature, right? After like 8 or 9 years being into the hobby, yeah, of course, I need an equatorial telescope mount, and perhaps I want an harmonic drive mount, or because they are so lightweight. Okay, I want a decent, perhaps a flat field refractor telescope, or I need a monochrome camera with a Peltier cooler, that kind of stuff. It's like, yeah, and how to put it all together. If you're into the hobby for a couple of years, you don't think about the complexity anymore. It's like, okay, it's like the piano you play, and at first it's a bit difficult to do, but after a couple of years you get used to it. So and then we tend to forget that I think it's pretty difficult still for when you just start out to put everything together. Is that right? Or maybe I'm missing?
It definitely be very, very like Eric said, very anxious, especially when you have all these elements that you're dealing with, and not only that little red box, that ASI Air. Not only this thing does so much, it can create its own set of anxiety, let alone the other stuff.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Yeah, and that is there's a lot of debate, of course, over the ASI Air Plus. I don't want to get into.
No, we won't go there.
but just in general, that ASI Air Plus is in general, I would say, you see it as like to make it easier to connect all of the different parts of your astrophotography gear, and to control your astrophotography gear using just your wireless, your phone, right, or your tablet, or your iPhone, or your iPad. And so that would already be like a little step into the automation of astrophotography there. Without having to download all kinds of astrophotography software on a laptop, but anyway. So when we go to the next slide, because I don't have a lot of there are a lot of other very interesting guests on your show. Then
no problem.
So if we skip ahead, then we saw this like these upcoming smart telescopes appearing on the market. I would say, I think it was about 2 years ago, right?
Yeah.
So all of a sudden they were there.
Yeah.
I was kind of amazed. I didn't know what it was actually.
Yeah, kind of. If I remember right, it kind of started with the Odyssey and the Stellina, and then it kind of went, all the way up to the C-Star 30 that we have now. And now the Celestron.
The Origin.
The Home Observatory.
The Origin Observatory. You got the Dwarf here, so
Yeah, exactly. So I was pretty amazed. So just like doing my own kind of tutorials about astrophotography and talking to folks and explaining how it works. I was pretty amazed to see that there are apparently these and also pretty affordable. So on my channel, I'm mainly focused on the more affordable smart telescopes, like you see here, the Dwarf 3 indeed, and the C-Star is 50. These are around $500 or euros to buy, right? And Vespera is a little bit more expensive, I think. The Vespera 2 for around 1,500, something like that.
1,500. Yep.
Yeah. So I also like if we think about the time and money you want to spend on a hobby. I think when you just want to get started with astrophotography, you don't want to immediately spend thousands of dollars on a high quality telescope or tracking mount, I think these smart telescopes are pretty interesting to look at least when you want to start doing some astrophotography, or you want to gaze at the night sky in a more advanced way as compared to like just using the naked eye, right? So that's what I focused on a little bit on my channel, for like what is the quality these smart telescopes produce, and how do they work, and what can you expect when you are getting a telescope such as the ones you see here. So maybe the next slide. Yeah, okay. So that's, I would say a smart telescope is a lot easier to get used to that complex thing I showed you, like the dedicated astrophotography setup I use to take higher quality pictures. So that's what I put them here in the same flow chart.
Yeah, no, the dwarf is definitely a lot easier than the AM5 setup. Yeah, so
yeah, and especially now that I see it, like in terms of skill level, right? These smart telescopes, if you don't know anything about them, they work wirelessly, right? So you can just download an app on your smartphone or your tablet, and you connect to those smart telescopes using Wi-Fi, and they have their own kind of app. Depending on the smart telescope you get, you have different apps. And it's just literally takes like 5 minutes. You select an object you want to observe. You put that smart scope on a tripod, and then that thing starts to move, and it starts to search the object in the night sky, and then it starts taking like a short exposure pictures. So you will see that image on your smartphone or your tablet. So for those of you who don't know what smart telescopes are, that's basically how most of them work. Maybe next slide, or do you want to add something then? Or
no, we're good so far. Anything in the chat or no?
No, nothing right now, not yet.
Okay.
It's too early. Okay, so I will just keep going then. So like I said, they are wireless. You can download an app, you connect to those smartphones, and this is like a small screen capture of those apps. So you can just see there on the left, they have the C-Star S50, and I want to point it at the Andromeda Galaxy in this case. And I can literally just click go gazing, and that thing will just point to the Andromeda Galaxy. It will search for it, and then it calibrates a little bit, and then after a couple of minutes, it will start taking images, and it will stack those images. So that's the next slide. I have a little like video. Hopefully that works. Oh yeah, this automatic stacking of short exposure images. If we go to the next one. So you can see here, this is a little bit how these smart telescopes work. This is actually, I think, the Vespera 2. Pointed at the Orion Nebula. So it will just start taking 10-second images, and it automatically stacks those images. And you see here, I think I took about 360 exposure, 10-second photos, right? So this thing stacks them automatically on top of each other, and you end up with like this stacked image of the Orion Nebula, and you can just download that and share it with friends and family, that kind of stuff. So now obviously it's not this super high quality, but at the same time I would have been impressed about 8 or 9 years ago when I would have been able to take that picture of the Orion Nebula.
Yeah, no, it's amazing that all of a sudden you see all the data start coming in on the edges as you hit like 200 exposures. You really start to fill in everything as far as like, there's a zero and all this stuff is not there. Now all of a sudden it's coming in.
Yeah, and it was actually, now the Orion Nebula, of course, is one of the brightest objects in the night sky. Let's not lie about that. I was actually amazed to see that these short 10-second exposures could reveal so much detail when you stack all of them together automatically. I actually wouldn't have thought it would show so much detail.
Yeah,
so I was amazed that they could do that. I'm kind of worried about being like a higher end astrophotographer and creating this. I will talk about it in the.
It's going to be a while until it reaches that resolution. I think it's going to be a while.
I do think it will take another 10 years. Yeah.
I hope it takes 20.
We have one question here from Corin.
Yeah, go Corin.
Yeah.
Wido says, "Hi, Wido. What is your Bortle sky level in the Netherlands?"
Yeah, so the Netherlands varies a little bit, but I am really in an urban area. So I have Bortle 7, Bortle 8, depending on the app I check. I'm really in heavily light polluted skies. So this is also taken from my my balcony from home. So that is also amazing that these smart telescopes, they do have some like light pollution filters or narrow band, like dual band filters, which enables you to block out some of that city light pollution you might experience in your area. And you're still able to take decent images of the night sky, even though when you are in that Bortle class 7 or 8 sky.
Nice.
Okay.
And I should. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I should visit like dark sky sites more often, I want to say, because especially with broadband targets like galaxies, you want to go to like a place where you don't have any light pollution. But unfortunately, that takes me maybe hours to go there, so I cannot do that every weekend or every night. And you, especially in winter when it's so cloudy, we only sometimes have a couple of hours, like a small break in the clouds. And then these smart telescopes are super easy. You just set them up and you start imaging in 5 minutes time, right?
Nice.
Now, Dank Solo's asking, what is your favorite one-shot color filter?
Wow, that's a good question. You know, can I say something strange?
Go for it.
I started using like no filters whatsoever with the color camera, like the ASI 2600. I have color camera. I just pointed at the Andromeda Galaxy and the Pleiades. I will show you the pictures. It's in the presentation. And you can do so much nowadays with post-processing. Like you have Grexpert and like dynamic extraction. How is it called? DBE.
Background
Background extraction.
Yeah, the DBE. Yeah.
It's in my opinion, but yeah, I'm also just a guy looking at it. They have gotten so good that I can take a lot of that artificial light pollution out of my pictures, even when I'm just shooting color in broadband. Of course, I would need like a moonless sky. That would be important. But when I'm shooting broadband, I stopped using these narrowband filters. And of course, when I do want to take narrowband images, I will use like a dual band filter or HAS2O3 filters. But I don't have very expensive filters, actually. I use like a 7 nanometer H alpha S2O3 filters when doing narrowband. And that's it.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. We had a conversation a while back talking about filters, especially in the cost of filters and being in certain light polluted areas and things like that. So it's not uncommon to hear people say, like yourself, I just have a 7 nanometer. It does fine for me. So very 7 nanometers are very reasonably priced versus going out and spending $100 or $200 more on a 3 nanometer, which adds such a tight band pass. It can be a lot more difficult using those filters for focusing and auto focusing and stuff like that. But a 7 nanometer, even if you went up a little wider to a 10 or a 12, you're still blocking quite a bit of the light pollution that your night sky, if you're in a city, an urban area, that you're going to have to deal with, and you won't have to make such an investment, right? I mean, even if you have a lot of the one-shot color cameras, you have these dual band filters. A lot of the dual band filters, say, I talk about my NB. I was chatting with Tarek on the line in the chat here. My NBZ, that NBZ filter is a great one-shot color filter. It's 10 nanometers, and it doesn't cost that much.
Yeah, exactly, Eric. I completely agree with you. And I have been using like these. I think they are a couple of $100, right? H alpha 7 nanometer H alpha filters, or you have Optolong filters, or ZWO filters, or they are all around. What is it? Like $100, $200.
Yeah, what, $100, $200, something like that.
It
Exactly.
doesn't add. Yeah, you don't have to invest that much to get a very decent narrowband image. And yeah, and also I was thinking about you have that these new smart cameras that are coming in on the market right now. We have this ASI. Was it the 2600 Air or something like that?
Yeah, the 2600 Air.
Which
and
includes
stuff like that,
actually.
yes.
Yeah, so we have then a guide sensor and a camera sensor in one camera, and then for that to work, I'm not sure. I didn't test it myself yet, but I would say
you're talking about the Duo.
Yeah, like the Duo
No,
and the
Air.
You have the Duo and the Air.
The Duo
like
Air.
Yeah, the ones that have
the Air has the Duo. That's
Yeah.
right.
Yep.
Yeah, the ones that have the smaller guide sensor. Yeah.
Yeah. They both have, I think, a guide sensor, and the Air also has then the like ASI Air functionality in it or something like that.
Yes.
But I don't know if it would work with it like a 3 nanometer.
Yeah, I'm waiting for somebody to do that.
They're very that is such a tight band pass. I wouldn't recommend anything lower than maybe a 5 nanometer.
Well, yeah, Ben from from Narrowband Channel said.
Yeah, Ben from Narrowband Channel. When we had him on, he
5
mentioned the same thing. You're right.
Yep.
And I guess it's a
He
lot
did do
to do with
Yeah,
the
Ben did it,
sensitivity of that tiny chip for the guide camera. It's so sensitive that it says it works totally fine.
There you go.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
but I think if you have 3 nanometers, you will probably also have a separate guide scope.
Yeah, probably.
For sure.
That's funny.
I just had a couple of pictures. I don't know if there's time left, Dan.
Yeah, we do. Yep.
Yeah.
No problem.
So these are just a couple of pictures I want people to show to manage expectations, right? So these are some pictures I took with the Dwarf 3 Smart Telescope. Yeah, you can identify it like the Andromeda Galaxy, the Heart Nebula. You can see it on the top left, and pictures of the Moon and the Orion Nebula. And the interesting thing about the Dwarf 3 is that they are starting to include EQ mode.
Yep.
So you can actually, if you have a tripod that you can like put in an angle, you can do some polar alignment procedure with the Dwarf 3, and it allows you to take up to 60-second pictures of the night sky.
Nice.
And that allows you to get a little bit more of that nebulosity out of the target you're imaging.
And without having that field rotation.
Yep.
Yeah, also takes care of field rotation, especially exactly. So
yeah, I'm
the
thinking
next
the next thing that's going to happen with these smart telescopes, they're going to build in a built-in rotator so it rotates with the sky.
That would be cool.
Could be. I see there are some field rotators available from, what is this Italian brand? I forget every time.
Prima
Hey,
Luce?
astronomer. Yeah,
Prima Luce?
he has this. Yeah. Prima Luce Lab. Yeah.
Yeah, the Arco. The Arco.
Hello, astronomers. We have a field rotator.
Hello, astronomers.
No, I like that guy. He's really. I like
He's
it.
hysterical.
But yeah. But anyway, but yeah, I think that because I know that professional telescopes also have LTS mounts, right? If you have the big dishes, the big mirrors on the, they have an LTS mount with a rotating sensor actually.
Yeah.
So it could be like in the future for us as well. Yeah. Anyway, if you look at the next couple of slides, then you can see this is like some pictures of the C-Star S50. And one interesting thing about the C-Star S50, it recently got an update, so it can do mosaics now. So one setback of the C-Star S50 is that it has a very small planetary ASI 432 IMX sensor in it. Mm-hmm. So you only have about 1 degree of the night sky you can capture with that telescope. And now they introduced this mosaic mode, so you can I think get up to 2 times the how is it, the size of the sensor on as your field of view. So you can now capture the entire Andromeda Nebula or the Horsehead with the Flame Nebula in one picture. Of course, the mosaics do need more time to capture. So, but that's just something I wanted to say with the C-Stars 50. And then the third slide has Vespera pictures.
Before we go
So
over real quick,
Yeah.
Tom was asking, did you take that M31 with a smart telescope?
M31, the Andromeda Galaxy.
The
That
Andromeda,
was,
the
yeah, that was
previous.
yeah. If we continue, I can show you the difference between the smart telescope and if we go just,
Okay.
this is the Vespera 2 pictures here, and if we go ahead, then if we just go, the other way.
Which
Yeah, that's the Dwarf 3 picture of the
that's a dwarf.
Andromeda Galaxy.
That's really good.
Yep. Yeah, but it is good, but not if you go to the pianos.
Oh, okay. All right. There you go.
Yeah. So yeah. So don't want to spend a lot, but you have an electronic piano on the left. That's about a couple of $100. You can just buy it, and you have a great wave sound of a piano in there, so you can play pretty nicely. But then on the right, you have like I think it's a Boston. It's like $20,000 piano.
Yep.
And you will hear the difference in sound when you play on the two. So so if we go ahead with the presentation, I think I have too many slides. I'm sorry for that.
It's okay.
No, you're fine.
But yeah, so I did some fun video. I thought it was fun. Some people hate those videos. Other people like those videos. But I thought it would be fun just to compare like a Dwarf 3 smart telescope, which only costs about $500, to like the setup on the right, which costs a couple of $1,000, right? So I did some of those videos, and if you go one click ahead, then you can see like the difference in what you can get with a high quality or higher like quality setup. So we see the Pleiades on the top, the Pleiades stars there, or cluster, I have to say. So on the you can I think probably guess which ones I took using my higher end setup. Yeah, I know. I also did it with the C-Star S50 and the Edge HD, like Edge HD with the 0.7 reducer. I took some pictures and compared the two results. So if you go one slide ahead again, you can see then the difference in, for instance, the Crescent Nebula as taken with the C-Star S50 versus using that Edge HD. And on the top left, we see the Pac-Man Nebula, the difference between the two. So I just wanted to show you also the difference. So if I go back to like the beginning of the presentation, I would say if you really want to get the highest quality astrophotography pictures, then smart telescopes are not the way to go, right? But yeah, if you're just starting out and you're curious about astronomy and you want to see what's out there and have an advanced gaze at the night sky and identify objects in the night sky without spending too much time and money in the hobby, then I think these smart telescopes are pretty great to start. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share on the Astropalooza show here. And yeah, so the one thing, so I will continue to test these smart telescopes. Let's see if they get better, and let's see if they at one point will defeat me in my attempts to capture the night sky using these higher end setups. And right now in the Netherlands it's super cloudy, right? I don't know how is it in New York?
Oh, it's horrible.
So, yeah. So you always get excited because you have these long dark nights during wintertime, and then you end up with only one or two clear nights.
Yeah.
But yeah, I know that like Jupiter and Mars are out there now. I think they are close to opposition, right? So,
Jupiter, I think, is getting real close. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Jupiter was this week, or it's maybe this week or next week. So I think
you're right. I think it is this week.
Yeah. So I thought one nice thing to do is to perhaps like do some planetary imaging, because it doesn't take like the whole night. when I want to do higher end astrophotography, I would need at least one full clear night, right? To really get some hours of data on an object I want to image. And if that's not the case, then I will go into planetary imaging and spend some time with the family and my piano.
Nice.
There you go.
And planetary, once you're set up, you only need a few, 5-10 minutes of video, and you're done.
Exactly. Yeah, it can vary a lot. I once tracked like Jupiter. I wanted to track like the, how do you call it, like the transition of one of the moons in front of Jupiter.
Yeah.
So I did that, like I took like 1 or 2 minute videos for a couple of hours, and I was super surprised at the difference in quality between those short videos. You really can get lucky and like get a great picture of Jupiter. It's like, yeah, how do I don't know how to explain it, but sometimes the atmosphere is really stable, and then all of a sudden you get that great image. Yeah. So you have to be a little bit lucky when you go doing planetary imaging. You definitely want to take maybe 10 or 20 or 30 videos at a high frame rate per second, and then hopefully one of those videos reveals like a clear vision of the surface of the planet. Anyhow, I think I talk too much.
No, it's okay.
No, but you make great points about how these smart telescopes are so good for beginners, because it really, it gives people that easy, let's figure out this thing. But then once they catch that bug and they realize, oh, I need something better, then they're going down that path of something more expensive. Yeah. But, yes, it can be, you can get some anxiety using a more expensive and more intricate rig, but it's those pitfalls and getting through it and figuring it out. And then you end up with something so satisfying, and it just rejuvenates your sense of love for it.
Yeah, I think like it's exactly, Dave. It's like the easy. It's like people don't have to take such a big jump to get acquainted with what you can actually see out there, what's available, and you can just go into your backyard. You can connect to the universe in a couple of minutes, right? And then I'm almost sure that then people will start to wonder, hey, what else can I do? What else can I see? And then, nice. Then they will be lost
down the rabbit hole.
Down the rabbit. Yeah. It's terrible, but I don't know. First you get aperture fever because you want to get a more detailed image of the surface of the planets, and then you want a close-up image of some of the smaller nebulas out there. And look at me, I'm now 9 years into the hobby, and I'm still not done.
Right. Well, we do have
in a good way.
We got to do another giveaway, and I don't want to cut you off, Wido, because we love having you on here. But we do have to give away our next giveaway, and we're giving away now from the people over at Wanderer Astro. Graciously donated one of the M54 rotators. Speaking of rotation, So I was able to talk to the owners over there, and they sent me a Wanderer Astro rotator. So pretty cool. And we're going to be giving one away right now to a lucky winner. So let's get this up and running real quick. And here we go. And there's the Wheel of Fortune again. And here we go for the M54 rotator. Here we go. And
again, Claudio.
Jeff Rotino.
All right.
Congrats.
Rotino. Congratulations, Jeff. And we will get that out to you. And pretty cool. A lot of good stuff here. All right, awesome. And I think we're all set with Sarah, I believe. Here we go. So let me get this back on here. Where is Wido? There we go. All right. Hey, Wido, thanks so much for hanging out with us. Appreciate you chilling out with us and, making time out for us and taking some time away from your family and your astrophotography journey. And love having you, man. It's great seeing you, and we're looking forward to having you on another show in the future, maybe after the holidays.
Great, Dan. Thanks so much for having me, and good luck with all of the super nice guests you have. And I hope you have that Red Bull ready for. How many hours are you? How many hours are you still on? Like
we got another 6 hours and 25 minutes.
Yeah, we got just about 6.5 hours.
Respect to all of you. A lot of respect to all of you.
Awesome.
Take care, Wido.
Thank you for coming on.
Have fun.
Thanks so much. Take care.
My pleasure.
Bye-bye. All right, awesome. Now we're running a little bit behind, so no big deal. We got plenty of time. We got some time to make up because Frank isn't with us tonight, so that's okay. But we're gonna move right into it again, and we're gonna go forward. We're gonna go hang out with Sarah Matthews from Sarah Maths, and we're gonna get her in here real quick. Let me see if I can find the button. There we go. And there we go. And we got Sarah.
Hey.
Let me make sure we got some
guys.
audio. There we go. We got audio. We got everything cool.
Oh, good.
Yep. We're good to go.
Good.
Glad
thank
you
you
can
so much
make
for
it.
having me.
No, thanks for coming on. It's our pleasure, man. Really, it's awesome having you on. So what's happening? It's only been a couple of weeks since we've seen you. So
I know so much has happened, right? Really, nothing too much. Just been plugging away. Weather's been pretty good, which has been obviously good, but other than that, not too much.
Sweet.
Excited.
I'm telling you. So what's been going on in Lent? How's your? I know you've been. We spoke about it on the show. We spoke about the in-person talks that you've been doing and all that. You've been doing a lot of stuff. So what's going on?
Yeah, a lot of fun stuff. As we kind of talked about the last time, Nico and I just wrapped up our first in-person workshop in Arizona. That was really, really cool. Great experience to be able to, work with people in person and educate folks in person, and just the overall community feel in person is just something that I think a lot of us can attest to how awesome that is. And then, just working on some new videos. I'm almost done with one, and working on this presentation, which I think will be really cool. It's a little bit different than maybe some of the other ones in the past, but hopefully it will still be interesting.
I'm sure. Well, I mean, if you want to jump right into it, you're more than welcome to. Again, it's great to have you, and thank you again for coming on and being part of Astropalooza 3. By the way, this is episode 400 of Astro World TV. So thanks for coming on and taking some time out from the family and everything. So I appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. Congratulations. That's remarkable. That's really cool. And again, just thank you so much for having me. It's always great being with you guys.
Same feelings mutual. Thanks.
Same. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So I guess with no further delay, go on right ahead. You're on.
All right. You guys will see a screen now instead of me, which hopefully will be more interesting. Okay. Can you guys see?
And we'll just do this. And there we go.
All right. So as the title suggests, we're going to be talking about how we have been, capturing the cosmos from the beginning of time to now. So we're really going to be focusing on the technology, the human aspect, and just the developments of the different technology and science.
There you go.
So if you're not familiar with me, I'm Sarah Matthews. I'm also an astrophotographer like many of you, and I mostly focus on capturing deep space objects and the moon, but I love all different types. But like I said, today, we're not going to be talking about me. We're going to be talking about all of us, the history of astrophotography that we love so much. I mean, it's pretty amazing that our ancestors were doing very similar things that we are doing now. Okay, so this dates back pretty far. We're going to talk a little bit about just the earliest astronomical records that we have. And of course, we can't confirm whether or not they are actually astronomical in nature, but these markings of different astronomical objects kind of do suggest that our earliest ancestors were at least trying to, use astronomy to timekeep, for example. So we have this item here, which is this is a stone with engravings on it from the Blombos cave in South Africa. And what we think these engravings might be is a lunar calendar. So we're trying to figure out, like, okay, well, the moon rises, how many other days in between? And then they were just trying to figure out basically like how many in their corresponding year that they had, which is a whole other history in and of itself. But it's pretty fascinating that we were using astronomy for timekeeping, or at least that's what we think here. And then if you guys are familiar with those cave drawings that they found in France, these are from 17,000 BCE. And what we think these dots here are in the red box are the Pleiades. So this kind of starts to suggest that, while our ancestors at this time were mostly hunter-gatherers, as kind of indicated by this beautiful cow, majestic cow, really. I think it's actually maybe what we now call a Taurus, but it's fine. But we were starting to use the Pleiades, for example, to not only tell us about the time, but also to help us navigate, to kind of help us determine when the best times to hunt certain animals were. So that's pretty cool. I mean, there are, I think, 6 dots here, not 7, but nevertheless, I mean, the fact that they didn't have optics like we do now is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, 17,000 years ago,
that's amazing. That's crazy.
It's a bit of time. Yeah, it's really cool.
Seems like yesterday.
Yeah.
It does.
It's like a little bit of time.
Right, blink of an eye, guys.
Right.
So moving a little bit further or closer into our day and age, but it's still very far back. I won't go through all of these different examples, but this one in particular that you're seeing on the screen is called the Nebra sky disk from 1600 BCE. So it's a little bit closer to us in time period, but it's basically kind of like the first real object that we have that indicates all of what was really important in the sky for our ancestors. I mean, of course, new things are always coming about. We're learning more things, but we have the summer solstice, we have the sunrise or the sunset, we have north, we have the south, we have the crescent moon. We're not totally sure if that round object is the sun or a full moon, but we also do have the Pleiades once again, kind of in that in between the sun/moon area.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool that the Pleiades keep coming up, because it is one of those objects we can see with the naked eye. So we'll talk a little bit more about applications of astronomy. Astronomy was really cool because not only was it spiritual and religious in nature, but it also gave us, predictive measures because of the mathematics behind it. So we were able to, use those predictive capabilities to plan the flooding of the Nile River, for example, in Egypt, which is fundamental for the harvest to come. So on the left, what you're seeing is a modern day calendar that the Egyptians would have used to track the flooding. So it would use the heliacal rising of Sirius. So the inundation here at the top left, you can kind of see the floods. And this is one you can actually recreate. It's not the real one, but just to kind of give you an idea. And then we also have a Chinese star chart, which is really cool. It's kind of like a compass. And these would help to predict the monsoon seasons, which again, of course, ties directly to agricultural planning, which was fundamental to our ancestors and the whole revolution that we had with hunter-gatherer to agriculture, which happened at different time points in different civilizations. But it's still pretty cool how we were trying to figure all that out. And then, of course, the infamous Stonehenge. This was both for burial, but also for other religious and spiritual gatherings. Sometimes I think that's kind of like a blanketed statement, using spiritual and religious reasonings for artifacts, but nevertheless, we do at least have the science of the summer solstice sunset, the summer solstice sunrise, the winter solstice sunset, and the winter solstice sunrise, which is really cool. The accuracy that they were able to just use and create these massive structures. So we obviously really loved looking up at the stars. I mean, it was very important to us. No surprise.
Nah.
No.
Nah.
And then we wanted to also, of course, just like I showed you back in the earliest kind of artifacts, we wanted to show in writing. I mean, or not in writing, but when we started to write down after the prehistoric areas, which is what I was showing you, now we're starting to write. And this is a tablet from Mesopotamia, and this actually shows not only the astronomical predictions, they're not only star charts, but they're astronomical predictions, which definitely had political implications. We were starting to use astronomy not just for agriculture and navigation and timing and spiritual things, but we were also really starting to see astronomy become this political powerhouse in terms of giving us this kind of predictive capacity. So it's really cool. Yeah, you can see that we're starting to write. So kind of moving further on, we'll talk about a little bit the Islamic Golden Age, and this was fundamental for optics, for mathematics, for transcribing Latin from Greek, or from Greek to Latin to back to Latin for us to be able to use in Europe, but I'll get to that in a second. But here we have the Book of Optics by this gentleman here. I'm going to absolutely butcher his name, so hopefully you guys can all read so I don't embarrass myself. But he really helped to transform our understanding of optics, not only just mostly with our eyes, because before then we really didn't actually understand how our eyes worked. So he actually figured that out. And he wrote all of this actually when he was imprisoned in Cairo, which is pretty amazing. So yeah, at that point in time too, we had already seen a lot of trade happen with Asia, Africa, and Europe. So you really saw this knowledge of astronomy and other things start to evolve and spread.
Nice.
So other early scientific discoveries, of course, the Chinese and Japanese astronomers were able to record the supernova of the Great Crab Nebula that we all love today. That was dated back in 1054 AD, which is pretty remarkable. There's another artifact potentially that also depicts a supernova occurring on a rock, or depicted on a rock, but I didn't include that. But it's still amazing that these astronomers were able to not only look at the stars, see how the stars moved, see how the planets moved, but then when anything was different, they were like, okay, pattern recognition, something deviated. And what they were seeing is basically this, which is really, really amazing. So kind of moving into, we've talked a little bit about optics, but we're going to fast forward a little bit. So while we have focused mostly, we're going to focus mostly on European and modern American history, but I would like to reemphasize that cultures and civilizations worldwide have really made and continue to make just absolutely remarkable contributions to science and technology. The revival of classical knowledge through the Arabic mathematics and translations of Greek texts to Latin, for instance, they really did play a vital role in shaping the Renaissance and fueling the scientific revolution. And so on that note, by the 1600s, as Europe recovered from the devastation of the Black Plague, innovation absolutely flourished, which was cool. Maritime trade expanded, global connections, and advanced navigation, but she also had a lot of new discoveries that were challenging old beliefs. So against this backdrop, in 1608, in the Dutch city of Middelburg, something really revolutionary happened. Hans Lippershey, he was a spectacle maker, and he filed a patent for a device that could make distant objects appear closer. So then within months, word of this invention spread across Europe, and then we have the telescope, but it wasn't actually used for astronomy at first. Enter Galileo Galilei, the real, homie, in 1609, and the OG, yeah.
The OG astronomer.
The OG astronomer in 1609, just a year after that patent. I mean, he was really stoked about hearing this invention. So he couldn't see the patent because it was protected, but he basically reverse engineered it based off of all of what he heard. And then he figured out how it worked and made it better. So that's kind of like what you're seeing here. This is a very simple, one lens refractor. And that just absolutely changed the foundations of human understanding, because he didn't use this for war or for, spotting enemies across the vast seas. He pointed it at the sky. So he saw a lot of different things. He saw the different mountain ranges on the moon, different craters. He was the first to see the moons of Jupiter, which is, of course, why we call them the Galilean moons. He was the first to see that Venus had phases like our own moon. And that was actually the proof that not everything actually orbited Earth, because up until that point, most of Europe believed that the Earth was the center of everything. Although the Greeks did make mention that potentially that it wasn't the case way back when, but up in, antiquity is its own thing, but we basically believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, or whatever we thought was. And of course, Galileo was like, no, actually, it's not. And so at this point, our mathematics was not totally to the place where we needed it to be, but this certainly helped mathematics to get a little bit further, which we'll get to in a little bit, where it helped physics and our understanding of astrophysics expand even further. So just imagine being Galileo and seeing all this for the first time, because, and then just going to the church and being like, hey, this is actually wrong. We owe a great deal to him.
Yeah, and he was labeled a heretic.
Yep.
Yes, yeah,
Yes, he
absolutely.
was.
So, yes, he was. So it's good to be open to new ideas, and he was very brave. And he also laid the foundation for Newton, because before then, like I said, a lot of other types of sciences like chemistry, biology, those sciences kind of didn't develop as quickly as astronomy did, because for one, they didn't have the predictive mathematics behind it. And, when an entire world is able to work on the mathematics, because everybody can see it and there's a huge social care for it, it grows more. So once we have the telescope and we're pointing things up at the sky, we're pointing it up at the sky, our mathematics evolved a lot. That's where we got calculus from. So we started to look at things from this larger three-dimensional plane. Newton, for example, was the inventor of calculus to the extent that we know. And he also developed the Newtonian telescope design, which helped to at least eradicate the issues that we saw with refractors or single lens refractors with chromatic aberration, which was really annoying. And he did this when he was 26 years old, and it was 1668, so it was about 50 years or so after Galileo, but it's still pretty remarkable.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I bet that was hard to collimate.
Yeah, no kidding. Right, yeah.
That's your single
right.
collimation screw in the back.
Yeah. Well, and when you think about just trying to get all the materials, like the mirrors and just there's so many other things had to go right. I mean, we had to have access to being able to grind these mirrors. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Even Tom's wondering, is that a go-to mount?
It absolutely is. Yes, it is. It's the new AM7.
There you go.
There you go. The AM7.
So they went with a little bit of a different design there. It's more like kind of, Atlas with the world, and it's just, it's a little bit cooler. So
sweet.
So retro.
Yeah. So retro. Yeah. That's the theme of this. Okay. So moving ahead a little bit, we'll talk a little bit about the evolution of telescopes in the kind of later time periods of the 1700s to the mid 1800s. So we have in Germany, the Herschel family. I'm sure many of you have heard of them, William Herschel, Caroline Herschel, and then later their son, John Herschel. They were really into building very large telescopes. And it was William Herschel that actually discovered Uranus, which was amazing because that really expanded our entire view of the solar system and the depths of our solar system. And then in Ireland, we had William Parsons, who built this massive telescope. It's called the Leviathan of Parsonstown. If any of you are familiar, it's a 72-inch reflecting telescope that was not surpassed for 75 years. So that's pretty cool.
Wow.
And that's a pretty amazing PR,
Sure. Absolutely.
But these really weren't just technological achievements. They really represented a fundamental shift in how humans viewed the cosmos. Their universe wasn't just this, it was no longer just a ceiling of lights above us. It was this vast space we could actually explore, since we had the right tools. And so by the mid 1800s, astronomy was a really serious pursuit, but there was still a problem. Everything that astronomers saw were, they only could see by their own eye. And then if they wanted to share, they had to draw something by hand. So complex nebulae, star clusters, planet details, they were all very subjected to human error and interpretation. So we really needed a way to capture these, we really needed to find a way to capture what these telescopes were showing us. And so fortunately, another revolution was about to begin. So while telescope makers were perfecting their mirrors and lenses, a parallel revolution was brewing in chemistry. So like I said, astronomy was really like this big powerhouse of a science before all the other sciences. But then, physics was able to expand more, chemistry as well. And so in the Industrial Revolution, we weren't just seeing steam engines and factories and electricity. It was also transforming the chemicals that we're going to be using for light-sensitive materials. And so in 1814, a French inventor, I'm not going to pronounce his name because it's not going to sound good, began experimenting with ways to capture light. And his motivation actually wasn't astronomical. He wanted to create images for printing. But his work really would change astronomy forever, because in 1822, the individual down below, his first name I forget, but I can never pronounce his name either. Daguerre. I'm sure Daguerre. Thank you. He managed to fix an image on a metal plate coated in butamin. So that's pretty cool.
Nice.
So he. Oh, right, hold on. Oh yeah, and Daguerre was actually. Wait, how did you pronounce it? I forgot.
It's a Daguerre.
Daguerre, yes, thank you. But Daguerre was not a scientist or an astronomer. He was actually really into building dioramas for entertainment. He was a theatrical scene painter of all things, but he noticed what was going on in the sphere and was like, "Yo, I'm gonna create something. I'm gonna expound on this photography science that's going on." And so, totally by accident, as legend would have it, is that he accidentally broke a mercury thermometer actually over a Daguerre. And apparently when you heat it up to 75 degrees Celsius, you can actually see a faint image appear, which is really cool. And so what he decided to do, also by legend, is that he decided to take a picture of the moon in 1839, but apparently his workshop burned down, so we were never able to see this metal plate of the moonlight that apparently he took. But it's okay, because in the next year, in 1840, this is actually not the image from 1840, it's from 1842, but in 1840, John William Draper, a very wealthy businessman, decided to also photograph the moon. And so this is actually from 1842, and it's the oldest surviving image that we have of the moon in this capacity, which is pretty cool. But this type of photography was very expensive, and it was, every image was unique. You couldn't make copies without taking other photographs. And so then Frederick Scott Archer in 1851 came along, and he solved this problem, but also created more. He basically made it cheaper, but it was still difficult because you were developing these images in a wet environment. So you had to, basically bring your darkroom equipment up to a mountainside. It was just a mountainside observatory, and it was just not fun. But in 1871, with Richard Maddox, he actually developed the dry plate process. And this is going to help us actually be able to take long exposures because it became practical. So deep sky objects that were way too faint before were actually going to be able to be photographed. But that also, in combination with clocks and mounts, I don't know where my picture is, but mount drive mounts were using clock drives to be able to track the stars more accurately. Of course, you did still need to hand guide them. We had to hand guide for a really long time still, but the fact that we were integrating different types of technology into technology we're using for astronomy is pretty amazing. Okay, so here is the first ever image of the Orion Nebula taken by the great Henry Draper, the son of the gentleman I was saying before. This is from 1880. Took this from New York, and he was using a very large Alvin Clark telescope refractor. And this was, the first real image that we were able to see of something that, we could see with the naked eye, but this showed dust lanes. It showed that really bright core of the trapezium stars, which is really cool. Nice. And I think it really did demonstrate just the potential of astrophotography. I mean, imagine never ever seeing a nebula before, and then just seeing this. It would have just been mind blowing.
That's awesome.
And then
this shows you how not to blow the core out.
It does. No, it really does. It shows you why HDR is important, because there's so much there, and he,
and
I don't
you
know,
might
ahead
want
of
to
his
take
time.
flats too.
There's a little bit of a dust mode or something there, but
dust mode there.
I think he was just trying to be humble. He's like, I'll add that. But yeah, so this is a really cool story because I'm sure as many of you guys can guess, this is the Andromeda Galaxy. But back then, during the time it was taken by Isaac Roberts in 1887, this was actually called the Andromeda Nebula because we didn't even know that other galaxies existed. So at that point in time, our perspective was just, okay, it's our galaxy. I don't know if there's anything else. So that was just another nebula with a really large core. And so this was the first time we ever saw this great spiral structure. And it was hinting that maybe these nebulae might actually be entire galaxies, but it's going to take decades more to prove that. So pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And then are we good on time? Sorry.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're fine.
Okay, so the earliest 20th century, we have more observatories. We have a lot more money coming in from really wealthy individuals, but also from nation states, which is cool. We built Mount Wilson Observatory, which had both a 60-inch and a 100-inch telescope or telescopes that were actually designed for photography. And they were really representing that we were putting a lot more emphasis towards astronomy and photographing the night sky and learning our place in the universe. While simultaneously, Einstein's theories of relativity were becoming more and more popular. So again, our place in the universe, our understanding of our place in the universe and the mechanics in which we live in were also changing. I mean, before that, we were really focused on Newtonian physics, but now we're basically, okay, we have all these new types of physics, or we're on the precipice of quantum physics, basically. But our understanding of space-time was absolutely amazing. So we also had Edwin Hubble. Of course, I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard of him with the Hubble telescope. He was using the Mount Wilson's telescopes I talked about earlier, and he was actually the individual who did prove that Andromeda and the other spiral nebulae that they had discovered before then were actually distant galaxies. So in the 1900s, that's when we actually finally learned that we have other galaxies, which is really crazy to think about.
That is amazing. Yep.
So yeah, move into the space race era. Of course, this is following two massive world wars and a burst of innovation and just global connection. Commerce was all over the place. And then we, of course, have the space race with the US and the Soviets in the 1950s and 60s, which really did bring unprecedented resources to astronomy. When Sputnik launched in 1957, it wasn't just the start of the space age. It really did spark this revolution in how we approach the cosmos. We had our first satellite images of Earth, which we had never ever seen Earth before. And we also were landing on the moon, which is incredible. But equally, I think as cool is the whole amateur revolution. So we have a monk named John Dobson. In the 1950s, Dobson began building telescopes from surplus porthole glass and construction tubes and simple wooden mounts. So his design, now lovingly known as the Dobsonian telescope, really stripped away all that complexity in favor of simplicity and affordability. But Dobson he didn't just design telescopes, he really took that to the streets. So he started the Sidewalk Astronomers movement, which was founded in 1967. And it was started with this whole radical idea that astronomy should be for everyone. And so he would set up his telescope on street corners, inviting, passerbyers to look at the moon, planets, and deep sky objects, which you could imagine that during this time, everyone was getting really excited about the moon landing, etc. So that's really cool because at that point, astronomy was not accessible to most people. And so this whole grassroots movement really did coincide perfectly with everything that was happening and really set the stage for basically everything that we do today as amateurs. So kind of meanwhile, while all that's happening, professional astronomy was also being transformed by other new technology, the development of photographic emulsions that were sensitive to different types of wavelengths of light allowed astronomers to study the universe in new ways, which is pretty amazing. Eventually, we'll be able to use that in our amateur astronomy with narrowband filters, etc. We had Eastman Kodak working with major observatories, developing specialized astronomical plates. And then we also had the famous polymer sky survey of the 1950s that used these plates to photograph the entire northern sky, which was like the backbone or for reference for astronomers that we still use today. And then, of course, we have more to thank NASA for, and that is for the CCD. So the space race brought the revolution because of electronic imaging, because NASA needed better ways to capture images from space, because we kind of talked about that before with being able to image the moon, the Earth. So their requirements really drove the development of the new sensor technologies, the charged coupled device, or the loving CCD. And when they first appeared in amateur astronomy in the 1980s, they were, of course, very expensive and primitive by today's standards. I'm sure some of you may remember, but they could do something remarkable, and they could detect far more light than photographic film could ever. So in the 1980s, of course, we had the early CCD cameras, and they were being installed in professional observatories, kind of in a little bit of the amateur field, but not really yet, unless you had incredible means. We had these early electronic detectors, though very expensive and complex. They did show the potential of digital astronomy. And then we had the kind of first commercial astronomical CCDs kind of towards the end of the decade. And then we also had early computer control systems for telescopes, because we had this big expansion of computational power. It was becoming more accessible to most, to consumers, not just the professionals or the military. So computing was becoming huge. In the 1990s, we have SBIG cameras. That was really cool with CCD cameras. We have more and more computerized telescope mounts, although a lot of people still used hand tracking, of course. And it did help at least be able to, do the things that we're doing now. And we did start to see Photoshop, for example, on the horizon, or I guess did come, in the mid 1990s, which is pretty cool. So we did have new tools to enhance our images. In the 2000s, DSLR astrophotography, I think many of us know that it just absolutely revolutionized things. It was a more affordable price point than we had ever seen before. And then modern CCD cameras got even better. We saw cooling systems that were reducing noise for long exposures, and the price point also fell. And then the mount technology improved significantly with better tracking, accuracy, and reliability. And then, of course, we have the CMOS sensors that we use today. We started to see them in mirrorless cameras, and then, of course, adopted into dedicated astronomy cameras. CCDs kind of, stayed there, but would soon, of course, go away a little bit. And then the dedicated astronomy cameras overall became a lot more affordable and sophisticated. And then, of course, came the more advanced image processing software and these automation tools, which is really cool. But let's talk, and of course, I'm trying to kind of go like a mile wide and an inch deep here just to kind of cover all this. So
Gotcha.
I want to talk about kind of current and future trends. So on the left, we have AI image processing that we're experiencing. We're experiencing kind of price-friendly-ish options. That price point is starting to get lower and lower. That feedback loop between taking a picture and seeing the image is much, much smaller than it ever was, and it's going to continue to get smaller. We have affordable remote imaging. So with the onset of the Industrial Revolution and modern society with light pollution, we are now at least able to use remote observatories. And hopefully light pollution goes away. That's a whole other topic. But yeah, we do also have better connectivity, fewer cables. We have smart telescopes, for example. And then again, on the right-hand side, this is kind of potential future trends. This is all, of course, conjecture, but with the onset of advanced computational power, more storage, et cetera, we may very easily start to see virtual and augmented reality applications. So you could take an image in real time and then upload it and see it in this, kind of virtual or augmented space. We're going to have better quantum efficiency in our cameras. We'll have faster processing.
Oh, Carlos.
Uh-oh.
You're on way too early. Get out. Let's see. We just lost Sarah.
Whoops.
We're on the same number.
Sarah, if you're on YouTube, just come back in, please.
Were they on the same number?
Yeah, they were, but Carlos isn't on until 4:35. So we still got Trevor. We're about 15 minutes behind, guys. So I apologize about that. Let's see if Okay, so let's we got some dead air here. So apologize about that, Sarah. It looks like another guest booted you off. I apologize about that. So what we're gonna do right now, Sarah, if you come back on, we'll make a little mesh up here. But we're gonna go right to Trevor. And Trevor is here from us. And again, I'm sorry we're running a little bit late, but we're just gonna jump right over to him since he's been waiting in the wings. So let's go right up to him. There we go. Then we got
There he
Trevor.
is.
Let's see, make sure we got audio here. There we go. And we're here. Awesome.
Wow, you just booted Sarah just right in the middle of her talk. Eh?
I know.
It was actually the person after you, and it looks like they're on the same number. And Sarah, I am so sorry. We promise we will have you back on. Everyone said your talk was amazing. One of the best
Yeah,
I
talks.
love the talk.
Unbelievable. So
That's right
again,
up your alley, Eric.
sorry we didn't
Yeah,
get
it
to
is,
see the
totally.
end. I'm so sorry. I guess this happens with live TV. I do apologize about that. Wasn't done intentionally, I swear. But Trevor, welcome again. Thank you for taking some time out from the family again and doing this. This is your second Astropalooza. So appreciate you coming down and hanging out with us. It's great having you, man.
Yeah, of course. It's awesome to be here. Yeah, I was really getting into Sarah's talk because it was starting. She finally got into where I entered the scene. It was the DSLR revolution is when I started, but it's so cool to see the real backstory of astronomy and astrophotography.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And she actually, I don't know if you saw the beginning. She started, at like something like 16,000 or 17,000 BCE.
At the dawn of man.
Yeah, so she started all the way back. So, but it was an awesome talk, Sarah. I feel so bad. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's never happened
I
before.
love that type of. I love ancient history and that type of talk. So please come back. Yeah, when you can, Sarah. So yeah, Trevor, man, it's good to see you back on here again, hanging out with us. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's really it's cool to be here. Am I going to just go to 4:30 just so I can gauge for time here?
No, I'm emailing everybody and saying we're running 15 minutes late. So
I mean, I don't mind if I can be the overlap to get it back on track. That's fine too. I can adjust.
I mean, if you could do that, that's great. I mean, if you want to, I'd appreciate it. I don't want to cut you off either, because we do love having you here. So
I feel like I'm here just to hang out with you guys. I can, I've done so many talks this year to different crowds, different audiences that want to know about the YouTube side of thing. They want to know about gear. They want to know about processing. So I kind of left this open to just pivot into what makes the most sense for the viewers. I do have a slide presentation we can hop into.
Yeah, sure.
It's more of just a talking point than anything. So I'll go over to that.
I like your little toy in the background.
Yeah, I just threw that in there. Speaking about modern technology, right?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Okay.
Dan's calling
Screen
Trevor
sharing.
the godfather of Astro.
Too kind.
I got a telescope that you can't refuse to use.
Can you guys see this okay?
Yep, I'm just getting you in a big screen here so we can see everything. But yeah, go right ahead.
All right. So just for anyone that doesn't know me, I'm sure there's a bunch of you in the crowd. So I'm a backyard astrophotographer. Astro Backyard is the name of my YouTube channel where most people discover what I do. And I started, as I alluded to earlier, in the DSLR revolution, which was around, for me, at the age of 26. I had no photography experience. I just really wanted to get into a cool new hobby. I was a graphic designer at the time, and I started the Astro Backyard blog in 2015. That's a more recent picture of me and Rudy in the backyard where I spend a lot of time. So the YouTube channel, for anyone interested, is when I've got over 300 videos on there about, you can follow my entire journey from the beginning, just figuring things out and kind of learning as I go along and making lots of mistakes. And I know there's so many of you out there that are in this position where I don't know what stage you're in, but you're at, I feel I've reached not a plateau, but I peaked at a certain part, and now I'm just kind of wandering around deciding what to do next. But there's so much to learn in the hobby of astrophotography, whether it's choosing your telescope or learning how to use a new software. It's quite a ride.
Nice.
So me as a person itself, like I feel like I'm kind of a host of a show on YouTube, but me personally, I'm a diehard astrophotographer. I just love it. I wouldn't be able to put in the amount of time that I do if I didn't absolutely love astrophotography. So it's not for everyone, but those cold nights in the backyard and setting up with frozen fingers, I love every bit of it. So how I got hooked in the early days was putting my little point and shoot camera up to the eyepiece of a Dobsonian telescope and getting that little purple glow of the Orion Nebula that you can see there in 2010. That's when I started. Compare that to a more recent version of Orion, and
Wow.
it's really come such a long way. But it was that little glow of Orion that really got me hooked and making me want to just dive in further and just capture more, reveal more, and educate myself on the art of astrophotography. That's my first telescope there, the Dobsonian, a little 4.5 inch with our dog Leo for scale, who's since passed. But I was having fun capturing the moon and Jupiter and the Orion Nebula, even though that telescope really wasn't meant for astrophotography, no tracking or anything, just a total manual telescope. These days I'm a big refractor guy. I love refractor telescopes of all sizes. I have explored with SCTs and Newtonians as well. I've never used a matte cast, so there are some types I haven't used, but I'm seriously drawn to refractor telescopes. They're like big camera lenses. They're crisp, usually wider focal lengths. They're really suited for the types of projects that I like to take on most. So my typical experience in the backyard, you can see it on the right there. That's actually during a total lunar eclipse. So that orb kind of near the middle is moon. Rudy's out there with me, and I usually use the ASI Air, super popular Wi-Fi controller. So it's a totally different experience than the old DSLR days when I was actually shooting either on the back of the camera or with an intervalometer or something like that. It's really come a long way. So why astrophotography? It's funny to see how we've kind of stumbled on this really niche or sub niche of a hobby, and I think everyone has their own reason why they fall into it. For me, it's about sharing the images with other people. The average person doesn't even realize really what's up there and what's possible with amateur equipment and what you can capture. You just see their eyes light up when you show them a picture of a galaxy or a nebula. That never gets old. And then for me, I just have a deep appreciation for the natural world, whether it's animals and birds or weather and nature. All of that is just so exciting to me. So this is just another excuse to go on camping trips and be outside and spend nights under the stars. I love all of those things as well. And there's always something new to explore. You would think, I've been in the game for 14 years now. I must have seen it all, but there's always something new to explore, a new project to take on, or a new challenge as an astrophotographer, whether it's to, just create a better picture than you ever have before, or, be noticed for your work, winning an image competition. There's so many ways to challenge yourself and expand on the hobby. So it really is there's an endless supply of ways to enjoy it. The two of the coin, of course, for people getting started, you can figure out one side of it where, okay, I've got the equipment, I understand tracking and auto guiding, and I've got a good camera and my image scale is great. But of course, you have to process the pictures afterwards, which for some people, they might be better at that aspect than the acquisition. I like to think I'm semi good at both sides of it. I do enjoy image processing. I know others have a real hard time with it. But there's so many ways to go about it these days. But again, it's early on, it's kind of a shock to see the starting point of a picture versus the end. You can see in that 4 sections there of the starting point, it just looks like a couple of dots. But that NGC 7822 was hiding in there. That picture on the left, I love that picture, and I've seen other people use it without credit because it's just such a cool astronomy picture. No, that's okay. My pictures are free for anyone to just go out there. I don't police that. But that's the Texas Star Party, which is incredible Bortle 1 skies, and it was just such a memorable night. That's another thing I love too. You see these pictures and you're brought back to the experience and the conversation, and like I can feel the warm air of a May night in Texas.
Sweet.
So going back to the cameras used and the process, the starting point versus the final image is such a shock to see, and I think it's pretty exciting for people, the beginners that take kind of an underwhelming picture, to realize it's like, no, there's nothing wrong with your equipment. There's nothing wrong with the tools you're using. You just need to learn more to get the most out of it. So on the left is a super recent example. I had a real hard time processing the Ghost of Cassiopeia yesterday. I spent like 7 hours on that thing, just staring at it. And I put it out there on Instagram. I was like, kudos to anyone that's processed the Ghost of Cassiopeia, because that is a tough target. I thought the witch head was hard. This one was crazy. That bright star there, Navi, I'm still not happy with it. And versus the top, which is straight out of the camera, it's just like two totally different looking images. So much fun. And all about the stacking. It's all about putting in the as much time as you can for a better image. You can never, I mean, to a point, but in general, you can never have enough image data to play with. You're gonna reap those rewards in the editing stages afterward. So on the left there, that's again a pretty recent one from home. 7 hours is pretty good for me. I don't have the best sky conditions here, light polluted and often cloudy. So to get 7 hours means it's multiple nights, and that's a pretty good total integration for me. And the same can be said whether for a wide field photo of the Milky Way. That was a recent one from this summer in Australia, and it's only 43 minutes, but it was under Bortle 3 skies. So yeah, there's a lot to it, but more exposure time is the name of the game in general. I think most people are aware of that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
And just to go back to the dark sky portion, so 3 hours under a Bortle 3 is probably better than 10 hours from a Bortle 7. It's there's an actual like a loose calculation to figure out what you need to compensate for that. But for those that are lucky enough to shoot or live in a dark sky area, you're going to take a lot better photos than you would from a light polluted spot. You don't need as much exposure time to reveal the really faint stuff. But ideally, you do the best of both worlds. Lots of exposure time from a dark sky site. And that's why, remote observatories like one I recently visited in Texas, Starfront, is so popular and such an attractive option for people, because you really are spoiled with lots of clear nights under dark sky.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm sending a rig down there myself. So
are you really? Yeah, it's more and more people I talk to either have a rig there or are thinking about it or are sending one down.
Cheater.
Yeah, it's.
Cheater.
Yeah, oh man,
live on Long Island, man.
I've never regretted a portion of a video more than that little joke, because I just to this day, it's brought up daily. Yeah,
wow.
Whatever it is. Yeah,
I'm sorry to
thrown back in
contribute
my
to
face.
that. Then.
Oh yeah, no, it's what I deserve every minute of it. I chose to put that little dig joke in there. But yeah, and the reason I hope came across was like, I'm the old school idiot out there freezing my hands off in the winter. Like,
yep.
That's the alternative, but that's what I like. And I don't expect other people to be that way, but that's how I like my astrophotography.
I thought
okay,
it was
good.
funny.
Yeah, we all thought it was funny. We knew where it was going.
Guys.
Yeah, totally.
Thanks, guys.
I'm like you, Trevor. I like to have it in my backyard.
Awesome. Yeah, no, for sure. I know, Dan, you're close to in this map, or you are, but this is a light pollution map of what I'm in. So around Niagara Falls, there, it's just a white zone. I'm on the edge of town, closer to the red and yellow, but still, I deal with a lot of light pollution at home, which makes things more challenging. But today's filters help with that, and planning, and there's a lot you can do to get around it. Really cool. Little experiment. I asked people on my Facebook page to send me a picture of the Orion Nebula or the Orion constellation from wherever they were, and we got examples from a Bortle 8 to a Bortle 1, and it's relatively the same exposure time and the same framing and everything. I wanted to get a good depiction of it, And it's just crazy to see how many more stars you see in like Bortle 3 and below. It's really not fair. That 8 is just so sad looking, where it's like you can I guess you can see Orion's belt, but that's about it.
I would be so happy to send you the 9, which is where I'm at. So if you want to add a 9 in there, I'll be more than happy to send you one.
It's just a white square. Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that 3 one. Look at that 1 to 3.
Yeah, I see it.
Is that you, Eric?
That's where he's moving to.
That's where I'm moving to.
Eric.
Yeah, I thought it was a 4
I
too.
actually checked it. It's the 3.
Okay.
Screw you.
Sure.
That is so exciting. I love when you look at a light pollution map when deciding on your next home. That's how I do too.
That's what I'm doing.
That's what I so did.
Just as a quick example of a light pollution filter with and without, you don't normally take these wide angle shots with a light pollution filter, but they do help. We don't need to get into planning here, but everyone seems to be interested in this one. Stellarium with a custom backdrop is the ultimate planning situation. I love it. You can fast forward in time to see when a certain object will clear a tree, where the moon will be, and I just can't imagine going about a deep sky project without using Stellarium with a custom in it, which it's a very easy process. You take this panoramic shot with your phone and just upload it into the software. Really, really cool.
I love you got the doggy in there too.
Yeah, I had to in there. Everyone notices that. Yeah. Social media sharing. This is, I can't believe where we're at with this, but it's like a whole new world out there. The number of astrophotographers on social media, whether it's Instagram or TikTok or YouTube, so many amazing YouTube channels these days. But I see so many talented photographers out there that are, maybe underappreciated because the algorithm doesn't just reward the best photographers. It's kind of this game we're playing of I'm not going to say clickbait, but like you almost have to play that game to get noticed, and how far you're willing to take that is up to you. But they really are vanity metrics. If you're a true astrophotographer that loves the game, don't get too focused on the number of likes you get or how well a video does. I've been guilty of that myself, but I always include this slide to just warn you, just don't get too caught up in that, because it's really not what it's about. It's your own personal enjoyment. Absolutely. But if you are sharing images online, there's a few little tricks you can do in terms of presentation. So format and frame the image based on where it's going. So for me, when I do these YouTube video reveals, it's a very widescreen 4K format, in this case for the horse head, versus an Instagram post that you want to be vertical because people are looking at it on their phones. You want more of that scroll time to be on screen. So you wouldn't want to do a really horizontal long panoramic image on Instagram because it would just be so swipeable. So little things like that you can do just to make sure you're putting your best foot forward on social media sharing. Here's just an example of my recent photos. I still upload to Flickr. I just find like it's a good spot to upload a high-res image for me to kind of reference later. But as you can see, a lot of these are formatted in that portrait 4:3 format, because I'm usually sharing them on Facebook and Instagram. So it's not like I prefer portrait shots. I kind of like the horizontal, but I'm just doing that so it's a nice presentation for the platform that they're getting shared on. So something to think about if you haven't done that before. And then lastly, how far will you take astrophotography? This was kind of my peak astro backyard when I had my observatory for a short months before we moved. And I'm happy to say that the Black Dog Observatory now has a new home. We'll be going through that process over the next month. Someone else is taking it in Ontario, so I'm excited that someone else will get to enjoy it. It just wasn't a good fit at our new property, but man, was it fun to have for those 9 months. And yeah, this is kind of where we're at now. So that's our camper at the Cherry Springs Star Party, and that's kind of the be-all end-all for me as an astrophotographer, just to go on that and to share a night under the stars, stay up all night long with a group of with friends while you're all imaging and talking about your shots. To me, that's as good as it gets.
That's awesome.
And I'm just going to make sure my camera is going back on me. I'll stop sharing. Screen sharing. Cool. I'm back.
You weren't
right.
kidding. If you,
Thank you.
I'm going to 4:30, and that's it.
Well, we have a Christmas party tonight that we're going to.
Oh,
I'm on a tight
okay.
schedule.
All right. Well, you
There you
know, before
That time
you
of year.
go, you know, Eric may be going to a Bortle, 3 Sky now.
Three and a half.
Yeah, but he doesn't have one of
cares?
these. So,
God, you know what? Touche. That
just
was
keep that-
fair. That was fair.
You just keep that sitting next to you at all time.
well,
So you
it's
can-
go. I got it as a steal. It was a steal. I literally so I picked it up and it's slowly. I'm putting the Asado on there. I'm doing everything, and I'm gonna be getting that all ready for springtime. So
Love it.
yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah,
It's gonna be awesome. I'm psyched. I'm so excited.
He doesn't have a harmonic mount yet either.
No, but I do have an EQ8R, so I'm okay
No,
with that.
I mean Eric.
Oh,
Doesn't have a
Eric.
harmonic
No,
Oh, yeah, Eric doesn't
no.
have that. But
Yeah. No, I don't. So you know what? Hey, you gotta take the good with the bad, right?
You can always
I'd rather
you can
have
always
your
get new
skies.
gear.
yeah,
You can always
absolutely.
get new
always
gear,
get new
but a
gear,
Bortle
absolutely,
3 is a Bortle 3.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
It's going to be coming out with images.
Right.
Like he's going to come out with 2 or 3 images a night. If
Yeah.
he gets clear
It's gonna
skies,
be ridiculous. It's gonna be crazy.
So
it's going to be
exciting.
awesome.
But
Trev,
yeah.
thank you so much. I know you got plans tonight, so I hope you have fun at your Christmas party. And thank you for accommodating and getting us back on track with time. But I'm telling you, if you do, I know you're a busy guy, but if you want to come on a show on your own and just hang out with us, you're more than welcome to come on. We'd love to have you and just talk Astro, man. It'd be really cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Are you gonna
thanks so
real
much for
quick? Are
having
you
me.
gonna plan on swinging by? Are you gonna come down to Neef this year, or
Neef is not decided yet. I'd say it's 50-50 for Neef.
50. I'll
We're
take
doing
50.
Winter Star Party in the Florida Keys again. We're doing that in January.
Nice.
nice?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Enjoy it.
Nice. I'll think about you when I'm in the Bahamas for my birthday on February 1st. So.
Oh, nice.
so
Very nice.
sweet. All right. Awesome, Trev. Hey, thank you so much for helping us out here, and enjoy your night with your family and friends, and have a great holiday, man. And then I'll probably
Happy holidays.
if I don't see you, Neef, I'm sure I'll see you at Starfest in Ontario again. I'll definitely be
For
coming
sure.
up again for that. So I love going up there and hanging out with you guys. So it's a
The
lot of fun.
best. Awesome. Thanks so much, guys. Happy holidays.
Trev, thanks so
Same
much.
to
You
you.
as well. Take care.
Cheers, guys.
Bye, you
Cheers.
too.
Cheers. Charlie has a question here. Is mono better for light polluted skies?
I would have to
Yes.
say a resounding yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You got to think about it. Now, we got a couple seconds before we go to our next guest, but when you think about it, when you're doing mono, right, and you're shooting through color filters, the R, the G, the B, right? Now, we're not talking the L that lets in all the light in, but the R, the G, and the B, you get an inherent light pollution benefit out of that because you're only allowing 1/3 of the light coming in. So that definitely does help. The luminance is where you get all of your resolution for the most part of it. So you're going to have that, and you may want, I wouldn't be stacking filters. Don't go stacking luminance with an L Pro or whatever. Don't be doing any of that because you are shooting mono. It's going to be fine. I shoot Bortle 9. Dave is like in a 6.7.
7.
Nobody cares where Eric's in anymore. But it's definitely a benefit when you are shooting in Bortle 8, 7, 7 and 9. I would say to just jump into mono, or if you do the color and you want to save a couple bucks, jump into the dual bands and get into your narrow bands really quickly because you're going to be finding out that it's not impossible. You can do it. Trevor has done it. A lot of other people have done it. Shooting OSC from Bortle 8 point whatever, but it's not fun with the gradients, but it's doable. All right. Well, we do have a couple of gifts, and we're gonna, since we're back on track with time, we're gonna actually jump right into Carlos, and we're gonna give away 3 gifts at the end of Carlos's talk, because we're a little bit behind on that because we had some technical difficulties. But let's jump into our friend Carlos, who we haven't seen in 2 years. Let me get him in here.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Let's see. There we go. And let me make sure I got audio on Carlos. I think I heard his hands put together.
Can you get me?
I got
You got
you.
me?
You're loud.
Oh
and
my
clear.
gosh. I am so sorry. I am so sorry, Sarah, and everyone else. So 2 years ago, I came in with like 5 minutes to spare. So I was really kind of late. So this year, I've been prepping for I've been here since the show started. And I was like, okay, I'll jump in 30 minutes early in the green room. Nope. Apparently that wasn't the green room, so I'm so sorry. Please forgive me, Sarah.
You were live.
Dan's fault. He gave you this.
You were live.
It's Dan's fault. He gave
so
you the
sorry.
same number as Sarah.
Well, we were running 15 minutes late, and usually there's time there to kind of do that. But unfortunately, I've been trying to send emails out with timing updates as we go. But it's kind of I kind of got stuck into, I was very interested in what Sarah was saying in her presentation. I didn't send the email out quick enough.
I'm so sorry.
That's right.
Well, thank you for having me here. This is an incredible honor.
It's awesome to see you again. We haven't seen you in 2 years since we did the benefit for you a couple years back. Which is we got to do it again in 2025. I think it's time to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still got that
We
meat
really
I sent you?
appreciate that. Yes, I have the Me, the LX65. The mount's been great. Been using it for a little solar H-alpha scope. It's
awesome.
Amazing for outreach. It even talks to you. It's really fun. So I really appreciate that. And thank you for having me here. This is incredible. Some heavy hitters on this lineup. You guys did an incredible job on this lineup. So I'm really excited to be here. And then there's me, who no one knows who I am. So
that's why we're here, because I got to give Eric props on this one, because Eric is the one that actually discovered your organization and brought you into the fold with us. And
yeah, I mean, hey, he contacted me too, over cloudy nights, and then we just had this nice conversation about what he's doing, and I'm sure, Carlos, you have a presentation that'll go a little bit more in detail about Reach for the Stars. But it's been awesome, and absolutely, we want you back on more than just every couple of years, man. So I'm glad to see that you guys are doing well. But this is all awesome, what we're doing here, what you're doing. I can't wait to hear more about what you guys have been up to.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. If you don't mind, I'll just jump right into it.
Yeah, you got it. Floor is yours.
So, thank you. My name is Carlos Aragon. Hello, everyone. I am here in Tucson, Arizona. We have some wonderful Bortle 3-4 skies here where I'm at on the east side. And I got into astronomy about 5 years ago, completely accidentally. A lot of you might relate with this, but I had been in the military. I went through an incredible 7 years in the military. And then one day I was injured, completely disabled, and I was medically discharged and disabled from the military. So I lost everything, all of a sudden lost everything. And that basically ruined my entire, my entire goals for my career. So that was a huge hit. And one thing led to another. I lost all my savings. I couldn't get a job. I had a shoulder injury. I was terrible. I ended up becoming homeless and living out on the streets. And it was one day when I was at my lowest, contemplating ending everything, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And we decided to go to Walmart. I met my wonderful, who's now my wife, Kira, and we started dating. She has a son named Uriah, and we went to Walmart to get him a birthday gift. And we got a Walmart telescope. Now, I do not at all recommend any type of Walmart telescope. ever. But that little telescope completely changed my life when I looked through it and pointed it at the brightest thing in the sky in the winter, which happened to be Jupiter. And when I looked through that eyepiece, it was the most incredible view I'd ever seen. I could see some cloud bands. It was quite blurry, and I was trying to figure out how to focus the dang thing. But oh my gosh, I didn't really realize what was happening, that this little toy telescope was transporting me through time and space to be able to see a planet out in the cosmos like that. It was enchanting. It was almost overwhelming. And I had this amazing feeling of joy pass over me. And it lasted for hours for the rest of the night. And when I went back inside to my wife, she saw this big smile on my face. And she's like, whatever you're doing, you need to keep doing that. And so the next week we went online on the classifieds and found an 8-inch Orion. And that was it. That was it for me. My life completely changed. All of my stress, anxiety, symptoms of PTSD, all these things just kind of dissipated. And that's how I got into astronomy. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen here.
Sure.
Let's go to present, full screen, present. Okay, so when we got that 8-inch Orion XT8 Dobsonian telescope, we started setting it up at parking lots around Safeway, and it was a big hit. A lot of people were interested. So, even some people, especially the elderly, they were being brought to tears when they saw the moon or Saturn's rings or Orion, and it was so incredible. And this was right at the time when COVID was starting, and what they call the epidemic of loneliness was starting. And so we thought, you know what? Let's create a mission out of this. Let's create a nonprofit using astronomy to help people in their time of need, especially with mental health and wellness issues. So we created a nonprofit at home with just my wife and I called Reach for the Stars. And it's basically a mission that uses the, powerful and transformative astronomy and STEAM, so science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, to promote mental health and wellness among children, youth, and the community. So that's the whole mission around Reach for the Stars. And the way we do that is using mind-blowing experiences, trying to get the best views of the cosmos that we can, whether it's visual, through astrophotography, EAA, live stacking, everything that we can do to make that moment when someone looks through their telescope for the first time, the most awe-inspiring, memorable moment that we can give them. And that is proven to be transformative. And apparently we're one of the few, or we don't know of another organization that's doing this to use astronomy to help people with their mental health. And I know this is an astrophotography channel, but I just wanted to mention that this is something that I think a lot of people use, whether they know it or not. Astronomy as a coping mechanism, a sense of relief, to cope when you had a hard day. Go out, be under the stars, get out in nature, look at something incredibly beautiful, and understand that it's so far away, and how small we are, yet how connected we are to the universe and the stars, and the elements that are made in stars are the same top 4 ingredients that are made in our bodies. It's just incredible. And when you bring that to someone's life, when they're having a difficult time, it can be very transformative. So that's what we're doing. We use the awe effect, and we explore the universe to inspire and heal those in it. So it's really fun. We have 4 programs. We give telescopes away to kids every month. We get Celestron first scopes if we don't have any donations coming in of old telescopes people give us. We give them a package with a planisphere, some filters, some eyepieces. We kind of create a custom kit every month, and then we select a child or a family in need to give it to. And then our second program is we specialize in stargazing events. So going outside with big telescopes, good equipment, a an OLED TV connected to a 2600 MC Pro on an Esprit 80 triplet APO with some Optolong L Ultimate, L Enhanced filters, and giving live views of the cosmos to try and give them every type of way that we can impact their life through those stargazing events. And they're completely free of charge. We host 2 every month now. And then we have the third program, which is the Beyond the Stars Youth Camp, where we have youth come to our house. Again, this is all out of our home, so we're very, very small. But we have youth come, we have them do science, STEM experiments, launch water rockets, and then go out, look at the sun, come back inside and paint the sun or sculpt it, all types of things to bring that awe and inspiration to youth. And then finally, we have a mobile program where we are hired by companies and organizations to go out and host an event at their location. I don't want to get into their accomplishments. I did want to announce that because we are out of our home, the only thing limiting us is the 4 walls of our house, how small we are, and how big of a need there is in the city, and how many children. There's 1 counselor for every 600 youth. Not enough. So we wanted to create a facility, a concept design that is probably years down the road and very expensive, but we brought an engineer, created Stargate. This is our community observatory concept design, just to show people what our vision is for the future. A large roll-off roof observatory with an outdoor event space, remote telescope, a solar telescope, a visual telescope, and then a EAA telescope. So 4 piers, and then planetarium underneath the sky deck. And so I just wanted to show you that. We've been working on what the future holds. So these are some of the youth that we work with. That's my wife and I on the sides. This is in our backyard with some telescopes that we are showing the sun with before it gets dark. And then our stargazing events. It's just really fun. It's an absolute blast. And for the last 4 years, my wife and I, we don't get, we haven't paid. The board is now putting together a stipend for us, but this is just a passion project, and it's a nonprofit that's really, really special to us. And so if you're in Tucson or anywhere near Tucson and you know how to run a telescope, please contact me, because we only have like 1 or 2 astronomers that come to our events and help us out. And we definitely need the help. But I want to get into astrophotography with the time we have left. This is Sarah. She's a high school intern. We bring in interns from schools, and we get to basically do their senior exit project with them. And luckily, someone donated us an ASI Air. And that has allowed us to do all types of stuff with the other equipment we've been donated. And as you can see here, this was the picture she took for her senior exit project on light pollution, which is really cool. And I think she did great, and she got a very, very good grade on that. But I want to talk about astrophotography. This is my very first image ever. Probably, I think it was with the cell phone up against the eyepiece. We've all had this picture taken, right? I'm not the only one.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah. Pretty terrible. But this is the Orion. Yep.
That's better than Trevor's. That's better than Trevor's.
All right. I got something. Oh, that gives me hope. But that was 4 years ago. And today, I, have a pretty cool system that just runs. Today, I actually just finished this next picture a couple weeks ago. Now, this might be pretty wild and not very appeasing to a lot of people, but having the core not blown out for 30 hours of data on a mono camera, this was my hardest project so far. And the Pixinsight process, ArcSine stretch, that's what got me past that barrier to get that core, some of the details in the core, not all. But my hardest thing that I'm working on right now is colors. It's getting decent colors. So I just wanted to run through some of the other images that we've taken and the telescopes that we're using. For high magnification, we have a Edge HD 8. For medium field, we have the Spree 80. And then for wide field, we have the Red Cat. Now these are not three different systems all at once. This is the whole camera or the whole imaging train switched to each telescope each time. So that's what we're doing. And this is let me move over here. I don't know if the colors are coming in right. I have two different monitors, and one of them is terrible and the other one is decent. So one of the monitors looks really bad color-wise. But yeah, here's some of the images we've captured in the last couple years. And I hope some of you can give me some feedback, say yay or nay.
Great.
But thank you. But yeah, so we're trying to get these pictures. This purple version was last year's Cosmic Dragon, one of my favorite objects in Cygnus. And then this was this year's image. So we're getting better, especially with the tools in Pixinsight. I went from Adobe Photoshop and just could not get over that learning curve to Pixinsight. And that has changed a lot of things. So you can see, again, last year's California versus this year's California nebula. So it's really, really cool what you can do just from the confines of your home. And I wanted to talk about the system, the ASI Air. So I was having a hard time getting, pulling the telescope out every single night and then setting it up, connecting polar alignment. That was all so frustrating. So I went on cloudy nights and asked a question, and I got the answer of putting a concrete anchor bolt, an eye bolt, right in the center underneath your tripod spreader, and then using a ratchet strap to lock it and secure it down. Then when you do that, you can easily get I think it's a Telegizmos 365 telescope cover. Yep. Oh my gosh, that has been a game changer. I've used it for the last 3.5 years. Every single night, my telescope's been outside, secure with cameras on it, and even some locks on the ratcheting strap. But I just walk outside, pull the cover off, turn the two switches on, one for the mount, one for the ASI Air, and boom, walk back inside and we're off to the races.
That's what I do.
And yeah, so the barrier was the Wi-Fi signal. It's 250 feet to the backyard to my couch where the TV is, and that was the most important thing for me. So I wanted to figure out how to use that Ethernet cable to really change the game. So I did, and I got a 300-foot Ethernet cable running along the roof, down in the backyard, buried in the ground. And so as soon as I flipped that ASI Air switch on, 30 seconds later, as long as I'm connected to anywhere in my house's Wi-Fi, I'm connected to that ASI Air. So it's so simple. And over time, if you don't have a setup like this, you will build the most efficient setup for you. And the system you use the most and the one that's most efficient and easy to use is your favorite. So it is a dream come true. I do want to go back to this image of the comet. This is the Atlas comet that was recent. Adam Block was kind enough to point out how terrible I did on my processing skills, that this is a mismatched, a frame that's not supposed to be there. I was like, oh my gosh, look at this awesome, like a forward protruding, barrier that that the jets might be exploding. He's like, no, that's a mismatched frame. You need to fix that. I was like, oh gosh, okay. So thanks, Adam. Shout out to him. He's incredible. But yeah, so it's really fun. The Cygnus wall, the veil, the dolphin. It's just incredible, and I'm getting decent. I'm getting happier with the results, and I'm starting to do more videos and things. So definitely look us up sometime and check it out. We have a lot of fun. Not only with helping youth, but the stargazing events, man, we're trying to make the most incredible stargazing star parties there are. And if you're interested in coming and helping out with that, that would be awesome. But now, how do I stop sharing? Press stop sharing. Get back here. There we are.
There you go.
There you go.
All right. So yeah, reach for the stars. Check us out sometime. We do a lot of cool stuff, and I appreciate you guys having me on so much. I wanted to show you guys this telescope behind me. A lot of you might know it, a lot of you might not. It is a 7-inch Meade 178 ED APO. It's kind of a very old school telescope, and apparently it's one of the worst APOs ever built because of the lens cell assembly. So the reason I bring this up is because we get donations from people who have telescopes in their closet, don't use them, or people like Dave and other people who send us equipment to use in our programs or to give away to families in need. Someone sent us this, and it was all messed up and has a lot of refurbishment that needs to be done. So basically what I do is I take parts from all different types of broken telescopes and Frankenstein stuff together, and then we give them away. This one's going to be in that community observatory Stargate that I talked about earlier. And so I've just been working on refurbishing it. And the CGX mount that it's on is broken. I have to bring it to Starzona down the road. It just has Alt-as error every time I power it on. And I've tried software updates. So we have a lot of broken stuff, but we're doing everything we can to make the equipment work for our programs and share it with the world as best as possible. So
yeah, that might
anyways,
be. Are you getting anything else?
Have any questions?
Are you getting any other error on that besides Alt-as error? Is there a number?
There's I think it's a 0019 or 0016 error, and it switches between that and the Alt-as error back and forth every time, or every few times I turn it on. Yeah. And so it won't really slew in those directions when that happens.
Yeah, if it's a 16 error, that could be one of two things. That could be a motor error, which would trigger that Alt-as error, and not being able to slew, or a power error. But it doesn't sound like that you're having power issues. But
no, I've tried all different types of 3
amp. It sounds like you might
amps.
need a board, a new board, or a new motor.
Yeah, that's what they said at Starzona. So they just told me to bring it in, and they'll see what they can do. So
awesome. Yeah.
Folks at Arizona are really good.
Those guys are great.
They're incredible. Absolutely incredible.
No, well, we love having you on, Carlos. It's great, man. It's a good time having you come on. Appreciate it.
Yeah, what you do is awesome. It's such a great
Stephen was saying, Carlos, thanks for making a positive difference. I got to echo that, man. You've been doing this now for how long? 4 or 5 years?
Almost 5 years, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're making a huge impact, on the children in your community, as well as the citizens, the overall, citizenry of your community, man. And that is one of the things that, what you do is one of the things that I think lack, in our society right now are, these positive outreach and seeing that there's a need, to help out other people, help out these kids. And, so I hope the project of the new building and everything, I really, really hope and pray that goes well for you, because you're one of those people in, what you're doing, with Reach for the Stars. You guys totally deserve it, man. I really hope it works out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Go
ahead, Dave. Sorry.
I was just going to kind of echo that to where, I used to play for a softball team that was basically for a veterans organization, and we all wore number 22 on our jerseys for a reason. And it's wonderful that you weren't one of the 22, and you've done what you've done, to make sure that you're helping so many different people that struggle with that kind of stuff.
Yeah, once we get more volunteers, we're gonna, I have a plan to do a veteran-specific PTSD stargazing camp every month. That would be incredible. But it all comes back to that injury in the Air Force. Like, none of this would have happened if that didn't take place. And because of that injury, I get a disability, which allows me to do this full time and put my full effort into this. So it's like, it's incredible when some of the experiences you get rock your world to your core and destroy your life, or what you think, your life is destroyed. You never know what's going to happen. So I just ask everyone, if you're struggling, keep looking up, look to the stars during hard times, look to your family, talk about what you're going through, and just explore the universe. And I can almost guarantee it will bring some relief or joy to your heart. So thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
No, that's completely awesome. We love what you're doing over there, and we definitely want to have you back on for a another kind of either fundraiser or just to hang out, whatever. It doesn't matter, but whatever we could do to support you and what you do over there, it's really an honor for us to help you out. You're doing the hard work, not us. So
thank you all.
No, awesome.
Well, good luck with the rest of the show. It's great to see you, and happy Astropalooza 3.
Thank you so much,
Appreciate it.
man. Appreciate it.
Have a great holiday.
And if
Have a great holiday.
Go check them out at rftstars.org. You could send a donation. I'm sorry, .com. My fault. .com.
It was my mistake. I should have made it .org when we first started, but I didn't know what I was doing. So it's .com and it's there. So
.com. so don't go to .org. We don't know what that is. So go to .com and you can get a lot more information regarding Carlos's organization and what they do. And feel free to make a donation. They're doing great work out there. So again, thank you so much, Carlos. It's a pleasure having you.
Thank you.
Good night. Take care. Bye-bye. Awesome. I love that guy. He's so
he's
good.
a great guy, man. Such a great guy.
Next time we got to have him and his wife on, and have them both.
Oh, absolutely.
On,
Yep.
Kira, right? Kira was in
yeah.
So that's great. We are coming close. Was it 3 hours? No, not quite yet. We're coming close to the halfway mark, maybe. Maybe not. 3, 6, almost. And now we're to the halfway mark. And it's pretty cool. So, but we do have some stuff to give away. For timing, we kind of skipped over a couple of them. But we're gonna give away 1, 2, 3 things right now. We're gonna give away 3 things. We're gonna give away. Yeah. Well, speaking of, our friends over at iTelescope have given us another premium image data set that is going to go to a lucky winner. We'll do that first, followed by our buddy David Geeson over at Photonic Cleaning Technologies gave us a voucher for a deluxe red contact cleaning set, which is awesome. And Move Shoot Move gave us a Nomad to give away, a Nomad Star Tracker. So we're going to do all 3 of those right now. How about that?
Nice.
Excellent.
Do it.
Nice. Let's do it. All right.
You're done.
Get her done. Get her done. All right. So let's get this up here. All right. Here's the Astropalooza wheel. So this one, let me get my pen out here so I don't mess this up. All right. This is for the iTelescope image set. Here we go. iTelescope image set. And the winner is... No way. Oh, my God. It was almost Carlos Aragon.
Oh my God, that would have been awesome.
That would have been awesome.
It's Rick Markunis. So we're gonna write Rick down. Markunis for the congratulations to Rick and winning the iTelescope image set. And now we're gonna do the red contact. Red contact. Who's going to win the red contact? And it is Bill Schlein. Hey, Bill, I know Bill. Bill Schlein. Schlein. And then the Nomad Tracker. The Nomad tracker, and it's also got the laser pointer too. So you're gonna get the two things: the tracker and the laser pointer. So
Just don't point at an airplane.
Christopher, it likes that area. That's just that's three next to each other that have won. Likes that area. Christopher Moges. All right, congratulations. So we're going to be going in a little bit. We're just waiting on Ryan to pop on. Let me see if I got any emails real quick regarding that, and see. This is. Let's see. Where is Mr. Ryan? Is he in the chat? Let's see. Yeah. And all right, so we're gonna go on for a second, and we're gonna wait for Ryan to pop on. I know we're a little bit early. I think 5:05. Yeah, he's not supposed to be on until 5:10. We're early. We got 5 minutes.
Okay,
so
we got a few minutes here.
Yeah, we got a few minutes. I guess I'm freaking out too early, but cool stuff so far. So we've had, just to recap what we've had so far, we kicked it off with Wayne and Shawn, followed by Wido and Sarah and Trevor, and then Carlos. And we've given away 5 things so far. Still to come, we have the Astroworld duffel bag. Yay. We got the $50 gift certificate to Astroworld Telescopes, and the book, the book Into the Unknown by Kelsey Johnson was given to us, so that's going to be cool to kind of have that going on. And let me see something real quick. And let me get this on. There we go. Okay, and then we got 1 hour with Ron Breacher tutorial, and 3 MOP workshops, and a 1-year subscription to IP for AP. Then comes the big guns. Then comes the big prizes. Here we go. So we got the Pegasus Focus Cube 3 we're giving away, followed by a Pegasus Power Box Advanced version, and then a 30% coupon to QHY 268 camera, and all the Image of the Year awards we got to do. So pretty cool.
Okay, real quick. Carlos was asking, where can we submit images for the weekly contest? So I'm going to share my screen here really quick. And Carlos, I'm going to show you this here. Screen sharing. Okay, so for those who don't know about our Image of the Week contest, I'm sure most of you all do. We do this, of course, every week, and then you can have a chance if you win our monthly prize to be in our calendar, or you can even win some cool stuff if you win Image of the Year. But nonetheless, Carlos, you would go to our website, astroworldweb.com/IOTW. You can just, if you go to astroworldweb.com, you can go to images and then click on the Image of the Week contest. And here we so for every Saturday through Tuesday, if you scroll down, is our entry spot where you would submit your photos, and you would just go ahead and click this button when it's available, when it's here, and that'll take you to the Google Drive, and you would drop in your photo. I do ask that if you can try to save them, since you have Pixinsight as a WebP file, that would be great. And then you can either add your image to either the novice. So if I click here really quick, you can go ahead and drop in to either novice or the experienced. But either way, you'll get a chance to win some cool prizes. So don't forget to just go to our website, astroworldweb.com/IOTW, and you would just click there. So there you go.
All right. And don't forget also, on top of that, don't forget you could get right now on the website, you can pre-order the Astroworld 2025 calendar. You can get that. That's up. You're able to pick that up. I had to up the price a little smidgen because they went up a little smidgen. But but not a big deal. But it's all the pictures of the month winners, plus the cover has the picture of the year winner on there, which we will announce at the end of the show. So don't forget to hang out. If you leave, go to dinner, come back and watch at about, let's say, 9 o'clock. Let's say maybe 8:45. Let's say, because we're missing Frank. So 8:40, 8:45. We will be doing that. So it's going to be kind of cool. It's going to be a lot of fun, giving away a lot of prizes. I think it's, what was it? $300 and $150 and $100 for the experienced. And I think it was $150, $175 for the novice. It's on the website on what it is. So it's going to be cool. You'll get an email for the gift certificate, which you can redeem whenever you want. So pretty cool. All right, so it's 10 after 5. I'm waiting for Ryan to come on and see. Let's see. Inbox. And 509.
See here.
What do we got? We got anything in the chat?
No, nothing really in the chat. I'm monitoring it. So nothing really here in the chat right now. But if there is, go ahead and shoot your questions over.
Yeah, please shoot some questions over. And again, don't forget again, we do pictures of the week and pictures of the month, like Eric was talking about. We do just like you showed. You just drop them into the folder, and it'll be put up there, and everyone votes on it. What was our high vote? I think so far for picture of the month was like what? 7,
That started yesterday. I haven't seen anything recently. I'll have to refresh. I'm sure there are. But also, if you would like for us to take a look at your images to get our input, mine, Dan, Dave's, and others, and the viewer membership, you want to get our, it's our input. Definitely, you can do either two things. You can drop them into our critique my image space, which is in that same images area of our website, or you can even go to our Discord channel, and you can go to the Astro Images section there, and you can even drop your images there and ask questions that you might have, and and if you want to try to get some input on making your images better or improving them in some way, you can definitely go there, hang out with us on the Discord channel.
Absolutely, and we do, our Discord channel is doing pretty well. We are. Let's see. Did I just hear somebody come in? Hold on a second.
Norm, I did that once. Nice.
And we're just waiting for our next guest to pop on in. Do apologize for any of the wait, but we're gonna hang out for a little bit and have some fun here. So we can give away the duffel bag. If we want to give away the duffel bag, we could do that.
If you want to give away the duffel bag,
eat up some time.
Yep.
All right, we could do that real quick. Oh, it's scaring me. Oh, that scared the crap out of me. I was like, what is that? All right, let's do that. Let's give away the duffel bag.
Eddie the alien.
Are we going to give away the alien now?
Yeah, sure.
All right, here we go. Astropalooza 3. Here we go. This is another giveaway. We're going to be giving away another duffel bag from that's branded with Astro World logo on it. So pretty cool. Hopefully, I don't got it. This last time I did this, I had to send this to Mexico.
Oh,
Yeah, cost me more than the duffel bag to send it there. But yeah, so here we go. So and the winner is Amayo Das. All right. Amayo Das. There we go. For the duffel bag.
All right. Congrats.
Amayo DAS.
So while we're in this break, do we want to give anything else away right now? Dan?
No, that's it. That's it for now. Or else we won't have enough to last the rest of the show.
Yeah. So I'm working on my last processing my last image of here in Illinois, which is NGC 1333.
The embryo.
Yeah, the embryo nebula. So doing it in LRGB, and I'm about to let me go on my screen sharing. And for any of you guys who are using mono, I'm sure you guys know all about this. So I'm doing LRGB. I don't know if you see my screen here yet or not.
Gotcha.
Okay, so cool. So everything has been stretched, noise reduced, all that stuff. I've even, I ripped out the stars. There are the stars right there. So I just did the luminance. I don't need that anymore. And now I'm at the point where I'm just about to do the LRGB combination. So I'm very curious to see how this is all going to come out. So let's see.
Drum roll, please.
Drum roll, please. Oh,
All right.
that's not bad.
You got a lot of dust in there. Looking pretty good.
Got a lot of dust in there. Yeah, that's not too bad. I think I can live with that, guys. What do you think?
I think that's going to look really good.
Yeah. I know also there is what is it? Is it a script about enhancing your dark nebulosity?
Well, you could do
it's
the
under utilities.
dark extract.
Is it under utilities?
Yeah, under utilities.
Oh yeah, dark structure enhance.
Yep.
There it is. So
see
let's
what that
take a
does.
look. Let's see what this does. I'm just going to keep it all the way it is.
Yeah.
Well, it did it, but
I
didn't see anything noticeable. Do I need to maybe boost it up a little bit? I don't know. Dark structure enhance.
I've had mixed results with that script.
Yeah,
it's tough.
Layers through. Yeah. So I'll just do another iteration here. Let's just see what happens. Give or take.
That's the embryo. Yeah, it does just darken the dark parts. It just enhancement of it. Yeah.
So okay. So that's So okay, that was an iteration of 2. So you think that's too much, or what are your thoughts?
I just don't think it's doing what you're expecting it to do.
Yeah. I was really hoping that it would enhance. I really want to be able to bring out a bit more of the definition of the dark nebulosity. If I go back here, I'll undo the script.
Go back before you combine it with LRGB combination.
Okay. Okay, let me go back. All right, this is where I was at just when I just did the LRGB combination.
Okay, so now go back out of that. Or just, you know what, because, go back out of that.
You back out of this? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me get out of that and let me
Okay,
bring
now
back up my
just make
luminance.
Okay, now your color, your RGB, just make a clone of it.
Right on. Okay.
Okay, now close your regular RGB. That way you still have that. Now
Yep.
go into scripts, utilities, image blend.
Image blend.
Yeah. All right. Now reset the tool at the bottom.
Yep.
All right. Now put your RGB up top. Or your clone, though. It's going to be the clone. Your RGB
Gotcha.
clone.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
The clone.
And then
Okay.
put your luminance in the bottom. Oh, you got to change your luminance to color scale. So close it out.
Okay.
Oh.
Let's close it.
Yeah, close that out. Yeah, because you got to change you got to go into your luminance. Click on the luminance image. Click on the luminance image. Now go up to image. No, image.
Yeah, image.
Okay, yeah, and then color spaces. And change to RGB. There you go. Now go back into.
Now go back. Gotcha.
Yeah. They have to be the same in Image Blender, or else they don't work properly.
Gotcha.
There. Now reset the tool again and just put the things back in there.
Yep, just put it back in.
Yeah. So your clone and your luminance. Okay. Now hit your blending mode. Go to your filter type. Filter type on the bottom one.
Okay.
Yeah, filter type. You have blur, high pass, hue, and color. I would do blur. Yeah, do blur. And then go to your blend mode down at the bottom and do overlay. Okay, so now you can play with your opacity, your midtones, and your highlights on both sets of images, and kind of see what you get there.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Let me see. I'll tinker around with it.
But see how much already that looks a little bit more like what you're trying to get. And if you play with your midtones and your black levels and stuff like that, you potentially are going to get something more to what you're looking for.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Cool. Thanks. This is definitely what I'm trying to go for.
Yep.
So I have to remember that.
It just, LRGB combination works good, but you can do the same thing with this, and it just gives you a little more control of what you're putting in, how much you're putting in, the black levels and your midtones and everything.
Okay.
Just gives you a little more control, but it's doing basically the same thing.
Good. All right. Cool. Thanks, my man.
Yeah, so I don't know what happened with that, or I think we might be having some issues with
That's
Ryan's.
right. Dr. Dave will fix you up. That's right.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it looks like we're having some issue with Ryan's Ryan's input, I guess. I'm not sure what happened, but we got Molly Wakeling coming up in about 20 minutes. I'm not sure where Ryan is. Maybe he could come back with Simon's slot. We'll see what happens. Sometimes this happens with live shows. I do apologize about that.
Live TV, baby.
Yep. Live TV.
It's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. So, what else is going on in the Astro world? We don't have, we don't have anything that's kind of new out. I don't think, as far as products are concerned. A lot of sales for Christmas, really cool. We got Pegasus, we got Player One Astronomy, we got all these businesses that are cutting slashing prices for the holidays. So if you're looking to get something and jump the gun, let me know.
Yeah. Let's see here. It's got. I'm checking to see if there was anything else. Nope, not right now. But yeah, no, this image blend, I've really got to start using this a bit more, Stan. So, Dave. So, no, good call. Good call.
Thanks,
yeah, I mean, I wonder if have they even announced that the CAA is officially released? I haven't even seen anything on.
No, I haven't seen anything. I know everything that everyone else says that the M54 that they did. They changed it from an M42 or 48, whatever we saw. Last Neef? Was it last Neef or the Neef before?
Yeah, it was last year.
Was it last year or the year before?
I think it was last year. Pretty sure.
Was it last year? I don't know. It feels like
because
forever.
we were all expecting it to be out in like April or May, and nothing.
Yep. Yeah, nothing. Not a thing. Nada. And I'm not the only one that's just been curious about it, but I've kind of given up. So it's like one of those mythical things where you see it.
Yep.
And then it's like Bigfoot. It's like Bigfoot. No one will believe you.
Yep.
Or like Loch Ness.
I saw Dylan O'Donnell bought an Asado for his C14.
Yeah, I did see that.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah.
He did. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So it's good. Yeah, they're still teasing us with the rotator. Let's see. What scope do you have on your mounts, and what do you dislike about them? Wow.
Wow.
You know what? I really love my mobile setup for astrophotography. My FRA 400 with my Pegasus mount. Although I'm looking to go lighter now because I don't need to hold the 7-pound telescope.
Yeah, you could go down to the what's the smaller one?
Well, I could go down to the 88, or I'm really seriously considering the Wave 100. I'm considering that from Skywatcher, the small one from Skywatcher. I'm considering that. And there's also other ones, the Ioptrons have some lightweight harmonics as well. So, I mean, there are definitely some good stuff out there that when you're dealing with the lightweight stuff, might want to kind of think about changing things to fit whatever you try and result you're trying to get, right?
Yeah.
I see.
So I'm loving that Carbon Star. I mean, it's
been
a great piece of equipment. And, I guess Mikey Y was saying, a lot of people poo-poo it on cloudy nights, but I don't take anything much what they say for granted anyway. So, but I've been loving it. It's been great. And especially with that WD-20, I don't have to worry about balance or anything like that. It just rocks. So.
Yeah, for me, I've been using the Sim60 and my refractor, the William Optics FLT91. That's what I just, with the Embryo Nebula, that's what I just imaged that with. But I'm really intrigued because everyone has been talking about that ASCAR SQ55.
The SQA 55, yeah.
Yeah,
that
the
looks
SQA
really
55.
nice.
Yeah, it's sweet.
That looks really, really nice. And for the price point, it's definitely much, much more competitively priced and more budget friendly versus the Red Cat, just to be honest. And you guys know how much I enjoy using William Optics. I mean, I've been using them from the beginning, but sometimes budget talks, money talks, and sometimes you got to listen to your budget.
Quip just did a video on it. Says he thinks it's the best lens he's ever used.
Yeah, he and Luke, he and Luca Matico have just did videos, and yeah, they were great. as far as their reviews being very honest.
I saw
And-
Trevor had a picture of it in one of his slides, so I wonder if he's getting ready to do maybe a video on it too.
Yeah.
But it looks really nice, and man, it's just pretty cool.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so it looks like Molly's gonna pop on early. So Molly,
Awesome.
when you get a chance, just pop on, and we'll go right to you because I'm not sure what happened with our last guest. I want to apologize to the viewers. So we're gonna be moving on to Molly, followed by Masters of Pixinsight, Wilfredo, Ben, and Simon. So we're gonna be doing that.
So
And
Molly gets extra time.
Molly gets extra time. There you go. So
Not a problem.
We have not seen Molly in a while.
Molly gets the extra time that we took away from Sarah.
Oh well, that was an accident. Yeah. I see you, Mal. All right, let me get you in here, and give me a second, and there we go.
There she is.
How's it going, Mal? You there? How's it going, Mal?
Hey, good. I'm only hearing you through YouTube and not through the actual show right now, but
You only hear me through YouTube.
oh, now I'm hearing myself. I better mute this.
Can you hear yourself? Can you hear now?
Okay, I can't hear you guys.
Yep.
We can hear you.
We can hear you. I think she logged herself out.
Maybe
She's
she
logged
just
back
went
in.
out. Maybe she's just-
Yeah, it's just-
maybe
so
come back
let's
in.
see if she goes back in,
Out,
and
back on.
Yeah.
we'll see what happens. We're having a bunch of weird stuff going on. They could have went on for hours. I think I rushed my pre. That's okay. Don't worry. We'll have you on for the next one, and we'll see what's going on there, and we'll switch back while she logs back in. I think she's trying to log back in a second. All right. Gotta love live TV. Gotta love it.
Oh yeah, man. You gotta love live
Gotta
TV.
love it. And hold on, Molly's back. And let's see. Can you hear us now, Mal?
Yeah.
All right. There we
Okay, I
go.
use a different browser, so I think we should be good to go.
What did you use before? The first one?
Tried using Chrome, and I just saw a black screen with nothing.
Oh no.
I could hear myself on YouTube, but
yeah, we heard
once I
it.
started talking, then I was hearing myself on YouTube. So but I
How's
couldn't hear you guys. But now I'm on Edge, and that seems to be working. So
cool.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Nice.
How's
Might
it
get a little
going?
bit
It's
out
been a
of here.
long time. You've had a lot.
Yeah.
You've had a ton of life changes and
Yeah. I
and
have.
a whole bunch of stuff going on. Oh my God. So how you been?
It's been crazy. Yeah. I'm almost done with my PhD. I'm just wrapping up a couple of things, submitting a final draft to the committee. It's been kind of slow because I had to move on to my actual job. But because I'm kind of doing both at the same time.
Yeah, the regular job gets in the way, right?
Yeah. But yeah, I've moved to Albuquerque. The skies are a lot better here, which has been great. A lot darker, a lot more clear nights. And
Where I'm sorry, where are you at now?
I'm in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Okay. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I was in Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah. Big difference,
Okay.
I'm sure.
Big
Yeah.
change. Big change. Much darker.
Yeah,
skies.
big difference. And I've been super busy, so I couldn't make it to Astropalooza last year. Haven't been able
Yep.
to come talk for y'all in a while. So, but I'm hoping to get back more involved with more Astro stuff once I get my committee to sign off on my dissertation. It's been a whole saga. Saga. I could do my whole talk on how much of a saga this has been.
Yeah. Well.
Do a 20-minute video on that, right?
Yeah.
if not more. But-
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah,
That's
because
crazy.
I've been watching your travels all over Facebook, and man, it's amazing how how you moved like the whole process was going around, and it sounds great for you, man. It seems like it's a really great opportunity, and it's going to be fun for you, I think.
Yeah. And I just got elected to the AAVSO board as well.
Nice.
So that's exciting.
That's awesome. That's great. So what else has been going on with you? Anything you want to share with with the masses?
I've joined Astronomy Magazine as a contributing editor in the intervening time as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Good.
Congrats.
That's good.
Very cool.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that was Dave Eicher reached out to me, and that was very exciting.
No,
huge,
Dave's
a
good
huge
people.
honor. So that's been a lot of fun. So those have been coming out for about the last 2 years, 1 year and a half. Let's see, yeah, year and a half now. So that's been a lot of fun. I write the Observing Basics column that I took over from Glenn Chappell. And I've turned it a little more in an astrophotography direction because that's what I know. But I now own a 12-inch f5 Skywatcher Dob. So from my Bortle 6 to 3, depending on what part of the sky you're looking at, backyard,
Yeah.
I'm hoping to do a little more observing and write a little more about observing topics as well, visual observing.
Cool.
That's awesome. You're probably going to get so much more time in Albuquerque. It's going to be.
Yeah, New Mexico. Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, it's been
crazy.
great. I'm going to be counting up the number of observing nights from each of the couple of places I've lived over the last several years and compare what the observing night rate is and stuff like that. So and that's going to come soon. I'm catching my log up. I have all these written, like typed notes
I remember
on like
your
Google
whole
Keep.
logbook that you've had. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Night,
I've been
I
keeping a
remember
logbook
seeing you
since
night
night
one. I'm like night one. Then I saw night 1,000 something. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at night 911.
I thought you hit 1,000. I'm sorry, my fault.
Not quite yet. Getting close though. Yes, I've been keeping notes in Google Keep when I didn't have time to write full posts anymore in my Microsoft Word logbook. But now I'm slowly getting those copied over to the Word one, and I'm going to start filling in the Word one again. I can put more pictures in there and stuff like that. So, but yeah, keep a logbook, visual, astrophotography, whatever. Anytime the telescope comes out, it gets a log entry. It gets a night number.
Nice.
There you go.
Sweet. That's
That's a great idea. I started doing that, and I've kind of fallen away from it. I should get back to it.
Yeah, I'm so glad I've done it since the first night. But even if you've been observing for 15 years and or longer, and you haven't started one, like you may as well start one now, because in another 15 years from now, you'll be glad you did.
Yeah, I just have a when I was doing the Messier Astronomical League project for observing, and I used Sky Tools for that, and it has a really great log book in there that's made up kind of for you. You can put all your seeing, transparency, notes, everything, and you can actually download that and put it into a file and send that file to the Astronomical League, and it's an acceptable program to kind of do that. So if you want something more electronic, you could do that as well. If you don't have anything is pretty much usable as long as a lot of it's in the honor system. So I mean, but just sit there and you could just sit there and put everything in there, and I still have my logs from 1991 in there, and it has dates, times, everything.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, are you still contributing and being a part of the Astro Imaging channel as well?
Yes. Yeah. And actually, they've just made me secretary since Tolga's kind of stepped out fully now. So I'm on that board now too. But for the one day a year we have a board meeting. our one required day a year where we have to have a board meeting to be because we're a nonprofit, so we're required to have a board meeting.
There you go.
You gotta have all Yep.
Yeah. I'm still a streamer on there, and we are continuously looking for speakers. So if anybody in y'all's audience or any folks who have spoken for you guys want to come talk on our channel as well, you can get onto the astroimagingchannel.org and send us a contact us message. And I don't see us as competitors. I see us as mutually beneficial to the community.
Absolutely.
We're symbiotes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, this is more symbiotic. Yeah, exactly.
We're Wednesday. We're Wednesday and Friday, and you're Sunday to wrap.
We run Sunday. Yeah.
Yeah, if we were doing Sunday, then that's something. But but
you can
and not for nothing, we had not only you. but we had Eric Coles on the show too. So I mean, you know, we definitely have been on the shows with each other. So I mean, it's more of a, you know, I've never seen anybody be cutthroat in this hobby. So I mean, it's you know, it's not like that. You know that, you know, it's more like just spreading the knowledge of astronomy and astrophotography and all that, and getting everybody together. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So now with you in these wonderful New Mexico skies, what have you had a chance? I know you've been working on your dissertation and everything. Have you had a chance to do any imaging recently, getting out, you know, and what fun stuff have you been able to capture?
Yes, I've been able to do a ton of imaging. I got set back up in my backyard. I've only got 3 or 4 telescopes set back up right now, but kind of as I had some time, got those set back up. I bought a new mount this year, an Ioptron HAE 29, the strain wave mount.
Okay.
And after some initial issues that turned out to be simply a bolt was pushing up on my dovetail bar that I didn't realize was pushing up on the dovetail bar and totally screwing up my polar alignment. Once I got that figured out, yes, it's a little bit canted. Once I got that figured out, then it's been working great. I'm going to probably switch from using a guide camera, like a guide scope, to an off-axis guider, and it will probably further improve my guiding. But I did discover I have to guide at half-second intervals in order to have successful guiding on the strain wave.
So I found that with the strain wave I bought. It was like I first set it up. I was like, okay, I'll do 2-3 second. I'll do 3 second like I was doing. It was like terrible. I was like, what's going on?
Yep. It was
and
bad.
I went down to 1 second, and it was like, oh, now it's great. So it's like
I can't even. Yeah, I tried. 1 second is still not good enough. I've had to do a half second, and I picked up a Lodestar. Which one? I picked up a Lodestar on Astromart for a pretty reasonable price that I'm going to put on the off-axis guider once I get around to doing that.
Those are great cams, man. Those if it's the X2, whatever it is.
Yeah, it's the only one that's worked on my 9 1/4. Even at f10, it has enough sensitivity to get stars anywhere in the sky. I have to do 7-second exposures on the Schmidt-Cassegrain at f10 because of the low amount of light coming through. But the Lodestar is sensitive enough to do it.
Okay, cool.
That's
big
awesome.
old GC.
Yeah, right.
Yes, I've been doing a ton of imaging on those 3 scopes. Been doing a ton of variable star observing. I'm still pretty behind on processing data for that, but sometimes I'll just spend the whole weekend doing it. Just turning the crank.
Are you getting things that you weren't able to get in Ohio that you're like going, oh, I'm so glad I can get this now?
I haven't really done a comparison yet. I mostly still stick to a lot of narrowband imaging, but I do have some wideband targets in the works, and I'm going to see how those work out here. And then I'll probably do a revisit a target that I did a couple of years ago in wideband and see what that difference looks like. But it is like I live on the very edge of town, so looking to the east is where Albuquerque is, and it's pretty bright over there, probably about as bright as it was in my backyard in Dayton, which was Bortle 7. But I have a bunch of trees over there anyways. So overhead, I'm at Bortle 5, which is a big improvement from Dayton, according to my sky quality meter. And then off to the west, there's nothing for hundreds of miles.
Wow.
So
awesome.
It's just totally dark out that direction. I've been meaning to take my sky quality meter and do 10-degree increments across the sky and measure the gradient and see what the brightness is at the different points in the sky, or even do kind of a whole map or something. It's kind of difficult to say what the sky quality meter's field of view is, apparently, because it's just sort of a photo sensor, not like a camera chip focal plane array kind of thing. But I'll just point it at different areas and record where I'm pointing and what the measurement is and make a map. So
yeah,
at some point.
That's cool. It doesn't matter where I point in my sky; it's all the same garbage. So it's just horrible. I mean, I'm a 17.8, 17.8, 17.6 in Manhattan.
My best so far, I've gotten 20.1.
Oh my God!
Is the best I've gotten so far. Usually, especially now that in the wintertime, it's been a little bit hazy and there's a lot of Christmas lights and stuff. It's been like 19.8, 19.9. But in the summertime, I was sometimes getting 20.0, 20.1.
That's sweet.
That's
nice.
excellent.
Yeah.
Way better than me.
You know, it's funny, like even under like a bright moon, it's still darker than it was in my backyard. It's like as dark as it was in my Ohio backyard, even under a full moon.
Wow.
Unless the moon's like directly overhead, like if it's further south, it'll be like in the mid 18s, like mid to upper 18s, which is about what I had in Ohio. So it's weird.
It's horrible. I mean, you know, it's just light pollution. Just you know. But one thing that really has been helping us, these coatings on these filters that have been coming out. I mean, it's helping tremendously for me anyway, being in Bortle 8, whatever.
Yeah. I've been pretty much only imaging in narrowband for when I was living in Ohio and part of the time I was living in California. Because like I was getting just Hubble palette on my Takahashi is just absolutely killer. And then doing like an L Ultimate on my Schmidt Cassegrain with the 2600. I was getting some pretty fun results with that too. So I just kind of stopped doing galaxies for a while. But whenever I go to star parties, I have a whole list of dark nebula that I've been working on. Those are so much fun to do at star parties. I made it out to Rocky Mountain Star Stare this year, which was a lot of fun. That was great. Yeah, it was really nice out there. Beautiful, beautiful landscape. And quite a wide swath of places to set up. You can be on an observing field with people, or there's spots where you can kind of go off by yourself if you just kind of want to be isolated. There's a lot of trees, but like around the edges in different places, but with big fields in the middle. It was a fun crowd, and that was a fun time. I bought a 16-inch f4.5 Discovery with a friend of mine that we have out at our dark sky property now. And we had a guy with a 20-inch Obsession come look through it and was like, yeah, that's really nice. So
that's sweet.
So good praise for the telescope from an Obsession owner.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
So that was just a ton of fun. We were hopping all over the sky, finding all kinds of stuff, bringing all kinds of people over to come look through it.
I mean, being in New Mexico is such an advantage for, astronomers and astrophotographers, because I think it's one of, if not the only state that really considers the night sky a resource for themselves. As far as it's a tourist, I think I've even read somewhere, it's part of their tourism package, that they put out, like things to do in New Mexico. Come see the night skies, come stargaze, stuff like that, is one of those big things, because it's just so open. And like to your point, like you're saying, you're like in what, Bortle 3, Bortle 2, something like that in certain areas. It's insane. So yeah, I don't blame you for getting out there and having some fun.
Yeah, there's a dark sky campground about 2 hours from here that I haven't been out to yet, but it's out like north of here somewhere. I can't remember exactly where. So friends and I were going to go out there at some point. I thought I heard at one point that Albuquerque had some level of lighting restrictions, in part because of the telescopes that are on the base and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
yes,
I don't know what the status of that is.
Yeah, they do, because I have my cousin who was stationed at Kirtland Air Force Base, and he knows me being in astronomy and stuff like that. He talks about that all the time, as far as a lot of the restrictions at Albuquerque, Santa Fe, and other cities around there have. Now, one spot, if you haven't had a chance to go to, because I was in New Mexico maybe about 3 or 4 years ago, is head down to the Gila National Forest and go to the Cosmic Campground.
I think that's I think that's the one I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess that's
the Cosmic Campground is really something else. Yeah, you talk about Bortle 1, and you can see everything. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'll have to. I didn't quite make it out this summer. Again, PhD things, but hopefully next summer, bring my trailer out there, stuff like that.
Yeah, the
for
closest
sure,
I got to Bortle 1 was probably the Nebraska Star Party, where I went.
I've heard that one's pretty dark. Yeah.
It's pretty dark, but I went there with a couple of Astroworld people, and we were meeting some family out there, and apparently there was either some high clouds that was They said it wasn't as dark as it usually is, apparently, because of the clouds were reflecting something. I don't know, whatever. But it was just, but it was, no matter what, it was still like a Bortle like 2.5 maybe at most. But it was unbelievable. I was able to take images with holding my iPhone up and just like 10 seconds, stay steady, and it came out pretty good.
Yeah.
I was there with my FRA 400 and my Pegasus mount. And it was sweet. I mean, I could never take this dark nebula from Long Island. It just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, you got to do it under dark skies, and Okie-Tex is pretty excellent as well. I think it's a little bit darker than Texas Star Party, partly because of all the oil fields going up around Texas Star Party. Rocky Mountain Star Stare was great. I went out to Nightfall this year as well. I was the workshop giver this year, and Nightfall's interesting because it's not as dark as other places. It's still like probably Bortle 3.5 ish, but there's like a dark sky community there. But if you don't like camping and would like to glamp instead and stay at a hotel room that's right next to where the telescopes are, this is the Star Party for you.
I'm in.
They do also have lots of RV and tent camping spots as well, but for those who don't like to do that, there's hotel rooms on site. So
nice. That's
nice.
Yeah. As long as they got
and a
blackout
restaurant.
shades, I'm fine.
Yeah. They put in all kinds. They have red lights everywhere, and there's a restaurant there, and you can get drinks there, and it's pretty great.
That's
right up your alley, Dan.
I'm in. Tom from Prima Luce, Tom Bramwell, and Ron Breacher went there last year too, and they're like, "Damn, we got to get you down here, man. It's great." I said, I know, but between you and PAS and places all over the world that I want to get to, the Winter Star Party, I just haven't had the time to do it yet. They're all on my bucket list.
Adam Block is the workshop person for next year, just FYI.
For Borrego? For Nightfall?
For Nightfall, yeah.
Sweet. That
there you go.
Get out there and take pictures of the Borrego monsters. We have a talk on that on the Astro Imaging channel, and if you plan ahead a bit, you can get some pretty cool shots of these incredible metal sculptures with like the Milky Way in the background and stuff like that. So
that's cool.
That's cool.
That's crazy.
So that's a lot of fun. You have to drive a little bit to the into town, and then they're kind of all around the town, and you have to figure out where they are in the daytime and stuff like that. But we had one of the talks, presentations, whatever, was a guy who took a group of us out to image a couple of the monsters. And I brought my new to me, Astro modified Nikon D7000 and got my first wide field Astro modified images where you can see all the glorious H alpha and the Milky Way. And that was very exciting.
Nice.
I haven't finished processing all that stuff yet.
Yeah, well, we all got more data than we can process, right? So,
oh man, massive backlog. It's bad.
Hey, that's a good problem to have sometimes, though.
That is a good problem to have.
Yeah,
So.
Get me through the rainy season, and which is like June, July here. So, well, I've got my talk ready to go. If we want to hop into that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right.
So let me
correct one here, and then share my screen. Let's see. the entire screen and that one.
Oh my God.
Okay.
That looks like a military weapon.
Wow.
Oh my God. It's a mortar.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my God.
That's a multi
It's the murder hornet honeycomb.
My goodness.
That
What
is the
that?
dragonfly array, one of the instances of the dragonfly array, and my dream, definitely.
What no, but what is that? Like what?
That is I don't remember the number. I'll have to go count, but it's a bunch of 400 millimeter like Canon or something camera lenses with CCD cameras on the back of it.
Oh my
That's
God.
a big like sky survey kind of array.
Holy cow.
I don't remember offhand what their field of view is.
Like 24. I just counted them. It's like 24 of them.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, and there's been they keep adding more.
Keep adding more.
Like another instance of this I saw. So this one is on like a Paramount MX Plus or something, but there's another one that's on like the Taurus 400 like fork arm. So they keep getting bigger.
Oh my
Wow.
But yeah, so I was trying to think of what topics I wanted to do, and this is one I've kind of started and haven't really quite ever finished, and it's been in different iterations over the years. So finally kind of put together a comprehensive what imaging rig should I get talk that I'm going to go through kind of what the landscape looks like and considerations, and then I'm going to go through a couple of example setups for different situations with some specific examples of equipment to give everyone an idea of kind of a place to start, whether you're new to astrophotography or you've been doing it for a while. This kind of gives a lay of the land of things to consider when building an astrophotography rig. All right, so let me introduce myself a little bit here at the beginning of this. So I started astrophotography in 2015 with a Celestron 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain that was given to me as a gift, and I figured out I could attach a DSLR to it, and figured out after that how to take pictures with it, and it's all been downhill from there. I currently have 3 complete imaging rigs running every clear night in my backyard in Albuquerque. I have Telegizmo 365 covers that go over those, and they live in my backyard 24/7. And I've been doing that. For like the last 5 years or so, having full-time scopes in the backyard. So that's been awesome. I'm going to set up a fourth telescope rig that I had set up in Dayton at some point here soon. Hopefully, I don't know, sometime when I have some weekend time. It keeps getting sucked away by other things. I'm a contributing editor at Astronomy Magazine, like I mentioned already, on the board of directors for the AAVSO, and I'm almost finished with my PhD in nuclear engineering. This close. So let me start with where I started to give you a sense of the worst place to start in astrophotography, which was not my choice. This is a gift, and I am super appreciative of it because it took me down this whole crazy, amazing rabbit hole. So that was a Celestron 8SE, so 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain on their single fork arm mount, and I already had a DSLR, a Nikon D3100, and this is an incredibly difficult place to start. It's one that a lot of people end up starting in because they buy this telescope not really knowing what they need, and it's a really cool looking, affordable, easy to use telescope, and it ends up being just about the worst thing for astrophotography, unfortunately. Alt-Az mounts are not great for astrophotography due to the rotation of the sky, and they're not usually as fine-tuned to do good tracking as equatorial mounts are. I found I could track for about 20 seconds if I wanted to keep about 70% of the images. And if I dropped to if I went to 30-second images, that dropped to about 30% keeping of images where there wasn't like streaked stars or jumpy stars or whatever the heck else. It's a long focal length at 2000 millimeters, slow focal ratio at f10. So you can only see things that are small, and it's got a ton of magnification, and Very slow focal ratio, so you have to expose for a long time, but that goes against the exposure time ability of this mount. But it's an excellent visual observing rig. I've used it. It's great for planets. It's a real planet killer, imaging planets too. And I've taken this to many, many, many outreach events and had a lot of fun with that. About 6 months later, I have a uncle who I didn't know had done astrophotography. He was married into the family sometime later, and he gave me his C11 and Celestron CGE mount when he decided that he wanted to get back into astrophotography and upgraded to a Meade LX850. He gave me his C11 and Celestron CGE. So this was an improvement over the 8SE in the sense that it was an equatorial mount. It could do about 30 seconds unguided, and where I could keep most of the frames, and 5 minutes. I think I tried as long as 8 minutes before with auto guiding once I was able to get that figured out with a 400 millimeter guide scope on top. This one he also sent me with a focal reducer, so the shorter focal length and faster focal ratio helps significantly as well. Still using a DSLR. Some downsides, Celestron motors have a tendency to die. I believe it's the encoder that dies. But I had a lot of really crazy electrical problems with this one. It's super heavy. It's between the tripod, the mount, and the telescope is about 140 pounds. I was living in a second-story apartment, so I was hoisting that up and down the stairs every night, driving a half an hour out to the observatory, setting up, imaging until 1 a.m., packing up, going home, loading it all back into the house, and then getting up for work the next morning.
Wow, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah. Actually, at that time I was still doing a master's degree, but not long after I finished, I got this at about the time I was finishing my master's. So I was doing a lot of that imaging and traveling and stuff while I was doing my post-master's degree job. Later on, super long story short, I ended up getting a CGE Pro from a friend of mine, and for a nice discount, and that's even heavier at some 200 pounds total. It worked for a while, but then its motor also died. So
yikes.
I still got both of those in my house. I have a replacement motor for one of them, but I stripped a grub screw and just haven't had time to fix that problem. So they're in my garage. I'm going to sell the C11. If you're interested in a C11, let me know. All right. So when that whole debacle was happening, I gave up, started using the Astronomy Club's equipment instead. This is the Miami Valley Astronomical Society. They had a Vixen 140 millimeter refractor, a quote unquote Neo Achromat, a Wasmandy G11, and I brought my Nikon D5300 with me. They now have some newer stuff out there, but this is what was there at the time. Improvements, no more hauling equipment, yay. It's inside of a dome, yay. And much shorter length and faster focal ratio telescope, so that made it easier to use. I could do some bigger targets like the Rosette Nebula here. Downsides though, even though this is a Vixen and it's supposed to be a nice telescope, it did have a fair amount of chromatic aberration. I of course had to share time with other club members, although I was the by far primary user on the scope. And the Wasmandy G11, it's an older mount. It had some weird issues, but if I only did 2 alignment stars instead of 3 alignment stars, it usually worked.
Nice.
Instead of pointing at the ground. So what I have now is the 3 rigs I have in the backyard now. I have my primary, secondary, and science rig. The primary rig is a Celestron 9 1/4 Edge HD, which I've been totally in love with. It's a great scope. Celestron may be terrible at designing mounts, but they're very good at designing telescopes. I have a ZWO 2600 color camera on there. It's on a Skywatcher CQ350 Pro, which is actually a test article that I got when I was writing reviews over at why is the name of it escaping me now? There was a Astro Gear Today, which has been shut down unfortunately now, but was a nice a great reviews website. Skywatcher has not asked for it back, so I've got the boxes, but I'm still using it.
Sweet.
I mean, they can have it back if they want it. I've got an off-axis guider, filter wheel, electronic focuser on there. Secondary rig, my same uncle sold me his Takahashi FSQ 106N when he upgraded to the EDX4.
Nice.
So that was a very nice family discount. I have a ZWO monochrome 1600 on there. Ioptron HAE 29, which is a super portable, super lightweight, like awesome mount that now that I've got some of the bugs worked out has been working great. I've got a guide scope, filter wheel, electronic focuser on there. Then the science rig, this is a Newtonian that I picked up off of a friend of mine from out in Ohio. It's an 8-inch f5. I have a QSI 583 CCD on there. It's on my Paramount MyT, and guide scope, filter wheel, electronic focuser. This is what I use for my variable star photometry for the AAVSO. And once I get out from underneath the shackles of this PhD, exoplanet transits, joined the NASA JPL group called, my brain's really not working today. There's an exoplanet group at NASA JPL that you can join if you want to do exoplanet observations.
Nice.
Each rig has its own computer. Huh?
No, go ahead.
No, I was just saying you can do exoplanet discovery. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, so it's mostly follow-up observations because there's too many stars to go try and go measure like light curves on, because the changes in the brightness are very small. But you can go do follow-up observations on known exoplanet candidates and submit that info also to the AAVSO, maintains that database, and be able to really, there's a lot of ways to contribute to citizen science with the AAVSO. I'll have to come do a talk on that sometime too. But yeah, exoplanets, super looking forward to getting involved in that. The fourth rig will eventually be, actually, I'm probably gonna put that on my Ioptron 740 and then put my Celestron at AVX out at my dark sky property in Arizona and leave it out there. But on one of those two, I have a GSO 6-inch f9 RC that I got from the same guy I got the Newtonian from. I've also got a bazillion camera lenses, so I'll probably get one of those set up on something at some point. I actually have 3 Celestron AVXs, one that I bought and 2 that were given to me. So
you got a lot of friends.
One was donated to me from an AAVSO member, along with the QSI camera, when I was getting started in AAVSO. One of the AVXs has a non-functional motor, but 2 of them work, and I might be able to get that third one working at some point. Yeah, so I've got a whole bunch of crap, and I'm probably going to end up with 5 rigs here in the backyard at some point,
Nice.
in addition to my visual observing rig. And I've got this excellent telescope pad that was originally, like, the previous homeowner had a fire pit there, but it's a much better telescope pad. So.
There you go. There you go.
So some eye candy. I've been able to take some great pictures with all this stuff. This is the Heart of the Heart Nebula when I had my monochrome camera on the 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrain. This is still one of my favorites. I'll probably go back and reprocess it now that Star Exterminator is a thing and get even more sharpness out of this. This is the Sol Nebula, also Hubble palette with the mono camera, this time on the Takahashi, 33 hours worth. This is the image I processed at the Nightfall workshop and did the workshop on this image. Yeah, super excited about these. Here's one from the 9 1/4 from here in Albuquerque, about 15 hours on the Cat's Eye Nebula. And I was able to pick up a whole bunch of that outer halo that you don't realize is there when you're just looking at it visually. And there's a little galaxy over here too.
Yeah, got it. Yeah.
And probably a couple others. And the images from the science rig are not super interesting, but here is a chart of T Corona Borealis, which I've been imaging all year. The one that was supposed to go nova before September, not supernova. This is a recurring nova. Supposed to go before September, did not. It has now set. I'm very sad. Everybody's sad.
Sorry.
And these observations I got this year. On T Corona Borealis. I image a lot of variable stars. This is one of them. Okay, so that's some background on how I got to where I'm at, the real short version, what kind of rigs I'm running, stuff like that. So let's talk about if you are thinking about getting into astrophotography or are starting with some equipment that you have and want to think about what the next rig that you want to start building is, there's several considerations to consider. So first of all is what kind of images, what kind of objects do you want to image? Are you mainly a lover of the big emission nebula done in either wideband or especially in Hubble palette? Do you love going after the small things like all these intricate small planetary nebula like NGC 1501 there, second from the left? Do you like to go after galaxies, small and large across the sky? That's ARP 273 there. Are you mainly interested in doing planets instead, imaging Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the sun, things like that, solar system objects? Or are you really mainly interested in doing super wide field, the big nebula like up in Cygnus or Rho Ophiuchi or swaths of the Milky Way, things like that? Is that kind of more your jam? Now me, I like doing them all. So I have one of each basically rigs to support doing each of this kind of imaging. But some folks are really interested in kind of imaging one type of object. And that's mainly what they're interested in doing. And so what kind of imaging you want to do is going to drive what kind of telescope you get and what level of quality of mount you need to have. So for doing the large emission nebula over on the left there, a short focal length refractor is going to be what you want for that. For going after the small stuff, long focal length Schmidt-Cassegrain. Planets, also long focal length Schmidt-Cassegrain. And the ultra wide stuff, camera lens, something like the Rokinon 135 millimeter, or some of the nicer camera lenses, or some of the nicer refractors with reducers on them. So what kind of imaging you want to do is going to drive your telescope requirement. And your telescope requirement is going to partly drive what kind of mount you get, because it has to be able to support the weight, and it has to have good enough tracking and guiding to be able to not show streaks in the stars at the longer focal lengths where they're more likely to turn up because you're so much more magnified. Of course, the second important, probably the most important question for most people is, what is my budget? And there's a huge range of costs for mounts and telescopes and cameras, and you have to kind of balance what you can afford. And you don't have to buy everything at once. Like you can start with the mount, the telescope, and a camera, and not do auto guiding and just take shorter exposures. Or auto guiding is actually pretty cheap to add. So adding an auto guider, but maybe you still go out there and focus by hand at the beginning of the night, or you're only imaging with one filter at a time using a filter drawer or a screw-on filter or something like that. You don't have to have all of the components all at once. And actually, I wouldn't recommend doing that because it can be overwhelming to be dealing with all this technology at the same time. And it's good to kind of take it one step at a time. How much time can you dedicate to building, maintaining, and troubleshooting? The more parts on your rig, the more stuff you have, the more things are going to fail. And even though I've been doing fully automated backyard imaging for about 4 years now, I still, like every other night, something goes wrong. No matter how well I flush out. Yeah, you got the gremlins in the computers, you got the electrons going the wrong direction, you know. Something's always weird. USB is the devil, and it drives most problems. I'm very much looking forward to the day that Bob Denny's vision is realized. Everything is done on the internet with Ascom Alpaca. Super looking forward to that.
Yep. Well, more and more people are jumping the Alpaca, getting on board. So.
Yeah, starting to see some devices come out with Ethernet. The new Paramount Mark 6 has Ethernet. Some of the higher end cameras have Ethernet. So it's starting to happen. How much can you lift? Especially if you're not in a situation where you can leave your gear out in the backyard, either due to security or not having a fenced backyard or having light in your backyard, or you have to travel, whatever. Can you lift either your complete telescope rig in and out of the garage or parts of the rig into your car to go out to your local dark sky site? You have to think about how much the equipment's going to weigh. And along with that, can you image in your backyard? Can you leave it set up? Can you bring it in and out of the house? Or are you going to travel to your astronomy club's dark sky site or something like that? Or are you only going to do star parties maybe? All right, so let's talk about mounts. The mount is the most important component. You can heal a lot of sins of telescopes: chromatic aberration, field curvature, all kinds of telescope and camera issues with a lot of the new tools and existing tools that are in things like Pixinsight and Photoshop. But you can't really fix streaked stars. You kind of can with Blur Exterminator, but you're not going to get as good of a result. You're better off putting more of your money and less of your money into the telescope to begin with. Because, yeah, again, telescope issues are fixable. Streaked stars, not so much. There are a couple different kinds, general types of mounts: German equatorial, Altaz, and strain wave, which is still an equatorial mount. Some places it's called German equatorial as well, but I think of German equatorial as having counterweights, basically. All kinds of different sizes and weights. You want to think about payload capacity, so how much can the mount hold and move versus how much does your stuff weigh. The quality of the software is an important consideration. Some mount manufacturers have better software and drivers than others, and I'm going to go through some of those here in a little bit. The reliability of the mounts. Do they have a homing sensor where you can home it even if you're in your backyard, or especially if you're out at a remote site? Does it have a homing sensor? Does it get lost? Does it remember where it's at if it loses power? How well does it track? Things like that. And how good is the technical support of the manufacturer, especially if you're a person who likes to utilize direct technical support as opposed to doing the troubleshooting yourself. All right, so I'm going to go through the different tiers of mounts. Now, this is all from my experience. There's people out there who may disagree with some of my assessments here, and I also have not captured every mount manufacturer here, but this is kind of what I'm tracking in the community, and splitting up the different mount manufacturers into these different categories. So the premium mounts, I think everybody's going to agree that everything that's on here makes perfect sense. There's Plain Wave, which is research grade, super reliable, excellent tech support. They come install it for you, all that stuff. Massive payload support, also very heavy. You're not taking this thing in and out of the backyard. You're not putting it on a tripod. You're putting it in an observatory on a pier. I haven't used their software or seen it, but I hear it's very good. And of course, equivalently expensive. Their cheapest mount, the L350, is $14,000, up to their L700, 750, something like that, is $35,000, and they probably have bigger other mounts, but these are the kind of the main ones on their website. There's Paramount, which is that premium level, but a type of mount that regular people have, that you don't necessarily have an observatory, and a lot of people who don't necessarily have observatories have Paramounts. I have a Paramount Mighty. In their Sky and Telescope ads, Software Bisque says that it removes the mount from the equation, and that is a true statement. Besides a couple of issues I've had here and there, I pretty much don't think about the mount. It just works, guys. The price has gone up since I bought mine. A Paramount Mighty is now about $8,000, but they've also, the new Mark 6 and now has a 70-pound payload capacity, or the Mark 5 has a 55-pound payload capacity. So they've increased the payload capacity, but keeping it inside the same package. I think they just have different motors in there. They weigh 35 to 85 pounds. 35 pounds is very manageable. I take it to star parties. It's super easy to move. Their software is comprehensive. I kind of hate it, but it does have everything. It's just illogically organized. It's expensive. It does come with the mount. If you buy it new, if you buy one used, you have to pay like $500 to transfer the license. This is the stupidest stuff. Yep. But while there is a subscription fee of like $100 a year, you do not have to have the subscription. You just don't get updates anymore. And let's be honest, Software Bisque has not been putting out a lot of updates on the SkyX in quite a while. Yep. So I use it as a driver. That's it. You have to have it in order to control the Paramount, but I use it exclusively as a driver. And then I do everything else, all my other software. 10 micron. I have no personal experience with 10 micron, but they've long been kind of a bastion of solid, awesome mounts. It's, again, research grade, expensive, super reliable. huge payload capacities, huge weights, huge prices. But there are folks like regular amateur astrophotographers who use these. I have seen it. Astrophysics, which are also big and expensive, although I tend to see more of these among the amateur crowd than 10 microns, like the Mach 1 or the AP 900, some 1100s here and there. Huge payload capacities, relatively heavy. Their control system is upgradable, which is really interesting because you can swap out the CP, the computer control box. You can add encoders after the fact. You can do some surgery. You can buy the absolute encoders for about $1,500 and install them yourself. Highly upgradable now, which is really cool, and pretty expensive as well. So in the mid-grade category, I have Skywatcher and Ioptron. I've used Ioptron. I have a SEM 40 and an HAE 29. They've been very good. Some of my friends that have some Ioptrons, they've had some electronics issues where the board, like the USB and the control boards, can die. You can replace those. Ioptron will offer to replace those for you in a warranty period. We can also buy them. So I say medium reliability. So far, so good for me. Not so far, so good for some of my friends. The Skywatchers, they are relatively heavy for having the same payload capacities. When I was looking at, when I eventually got the SEM 40, the equivalent mount is like the EQ6 on the Skywatcher side, and the EQ6 weighs twice as much as the SEM 40 does for having the same payload capacity. So the weight to payload is a lot heavier on the Skywatcher. But people still love them and buy them all the time. And Ioptron is actually a US-based company, by the way. They're in Boston, or I think, somewhere around there. And they both, these two are kind of competing with each other. They have similar mount classes for similar prices, similar payloads, stuff like that. Skywatcher software, they're on the old, their firmware is inherited from the Orion line, so EQ mod, etc. There's a new software called Green Swamp that is a much superior control software for the Skywatcher than EQ mod, but it's still pretty limited in its scope and capability. Skywatcher has their own software, but it's also quite limited in scope, and I feel like I need to have EQ mod and Green Swamp and Skywatcher software to do all the things. So I just use Green Swamp, and then I use Nina because their software landscape is super complicated. Ioptron software is quite good, even though I have to power off the mount every time I disconnect it from USB before I can reconnect it, which is annoying. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm putting Slush on a low grade one. There's going to be people who disagree with me, but I have owned how many? Like 6 Celestron mounts now, and basically all of them are dead. So
tell us how you truly feel.
I'm sorry. They're great at designing telescopes, but designing mounts, I don't know who works over there, but they make some very strange decisions that are hurtful. I think their Celestron CGXLs, they have finally figured out a lot of their issues, but AVXs, CGEMs, CGE series, I think most people who have those probably have a dead one now. So sorry. Their software is better than it used to be. They used to just have like this, it was like a picture of the hand controller and you could hit buttons on the hand controller and it was terrible. But then they partnered with Planewave, and Planewave wrote some software for them because I guess they don't have any software guys over there. So their CPWI app is pretty decent. It's not great, but it's workable. Okay, so I want to talk about strain wave mounts separately, because there's a couple extra players here that don't have mounts in the non-strain wave category. And a lot of these, so ZWO, Ioptron, and Skywatcher are in tight competition with each other. ZWO came out first with their strain wave mount for this new, like, lower cost strain wave mount. And then Ioptron hopped on board shortly thereafter, and Skywatcher has now entered the game as well. And so they're all similarly priced, similar payload capacities, and similar weights. And the incredible thing with strain wave mounts is their weight to payload capacity ratio is insane. The AM3, ZWO AM3 weighs a little under 9 pounds, has a 17-pound payload capacity without a counterweight. That's enough to run most of the shorter focal length refractors. And I have seen people put 8-inch Schmidt Cassegrains on them before. It is terrifying to look at, but people do it. And if you put a counterweight on there, you can go even higher. The AM5, which is only slightly bigger than the AM3, has a 33-pound payload capacity without a counterweight, and that's enough for that could hold my 9 1/4 Schmidt Cassegrain fully kitted, which is about right about 33 pounds. So
All right.
I would not do it. I would be terrified of doing that. I've seen it done though. No high precision encoder option on the ZWO or the Skywatcher. Ioptron has a encoder option. It costs you an extra $1,500 to $2,000. The benefit, I've been kind of waiting on the data on this still, because I think it allows you to not have to auto guide them, because you have to auto guide a strain wave mount. The periodic error is enormous, and you cannot do periodic error correction because it's not actually periodic. And so you have to auto guide, but I think the point of the high precision encoder is that you're supposed to not have to auto guide, but I have yet to see data on that. Rainbow Astro was here first, as far as I can tell, in terms of the strainwave game, the small strainwave mount game. And for whatever reason, they're still charging almost $4,000 for their lowest capacity mount, which is on par with the ZWO, Ioptron, and Skywatcher series. So I don't know how much longer they're going to be in business for. I don't think they're better than the other three. At least I haven't heard anything to that effect. They do have a high precision encoder option as well. But I think I know very few people who have a Rainbow Astro, maybe one or two.
Yeah, me too.
I couldn't cover everything here for sake of time. So, and also I have less familiarity with some of these. So these are other mounts that are out there. This pretty much covers everything as far as I'm aware. There's some other strainwave mounts as well: Sharp Star, Hobim, Warp Drive, and Pegasus. I was actually strongly considering the Pegasus when I bought my Ioptron, because they've got a pretty cool setup. But there was one thing that the Ioptron had that the Pegasus didn't have. I can't remember what it was. Yeah, some other stuff that's out there.
Yeah, I got the Warp.
I know I'm not really sure how to rank some of those. Yeah.
Yeah, been pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's talk about telescopes. I'm going to do a little bit less detail here than the mounts, because again, the mount is the most important. Telescope later. So there's two primary classes: reflectors and refractors. The reflectors have quite a few different options. There's Schmidt Cassegrains, Maksutov Cassegrains. I don't often see for imaging. I see them slightly more often among older telescopes for visual observing. You don't have to collimate them, but you also can't collimate them. So I think that's why they're less oftenly used. Newtonians, which some people use them for imaging. There's some problems with using them for imaging, but I see a lot of people do it. Ritchie-Chrétiens, which RC, which is that white tube I have there on the left side of that image there. Corrected Dahl-Kirkham, which is your fancy plane wave mounts primarily, or plane wave telescopes. And then, of course, there's the Rowe Ackerman Schmidt Astrograph, which is the RASA, which is a Celestron exclusive. And those have become very popular. They are a little bit tricky to use, but you can image at f2 while having an 8 to 14-inch aperture, which is insane. And I've seen some incredible images come out of those. Among refractors, there's a lot of different types in terms of how many lenses they have, basically. So doublet, triplet, quadruplet, Petzval. There's achromatic, apochromatic. And I was going to write an article for astronomy on what all those terms mean, but as I started trying to do research, it was not clear at all. So I decided not to write that article because it is very confusing. Yeah.
No,
in general, okay. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing questions or something like that. So for both, you have to consider the focal length and the focal ratio of the telescope. There's considerations for how much magnification they have, but also how long you're going to have to expose for to collect the same amount of light. Whether or not you are okay with having diffraction spikes for Newtonians, RCs, and CDKs. Secondary obstruction is is a consideration, secondary obscuration. Schmidt-Cassegrain stars are always a little bit soft, largely because of the fact that there's a secondary mirror blocking part of the light of the aperture. Unlike a refractor where there's no obscuration, so the light is a lot sharper. So to kind of consider that, RCs have a much larger secondary to primary ratio than Schmidt-Cassegrains. And the 9¼ inch Schmidt-Cassegrain design has the best secondary to primary ratio. It's like the most optimized, and that's why they're quite popular. And for primarily for refractors, but also to some extent for Newtonians, chromatic aberration and field curvature are considerations as well. A lot of field curvature is correctable with field flatteners, but that does add, that kind of messes with how much other stuff you can hang off the back of it because of back focus considerations. And chromatic aberration is not necessarily true that a triplet aposcope will have less chromatic aberration than a doublet. This is why things are kind of confusing, because I have a doublet in Astrotech 72 that has less chromatic aberration than the triplet Neo Achromat that the Vixen was out at the Astronomy Club site. And so it varies quite wildly, and it can be hard to tell just by reading the specs how much chromatic aberration is present. You really have to go look at images. Okay. To give you familiarity with who makes what kinds of scopes when you're going and looking for a particular kind of telescope, Schmidt-Cassegrains, as far as I can tell, are only made by Celestron and Meade, basically. Those run from $1,000 to $7,500, depending on the aperture and whether it's like an original Schmidt-Cassegrain or an Edge HD series. Newtonians, I don't think I've captured everybody who makes Newtonians here that are imaging capable. There's a lot of Newtonians that are not imaging capable. The light doesn't come out far enough from the telescope to reach a camera sensor. But Vixen, Skywatcher, Apertura, TPO, and Orion all make imaging Newtonians, and they range wildly in price as well, but are typically fairly inexpensive, which is why I think a lot of people will try to start with those. Because they have good apertures, decent focal ratios, and are relatively affordable. Ritchie-Chrétiens, a lot of people tend to steer away from those because they're apparently difficult to collimate. I will say that mine is extraordinarily temperature stable, so I never have to really focus on it, and I haven't had to collimate mine, so I haven't tried doing that yet. But I don't think it would be any harder than a Schmidt-Cassegrain, just given the fact that it's still got 3 screws on the top. Ioptron, GSO, Apertura, TPO, and Orion make those. I'm sure there are others as well. And there are variants on the RC as well. There's like these hyperbolic, parabolic stuff that's kind of similar that are made by like Sharpstar and Athgar and other folks. I'm not covering those here because there was too many weird ones. But yeah, I think y'all were talking a little bit about that earlier, actually. Yep. They span pretty widely in price as well. And then, of course, there is a CDK, which is basically a premium reflecting telescope. So Planewave is your main person for that. Hubble Optics also makes some CDKs, and Takahashi has one CDK as well. They're a Muon. And because these are like research grade instruments, they range in price from $5,000 for, like, Hubble Optics has a 10-inch CDK, up to $110,000 plus for like the meter class ones and stuff like that. They keep going up because you can get custom ones at giant apertures, and yeah, it's crazy. The Planewave, the biggest Planewave, the 24, is like $65,000, and the biggest Hubble Optics one, which is like, I can't remember, but the biggest Hubble Optics one is the one that was 110,000. But they have a bigger one that they say contact us for quotes. So we know it's bad. Contact us for quotes. All right, refractors. I split these into top tier, mid tier, and low tier. I think most people would agree with the distribution I have here. I probably have not captured all of the makers of these either, but in the top tier, we have obviously Takahashi. William Optics makes some high-tier refractors as well as mid-tier refractors. They kind of span the gamut. Teleview, they're known for their eyepieces. They also have some telescopes, although they are hard to find. Vixen, I don't know how much they're making telescopes these days. I know they were more into that in the past. They might still be making them now. I haven't really been tracking them because Vixen's kind of like the Apple of astronomy gear, where they're very expensive for not necessarily delivering better performance, is kind of what I've gathered about Vixen. Stellar View, of course, makes phenomenal refractors that are sold quite often and each are individually inspected by what's his name before they go out. Astrophysics makes refractors. I hear those are also hard to come by, and TEC, and they also range hugely in price from $1,100 to like tens of thousands of dollars because refractors can get crazy. Mid-tier refractors, William Optics, Explore Scientific, Skywatcher. I put Astrotech here, even though the prices on their refractors are pretty low. I have an Astrotech 72ED, and I was thoroughly impressed by its performance. It's low chromatic aberration, it's nice stars, it has some field curvature. I have a corrector for it that I haven't tried yet. I had a Borg at one point as well. I don't know if they're actually still around. And Mead with a question mark, because I did see some nicer looking Mead refractors out there, but I haven't really heard of people having those. So yeah, $500 to $3,000. And then the low tier refractors, which are really just more for spotting scopes and guide scopes and stuff like that, but also are billed as visual observing scopes. But anybody who's used like a Tasco knows that this is Folly, Mead, Celestron, and Orion, ranging from $100 to $1,500, roughly. All right, so I want to put together a couple of specific rig recommendations for a couple of different scenarios that I think are interesting to kind of give people a sense of what a rig could look like. So first, I'm going to have your first serious rig. So getting good images early on in your astrophotography career when you can't spend tons of money, but you want a place to start. Like if I was doing this all over again, what would I get? A lightweight portable German equatorial mount. So, and I say that instead of Strainwave just because Strainwave comes with additional considerations like having to auto guide and things like that. So the Iotron 726 is only $1,300, payload capacity of 26 pounds, which is great for small refractors, and only weighs 10 pounds. If you want a little more room to grow, you can get an Iotron 740, which is $2,100 now, but it has a 40-pound payload capacity, which you can put your Schmidt Cassegrains on. You can put pretty much any like normal telescope on it, and for pretty affordable price. And they do, in my experience, have very good performance. A short refractor telescope, so like 70 to 100 millimeters aperture, 300 to 600 millimeters of focal length. A couple specific recommendations. There's plenty of others. William Optics Gran Turismo 71 for a little less than $1,000, or the Explore Scientific ED80 for a little less than $800, or right around $800, are good places to start for good quality refractors that are not over $1,000. A cooled one-shot color camera. I highly recommend starting here if you're really wanting to get serious early about astrophotography. You can also start with the DSLR and get the cooled camera later. And for the cooled camera, I do recommend the 2600 MC for about $1,300. It has come down in price. The 294 is like $1,000, but it has some issues and it's very high noise. And spend the extra $300 and get the 2600. It has a bigger sensor, fixes a lot of problems. You'll thank me later. Total price for this kit about $3,500, and that can get you started. But if you want to have a little more automation and be able to take images longer than about 30 seconds or a minute, depending on the focal length of the telescope, you'll also want to get a small guide scope like an Orion 50mm mini or a CWO mini for less than $100. You really don't need much for this. These are little singlets that they're just super cute. Cheap guide camera, CWO 120mm, $130. QH45L2, $150. You can dual use these for planetary, small, cheap, and monochrome. You definitely want, you can use color for guiding, but with the cheapness of getting just a nice, like a little monochrome guide cam, just get a monochrome guide cam for $150 or less. Electronic focuser, For refractors, you can easily use a ZWO EAF for 150 or the QHY Q focuser, which has a bit more payload capacity for 200. So with all of this extra stuff, that gets you pretty much fully automated with a color camera, is $3,900, which is a decent chunk of money. But if you're like, I've been kind of messing around, I think I want to get into astrophotography and I want my stuff to mostly work, for about $4,000, you can have your full kit and caboodle. And this will serve you well for a long time. You can do a lot of imaging with this. Then there's the El Cheapo, the lowest cost but still effective setup. I say still effective because you can pay even less money to get a Skywatcher Star Adventurer or something that is not go-to, but I highly recommend having a go-to mount for doing astrophotography. You'll get miserable going and trying to point the targets yourself, using like a non-go-to Star Adventurer. So the Skywatcher Star Adventurer GTI, which is go-to, $740. For about the same payload capacity, but actually lighter, is the Dioptron Sky Hunter for $550. I have not used this. I've not seen anyone use one yet, so I don't know what the performance is like. But if you're using a short focal length refractor or a camera lens, it'll probably be great. Doublet refractor, the Astrotech 72ED. I was thoroughly surprised by mine. I'm going to get another one, and yeah, $500. Or William Optics Zenith Star 61 for $600. These do have some chromatic aberration, but that is, you can deal with that in image processing to some extent. If you're not wanting to spend a lot of money on a camera yet, a DSLR or an uncooled Astrocam can do a lot of good for you. I used a DSLR for several years when I started, got some great images. You can get a Nikon D5300 for like $300 used, or a ZWO ASI 585 for $400. And you'll be able to, as long as you don't go too long of exposure time, or if you're imaging in the wintertime, you can get some really nice images out of these. But I did like 5-minute exposures on my DSLR back in the day and got great images. So like, you don't have to have a cooled camera. It's just better with a cooled camera. So all of this for $1,375. This is you'll have to focus yourself and stuff like that. But this is about like the cheapest effective that I could come up with for having good astrophotography at the lowest price. So not too bad, I don't think.
No, it's good.
There's the ultra portable, which this is why I'm going to buy another Astrotech, is because between that and my HAE 29, I will have an airline transportable complete imaging rig.
Nice.
Take it with me to Australia, whatever. Like you can put that you can put that in a check bag, a carry-on bag. You can put it in a Pelican case, like super portable, but fully capable. So these strainwave mounts have changed the game because there's no counterweights. That's the big thing, because counterweights take up a lot of weight, and the bar and the weights take up a lot of space. But the strainwave mounts can have pretty good payload capacities, but very small and lightweight, and but still go-to and great tracking. So the lightest of those is the HAE. One of the lightest of those is the HAE 18C. You could also do like the ZWO AM3, about $1,500. You get a carbon fiber tripod for $300. That only weighs 5 pounds, is only 2 feet long when collapsed, but has a pretty hefty payload capacity. A doublet or a lightweight triplet. So as I mentioned, the Astrotech 72ED for $500, or the William Optics Gran Turismo for a little less than $1,000. They're both under 7 pounds. The Astrotech is only a foot long, which is great. Cooled or uncooled one-shot color camera, depending on how much power you have available to you where you're going. Again, I recommend the ZWO 2600 here for $1,350, but whatever camera you've got, use it. And all of this for $4,000, including a guider and focuser to be fully capable. And finally, the Epic, which is what I'm calling top of the line feasible. Now, obviously, you can have a Planewave L700 with a CDK24 or like a meter class telescope. Like, obviously, you can get crazy and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. But this is like, I am a person who, you know, has a healthy retirement check and like this kind of consumer level, top of the line. The sticker price at the end is still pretty insane. But if you kind of are like me, end up getting stuff onesie twosie over time, you don't realize how much money you've spent. So it's fine. So for this, I would say a couple telescope options here. You can get a plane wave CDK 12.5 for 12 grand. That's a bit high for a telescope. Like I want one of those, but I can't afford it now. And it's going to be a while before I can. One of the fancier Takahashis, the 130, there are fancier ones, but that's like kind of a middle of the road, super high quality refractor, 8 grand. The Takahashi FSQ 106 EDX4, which is the successor to my 106N, is $7,000. And my 106N, like I will never need a better refractor than it. It's perfect. There's not like, are there technically better refractors? Yes, but like in terms of getting images that are basically perfect, yeah, I have what I need with the 106N. 106N is no longer available, so that's why I had the EDX4 here. The 106M was a lot cheaper too, so it's kind of a bummer. An excellent mount you can get that is, not $65,000 for an L700 is the Paramount Mighty for 8 grand. Unfortunately, its tripod is also quite expensive. The Mighty Mark 6 is 70-pound payload capacity. The Astrophysics Mach 2 is 11 grand plus another 2,400 for the tripod pier thing. Similar payload capacity, but it has absolute encoders. There is a wait list for these still. Even though it debuted in 2019, you still have to get on a wait list to get one. They have not ramped up manufacturing, apparently. And then a killer camera to pair with this is a ZWO 6200, which is a full frame monochrome camera for $3,400. Or similarly on the QHY side, the QHY 600 for $5,600 or $4,600 that I think has I didn't have time to go do a comparison of what exactly is different between these two, but these are both pretty killer cameras. I'm eventually going to get a 6200 or something like it at some point. Now, in order to really make your rig work, if you're gonna invest that kind of money in that stuff, you're gonna also invest money in the rest of the stuff. So, in autofocusing off-axis guider, which exists, is the Pegasus Astroscops OAG for $600, and pairing it with a Lodestar for $500. Because if you're gonna do this, you may as well go to the best guide cam, which is a Lodestar. Focusers, you can get the Moonlight Nightcrawler, which, as far as I understand, is about the best you can get for $2,600. They do have higher priced ones that are fancier, but this is one of them. I got one. I vouch for that. All right. Yeah, my uncle has one too. He has one on his 12.5-inch CDK on his Astrophysics mount. Yeah. The Primo Lucha Asato 2, I have one. It works pretty well. They've had some issues in the past that I think have been mostly addressed with driver updates and getting the power sorted out. I do still occasionally have issues with mine for a little less than $700. If you were going to put it on a focus knob instead, like on a refractor, you can get the Primo Lucha Sesta Senza 2 for $270. Rotator. If you're gonna be this kind of imager, you're probably gonna want a rotator. You get the Arco 2 for $700. Filters. All right, here's the deal. So first of all, Astrodon pretty much doesn't exist anymore. They were bought by
Farpoint,
which is optical structures. They were bought by optical structures. Optical structures didn't quite have the manufacturing capacity to put out the filters at the same quality that Dawn used to. They're really hard to get these days. You can get them used, but the successor to Astrodon in terms of the level of quality is Chroma, and you can get their LRGB 3 nanometer narrowband filter set for like $5,500. I will say though, Optolong sent me their 3 nanometer SHO narrowband filters to test. I did a head-to-head against my narrowband Chromas, which I got before the price doubled before the pandemic. The difference was not detectable. So the Optolong narrowband filters, the 3 nanometers, at least the ones that I've tested, are comparable in performance to the Chromas. So if you want to save some money, get the Optolongs. They are a Chinese company. They do a good job though with making these filters. Mine are great. They perform as well as my chromas do. You're going to want the Starlight Express Maxi filter wheel for like $700. And all of this, depending on which telescope you get and whether you do like, so I have the low end of the stuff I suggested and the high end of the stuff I suggested, 25 to 38 grand.
Wow.
It sounds like a lot when you do it all at once.
Yeah,
but if you're
but-
like me, you kind of buy
yeah.
stuff onesie twosie, you don't really realize how much you've invested in this hobby until it's too late.
Gotcha.
If only I kept all my receipts.
Yep.
Yeah. I did create an inventory and I am working on adding that up, but I have gotten a lot of my stuff before the pandemic, which is helpful. Also, I buy a lot of stuff used, either from people that I know or from Astromart. I'm going to talk about this a little bit later. Or people give me stuff or I buy it from them for a nice discounted price. So yes, while I have a Paramount MiT and a Takahashi 106, I did not pay this kind of money for it.
Awesome.
All right, so I'm almost done here. I want to talk about real quick. I have all these prices. These are the new prices. You can get high quality, pretty much new used gear in a couple places on the internet. Astromart is excellent, $16 a year. This pretty much prevents trolls from getting on there. Classifieds and auctions, individuals and stores can sell on there. There's of course Cloudy Nights Classifieds, which is free, and I believe they actually ban like stores from selling on there, so it's individuals. Then of course there's eBay, Facebook Marketplace, which that's a little bit more uncertain in the quality of what you're going to get. And then of course people give stuff to astronomy clubs all the time. Usually it's older, crappier stuff, but sometimes somebody has an estate sale and they've got some nice stuff. But yeah, like the quality of used gear is in general pretty high. A lot of it has not really been used that much. And the stuff doesn't really degrade that quickly over time. Mounts, telescopes, like unless they're really ill-treated, they're going to last a long time. So the used market is great.
Awesome.
In conclusion, there's a dizzying array of options and opinions. You have to decide on your priorities and consult with experienced imagers. There's a trade space to consider of cost, size, weight, quality, a huge used market. At the end of the day, use what you have. There is no right answer for the gear for astrophotography. You go into the forums and they'll be like, oh, you can't use that for astrophotography. You have to have this for astrophotography. That is a falsehood. Whatever you have is what you're going to use for astrophotography, and you're going to get astrophotos. And then you just have to have good skills in processing them to get as much as you can out of them. Use what you have. Spend money when you can. Whatever you have will work if you're diligent enough.
Awesome.
And that's what I got. I know it was a little bit long.
Yeah, I'm not trying to cut you off, but we got the next guest already in line.
I know. I'm sorry. It was longer than I thought.
No, it's okay. Let me get you back on the screen here. I didn't see a lot of questions, just a lot of good comments along the chat saying it's a great informative presentation.
Really
so
I just have a couple comments. Mid-level telescope, by the way. I have the Series 6000 80 millimeter. It's one of the best telescopes I have.
Great.
So it's for a mid-grade, perfect, because it was not very expensive and it was really good optics. And then the other thing was that Prima Luce self-focusing off-axis guider.
Do they have one too? Oh, the Pegasus one, or does Prima Luce have one too?
Yeah, Pegasus.
Okay,
yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I like it, but the only thing, it's very thick. So when you're trying to deal with backspacing, you're like going to get, if you have a filter wheel and everything, you're going to be out of range. I was tempted to get one, but I saw how thick it was, and I was like, I don't know if I can get my backspacing right.
Yeah, like on my Schmidt Cassegrain, that would be an issue. The CDK, I think, has a stupid amount of back focus.
Really long.
But like my Takahashi also has a ton of extra space on it still. So it really depends on which telescope you have, whether you can use it or not.
I think that was the big deal. Yeah.
All right. Well, Molly, thank you so much for hanging out with us again. Appreciate it, and we definitely want to have you on for your own show again. When you get all settled in your PhD and all the other stuff going, get your doctorate done. And we wish you all the luck in the world. We love you.
Have you
Love
come
your
on and
show.
split atoms for us?
There you go.
Yeah, I'll tell you all about my research, which is extraordinarily boring.
Awesome. All right, Miles. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna take off.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna take off. I'm off to a farewell party for a friend of mine. So.
All right, sounds good.
Moving on to his next job. All right.
All right, Miles. Thanks.
Molly. Take care.
Yeah. Thank you all.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So we're gonna move right along here. Sorry, we're running a little bit late here. So we're gonna jump right on into Masters of Pixinsight. -1, I think, because let's see. All right. So we got Pete and Warren here with the black screen in the middle. Guys, sorry we're running a little late. I apologize. How's it going, Warren? What's happening? Let me make sure I got audio on everybody.
Doing okay. Check 1, 2.
There we go. Perfect. We got everybody, I think. Hold on. No, we don't have Warren.
Yeah, I hear Warren.
I hear Warren. There you are.
Hello. Check test 1, 2. You hear me, Dan?
Yeah, gotcha. There you go.
Good.
How's it going, guys? What's happening?
Doing okay.
Good.
We're running a little late. I apologize, but thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
No problem, Dan. How are you?
I'm doing good.
How you guys holding up? How many hours are we in now?
We are on our 5th hour, almost our 5th hour. So,
okay.
So, and we after you, we have you, then Wilfredo, then Ben from the Now Ben channel, then Simon Tang is going to be happy we're running late because he was worried about making it on time because in California he's zipping home from work. So lots of fun. No, seriously, thank you guys for hanging in there. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So, Pete.
So how are things going?
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a busy year for Masters of Pixinsight. We've just done our 15th free workshop, and I think we're on 60 plus workshops since inception. So it's been a lot of fun. And Warren and I go back to 2004. We started out with IP for AP.
Yeah.
You move it. You keep moving it back. It's 2006.
2006.
It was 2010. Now it's 2008.
1958.
I'm getting old. I'm
We
retired
started
now.
this
You know,
before computers started. You know.
yes, we were sketching, and Warren was showing people how to sketch. Okay.
On black paper
Well,
with
Warren,
white pencils.
we were Astro Art, and we met on a Yahoo group, and I had said to Warren, "Hey, pretty nice stuff. Would you mind if we got together online? I've got some software. We can share screens." And then we met down at Cherry Springs and became fast friends. And shortly after that, developed a nice little business from our hobby. And during COVID, boy, things just blew up with the online.
Yeah, I remember when you
community.
started. It was amazing.
Yeah. So we've been pretty fortunate that way.
Nice.
All right.
So
Let me see if
I
can
think
get
we have Warren has a demonstration planned for tonight. And before we leave, we also have a coupon code that we like to share with the group out there. And let me just get that up on my screen here. But let me, I'm just going to share my screen real quick if I could.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let me see. Oh God. All right.
Should have put on my Astro World shirt. I have a 2022 AIC, which turns out to be the
last one, right?
AIC shirt, and I didn't think about throwing the Astro World shirt on.
Is it any chance of AIC coming back at all? Is it any chance? No.
Not in any
live format.
Sort of,
You know, we might have to, the map people and the Astro World people might have to get together and do something.
I'm down with that. I'm down with that.
So you know, I just we're really fortunate. This is like a snapshot of over 30 days of the folks that come on and come and subscribe and view workshops and view videos, and we're really proud of this. And again, it all blew up with we were doing like 5 workshops a year on the road, and we couldn't do it with COVID. So we reached out to the folks that were coming to a workshop that we had in San Diego and Buffalo. We offered to refund their money or do it online, and every one of them said, let's do it online. And when we did that, we started just kind of advertising, and it blew up. So again, we're really proud of what we accomplished in the community that we have here. Our next workshop will be Photons of Photos, and it's a very, these are our I think by far the favorite workshops. You get to look over Warren's shoulder and see what decision he makes when he's processing. And Warren will be working on the Iris Nebula. We give you all the data when this is done. We record the video. You have lifetime access to it, and we give away a lot of nice prizes at these workshops. And we also offer a coupon code, $5 off our next workshop, and that workshop on December 17th. And use the coupon code AstroWorld. So I'm going to stop sharing. And I know you're running short a little bit, Dan, so we want to get things moving here.
No, appreciate it.
Okay.
And
so, very good. All right. Dan, we'll turn it over to Warren.
All right, there we go. All right, let's.
Have you got that okay?
I've got Mars Update 2024.
No. You know, I purposely didn't select that, and that's what it took. Oh boy. So can I? All right, stop
so just
sharing.
Stop sharing, then reshare, and then share the whole. You have 2 screens.
Toggle screen share. Toggle screen share. And there it is.
There we go. Pixinsight. There we go.
All right, good old Pixinsight, as I like it. So I thought I'd talk a little bit about what used to be termed background modelization in Pixinsight, right? But basically fancy words for getting rid of light gradients. And as we know, gradients are just killers. I mean, of course, we have multiplicative gradient, which can generally be cured by our flat frames. It's mostly a vignetting thing, and it's more predictable. But these additive gradients are much less predictable, and it really takes some great tools to help us deal with them. And if we don't, we will get spurious color and get led down rabbit trails that we really don't want to go. It's a couple of images actually from Ron's doghouse in Ontario, and we call them super complex gradients, but they're significant. The M42, looks simpler to me. If I grab a hold of the STF and link the channels up and just grab one of the midtone sliders, you can definitely see that that bottom half is brighter. Again, not especially complex, but nonetheless bothersome. And I thought the M31 looked a little bit more complex. It's on a diagonal and a lot of light trespass over here, darker over here. And then you start to get into some of this red funk, which could be hydrogen alpha emission, because we know this is fairly rich in that region, but I'm not certain. And also pulled up an M45 Pleiades that we did recently on our Masters of Pixinsight Photons to Photos. And this one actually looks a little bit more on the complex side. I can see, greenish and dark fall off here and some funky stuff here. And so in the native tools for a long time, process, right? As I said, used to be termed background modelization, because we first have to model a background before we can subtract or divide it out. We have the automatic background extractor, and we would all agree, I think, at this point that is a passé process. So it was good. It was fast. It did okay, but a much less complicated algorithm than DBE, right? Dynamic background extraction. And we still feel very strongly about DBE. It's good. And as I say to students and as I say to people that I interface with, it's really worth going through more than one tool to get the best result, because I don't think that there is that magic bullet that one works well all the time. Then we have newer, but also native to the P team, Pixinsight. We have gradient correction. And right now that's living in a submenu of the process menu all by itself, gradient correction. It's the only little person on the block. And that's because, and I'll pull this up real quick, some of us may be following this Mars initiative from the Pixinsight.
Hey, Warren, just to interrupt, the only thing that's showing on your screen is the Pixinsight desktop.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see. You would have to change.
Oh, you're on the other screen. On your other screen.
I don't think I'll bother. I don't think I'll bother with that. But the P team has this initiative called Mars, right? And it's the multi-scale all sky survey. And the idea there is to basically use this engine in gradient correction, but to inform this process with actual data, taking images of the night sky at their own observatories and also soliciting data from us, the users, the PI users. And that data is being crunched, and it's going to determine what really is up there, what's real data and what's gradient. And the more we know about what gradient is and what real detail is, the better this gradient correction tool is going to work. And I think ultimately that's promised for version 1.9.0. And so when that comes down the pike, it's my belief from what I'm following there that it won't replace gradient correction, but you'll have multi-scale gradient correction. And then of course we got our German friends on the Discord group, Graxpert, and Jürgen Turpey and Frank Sackenheim, and there's another Jürgen involved there. And so we now have a AI driven, right, a neural network, machine learning trained gradient removal tool in Graxpert. And it can be very, very effective. It comes, or I should say is available as a standalone process, a C++ process, and that's driven by a repository that you need to enter in the resources repositories. And also there's that script group, submenu of scripts called Toolbox. And there
Warren,
lives the, yeah.
I hate to interrupt again, but we're seeing your cursor move, but we're not seeing any of the menus, or we're not seeing any of the processes.
Yeah, I can see that now in the preview. So that's really fantastic too. So I can't show you these tools. Did when I opened the tool, did that show?
No.
No, the tools aren't showing. The image we're showing.
You know what, guys? In this format, this really isn't doable. So let's go to a commercial for Masters of Pixinsight. I'm sorry, I had a whole thing prepared, but I really can't pull it off under these limitations.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Have you guys got any suggestions as far as sharing?
Well, can you just pull it over? Is it on your other screen, or?
No, it's right within Pixinsight, but I suspect I'm going to consistently have to find these windows, and I'm not even sure if they're available. Let's see, toggle screen sharing again, and
could you share the desktop, the screen,
just share
instead
the
of
whole
the
screen instead of the window?
Yeah, there's an option.
Should be just share whole screen.
Okay.
Let's see.
So now see if you can bring up a script or pull down a menu.
Well, I haven't found that yet. I see a button to toggle screen sharing, but I'm not really getting the prompt.
Yeah, do you get a window when you toggle the screen share, and then you have a couple
have a bunch of
tabs, and then at
options.
the top you have a choice for an entire screen?
Yeah, turn the screen share off or click on the screen share again, and you'll have an
I'm
option
gonna
up
do
top.
that. Yes, I'll do that because
Sure.
I am not seeing those options anymore. Yeah, I'm not seeing any option windows at all. That's the camera preview. This is the mic.
Warren, send over a screenshot of what you should see.
Toggle
on-
screen share. Toggle screen share. And it's either my camera or it's that empty Pixinsight screen.
What web browser are you using?
Chrome. Chrome. Well, I mean, you're not in a browser. Well, yeah, I guess it's Chrome.
Yeah, if you're
it's-
using Chrome, that should be fine. I don't know why it's not
Because
showing.
it should be,
Yeah.
you should be able to see like either Chrome tab, window, and entire screen when you click on the screen share button.
Yeah. I can't even, at this point, I can't even see an option to stop sharing.
Well, you stop sharing
Oh,
by
to
hitting
stop
the little
sharing,
red
you just click
TV.
on the toggle screen sharing button down at the bottom again, next to the
Well,
next to the
but
microphone.
when I float over there, all I'm given is toggle screen sharing. And when I toggle it, all I get is either me on the camera or Pixinsight without seeing anything.
A box doesn't open up when you hit toggle screen share.
No, initially, when I first started the share, I could see various options to choose different things. But now, like I said, I don't even have a stop. Let me try coming back in.
Okay.
That's the last.
Sure.
Really
Yeah,
do.
give that a shot.
See if I can
Great.
read it.
Always fun technical difficulties, right?
Yep. It's live TV. It happens. You know, these things
It's been
happen.
all day.
No, we've been doing pretty good. You know,
Actually done very well, actually.
All right, I'm back in.
Okay.
And it still only gives me toggle screen share. Oh, here I go.
Okay.
So more
Do entire screen.
Yeah. So really, Windows, and if I
Entire
go-
screen.
Entire screen. Okay.
Yep.
Entire screen 1. All right. Hopefully that works.
There
Let's
we
see
go.
there.
There we
There
go.
you go.
Where
Yay.
So Graxpert is the C++ process that's available from the Discord group, and then you also have the submenu in the scripts, the JavaScripts, which is the toolbox, and amongst other tasty things that are nice to use, you've got Graxpert, and they really work the same. It's just that the interfaces are a little bit different. Again, that's AI-informed background modelization. So Graxpert can be really, really good. You know, it doesn't like edge artifacts, and it really doesn't like narrowband. And I want to show that. So here's an SHO that I put together quickly with Pete's data. And as we know, narrowband is typically not very impacted by gradient, right? It's a very restrictive bandpass. So, but if you're shooting in a bright moon, you might have some gradient in there, and I can promise you that you don't want to use either version, the script or the process of Graxpert, because it has never been trained on tricolor narrowband data. So as you can see, the background model eats a lot of usable data there, and the image looks just awful. So if you've got some gradient impacting a narrowband image, run it on the grayscale masters before you combine it. Don't expect it to work well on a tricolor narrowband image, okay? And so as long as we've got Graxpert out, let's try it on this M42. And you have very few options to worry about. By default, smoothing is at 0, but I find 0.5 is a little bit better because when you do choose to show the background model, it's a little bit smoother. It doesn't look like it's compromising any data. That said, the tool works very well, and it doesn't really seem to compromise much data at all. Subtraction is going to be your correction method to get rid of additive gradients. Latest AI. And before I run this, I'll just, what I mentioned before, resources, updates, manage repositories. So repositories are where we put the actual URL locations of these types of tools. We add them and okay them, and then PI syncs to entire repositories of developers' scripts or whatever it might be. In the case of Russ Croman's 4Pay, Noise, Star, and Blur Exterminator, you've got repositories for them too. So that's how we do that. Let's apply this. You do have a real-time preview here, but guess what? It's not for the background extraction. It's only for the denoising feature, which is separate and apart over here in the toolbox. And it's good, the noise reduction, but not as good as Noise Exterminator. So that's what the real-time preview is for. We can't use it for background extraction. Apply that real quick. He said real quick, but Pete's going to have to buy me a new computer soon. It's kind of simple, it's constant catch up. So here's a very beautiful, smooth background. Doesn't look like we compromised any data in there at all. And you can see that that gradient is essentially gone. Of course, we haven't done background neutralization, color calibration. But one thing that you'll notice, and I'll point out when I get to the gradient correction, that looks awful. But that initial gradient that we get, and it really isn't a gradient, it's a color bias. Those initial color biases that we get because of misaligned channels, this is one tool that does kind of knock that out. DBE will knock that out as well. But when we get to gradient correction, we'll see that it doesn't do that. So that's one. Let's go to M31. And let's take a look at good old DBE. And of course, that is a dynamic process and a little bit harder to use than some of the others. Perhaps it needs good data, it needs good information from us. And as I always point out to people, on the display tool, you have a channel selector, and particularly in hydrogen alpha rich areas can be really useful going into the red channel or whatever channel you might pick to kind of see things a little bit different than a color image. Here, if I link the channels up and we put that single stretch on, again, very typical, whatever color channels are in front, it's going to really show when you do that. We unlink those channels, we put a new auto stretch on. But if I want to move the sliders together, I got to relink those channels back up. And my point being there is I can brighten things up a little bit. I can darken shadows a little bit, again, to really be able to visualize what's going on here. With DBE, it's been around for quite some time. Juan Conejero threatened to rewrite it some years ago, but that's before, the other work that's been done. And I can tell you that the P team, although they've really relaxed on AI in general, in fact, if you look at the Mars information, they're actually using Russ's Blur Exterminator to process that data. And Russ told me in private conversation that, yeah, they've really relaxed a lot. But that said, I can tell they really don't like the Graxpert AI approach for background modelization. So DBE, again, still good. You can place your own sample points manually. I like to do it manually. You can generate them automatically here. You can pick a sample radius, how many rows you want. But, you wind up deleting or moving many samples, and unless it's a super complex gradient, you really shouldn't have to have gazillions of sample points, right? I like to go 12, 6, 3, 9 when I can, corners when I can. I say when I can, avoiding any legitimate structure of any appreciable size. Stars, of course, are ignored as indicated in black. No worries there, but you wouldn't want to put it over a galaxy. You wouldn't want to put it over a big old star. You're wasting a lot of your sample. diffraction spikes, big halos, they're all large enough structures that it might give you a little pause to want to include those in the model. So that's what I mean by when I can. I like to kind of split equidistant when I can, but there's no hard and fast rules here. Some of this comes from older tools like Maxim DL's background tools. Just that kind of concept just kind of stuck with me. Plenty of samples, I think. Obviously, subtraction again. We do not want to normalize. Read about it. We don't want to normalize. We want a neutral sky background. Normalize won't do that. Replace the target image is perfectly fine. Hold on to the background model. Don't discard it. And if tolerance is set well, none of these samples will be red. They're all included fine. We like to relax shadows relaxation. We like to relax it about double to 6.0. And, you know, there's lots of fancy stuff in DBE. You can use the symmetry feature to extend safe samples into dangerous places where there's tons of nebulosity, but we don't need those here. I think this is pretty cut and dry, and I'll just go ahead and execute that process. Here's a background model. Now, it's linear, just like its parent image, so it needs a stretch. And when those channels are linked, again, we're going to see that dominant color in there. We unlink the channels, put a new auto stretch on, put a boosted auto stretch on, and we can really see that significant light fall off over here and a little bit of that reddishness and greenishness. So that looks like a nice, smooth, non-complex background model. And because our statistics have changed so much, we really need to put a new auto stretch on. By that point, we really can link those channels up. We should be able to put a single stretch on, even though we haven't color calibrated, even though we haven't background neutralized yet. But as you can see, that did a nice job. And I'll do this, you know, 2-3 different ways, different tools, comparing just to see what the best result is. Let's try gradient correction on this M45. So gradient correction, you know, they made literally 6 or 7 videos on the official Pixinsight YouTube channel. Oh, it's easy to use. And 7 videos. And so, you know, Ron will tell you, I will tell you, we will tell you, it's not that easy to use. But I take heart in the fact that they really say that they work very hard on these model generation settings to find really good defaults that work in most cases. And I would agree with that. And if I didn't agree with it, I would not sit there for hours on end tweaking these sliders to try to get them any better. So if I'm going to use it, I'm going to use these at defaults. But I do choose automatic convergence. Anytime we see convergence in any of the PI tools, it's a win-win. It just means that it's going to do multiple iterations until it reaches the best possible solution. And no point in not generating the gradient model to see what we're doing. Before I talk about these, I just want to say that there's no real-time preview. It's a new tool. I think a real-time preview would have been a good idea. Vicente Perez said, oh, yeah, but it works fast. And yeah, it works fast, but a real-time preview would have been nice. So we have 2 other sections, the simplified model and the structure protection. And these are pretty simple to understand. So simplified is a little bit deceiving. What it means is if you have a complex gradient, use the simplified option because it will run a initial simpler version of the algorithm before it runs the more complex, more powerful version of it. So if you have reason to think that you've got a really complex gradient, and I said, you know, this might be a little bit there, but looking at it again, you know, this is legitimate reddish nebulosity here. It's really more about the dark fall off here and the blast of light, I would say, from this end. So let's assume that it's not simple. It's not a particularly complex. So I won't choose simplified. But if I did, you have a model degree. You can experiment with 1 or 2 setting here for model degrees to see which one might be better. And if you're going to do that, go ahead and also generate the simplified model so you can see that initial model before the actual gradient model. Structure protection. So I would say, and I'll turn off the stretch for a second, you know, as bright as that cluster is, when you turn that stretch off, there's a fairly homogeneous illumination throughout that image, where M42 really has a rather bright core and such. So structure protection is really designed for that, would be a poster boy, to choose it, and then you can generate those masks to see what they look like. But let's try it. Let's try it on here and see if we get anything. I do want to show real quick that if I stretch this, once again, we have a lime frozen margarita here, right? So green is that dominant color there. And remember that when we ran the other tools, that it knocked that out. So even though we had calibrated and we hadn't neutralized the background yet, this was gone. So I'm going to stretch that. This tool will not do that, as you'll see. And this tool is also not recommended and isn't good for multiplicative gradients. So if you didn't shoot flats, or your flats didn't do a great job, don't use gradient correction. It can't do multiplicative correction with division. So let's see how this goes. So there's some structure protection, and these are the masks that are coming out from this feature. And sometimes, you know, you might think that something's bright enough to want to use structure protection, but when you see the masks used, it doesn't make sense. It's either all white, it's all black, or it's just not in the location that that bright object is. In this case, I would say that it does coincide. And if let me just shade this and maybe iconize these guys for a second, and just pull him over here. And as I hold that down, right, the child window becomes translucent. So yes, it very much agrees with the location of the Pleiades. So I would say that the structure protection was a good choice in this. And you can see that it really did a beautiful job with a very even field. But remember the caveat, if I link those channels back up, guess what rears its ugly head? So I've got to be sure that when I do color calibration, and we had a little bit prettier visualization before, that if I'm going to use the older color calibration process, that really make sure that you're doing background neutralization as a step beforehand. So if you got, like in this case, some reasonably color neutral background sky to choose, you would define a reference image here or here. And if you did it, run background neutralization regardless on the entire image without an actual ROI region of interest, because it'll still knock those channels more into alignment, and it will be a facilitator for color calibration. If you're using SPCC, spectrophotometric color calibration, do not use background neutralization. They don't pair well together. Here, you want to use this, the internal version of background neutralization. So once again, defining a color neutral spot for the sample and do it here. But if you've used SPCC, make sure you're neutralizing the background either here or with the process before standard color calibration. So they're all good. They all do a good job, but there are times that one will just do a better job than another. And I really think it's worthwhile to run 2 or 3 to make sure you're getting the best result possible, because it's just so critical for good, accurate color. So I think that's what I wanted to cover.
That's some really great info, man. You know,
Absolutely.
The amount of tools that we have just to combat the gradients, and you know, to your point, each object's different, right? You may need one process differently over than others. So it's real important to kind of judge which one you could use for each individual image.
Yep, I agree.
I'm
Can I
curious
just
if you've
say?
experimented with SETI Astro's automatic DB.
Yeah, I did. And I found in a more complicated situation that I could get a better result with my own samples in DBE than I could with Frank's. And I understand Frank's on tonight, and I just want to say thank you to him for many great scripts. Really cool stuff.
Yeah, it's got some great
Actually,
stuff.
I think Frank canceled on us.
Oh, okay.
Oh no. Well,
I
you know
can
what,
tell
guys?
He had something come up.
Yeah, I hope you see that this is why people love learning from Warren. He just explained 3 tools that everyone has a lot of problems with, but he gives you the context and the manner of which to use these. It doesn't go into every little single button and slider, and just really explains it well. And I've learned from Warren over the years, and I think that's the biggest it's a compliment we get from a lot of people, is that, you know what, you guys explain how to do it, when to do it. What do we call it, Warren?
The context and chronology, the what to do.
There
and
you
when
go.
to do
There
it.
you go. And he just, you know what? And I just learned something about the new gradient tool tonight. So great job, Warren. Send me a bill.
Thank you. Let's see, 45-minute late fee.
And hey, you know what? Warren is available for one-on-ones. And let me tell you, spending an hour with Warren, okay, it can really cut the learning curve down, tremendously. So,
Warren,
hey guys, can I share my screen before we exit here?
Yeah, Warren, just hit your screen share button so we can see your face again.
Okay, so I will do that.
There you go. Perfect.
There you go. I just want, I know you guys are probably running behind still.
That's okay.
So just make it really, really quick. Please join us for our next workshop. You look over her shoulder, Warren Keller, as he processes the Iris Nebula. And again, this is about 2 hours, and we have room for questions and answers. You get the data, you get the icon sets, and we always open things up with questions and answers afterwards. And again, there's a coupon code of Astro World for $5 off the work. And I also let everybody know that, although we charge for our workshops, Warren gives a workshop here as to how to process your images and little as 6 steps. And this is great for newbies. We go through the interface here. Again, no cost. Just come to the Masters of Pixinsight website. We come out and tell you how to evaluate your data with Blink. We give you some files to download as part of the tutorial. We teach you through weighted batch pre-processing. And then again, Warren shows you how to produce an image in Pixinsight in 6 simple steps. Okay. You're not going to get APOD with this, but it's really meant to kind of get you off, to get you on the right road and show you that Pixinsight, while it is a great tool, you don't have to get crazy with it right away. So that's all I've got, guys. Again, we appreciate you here today. Hopefully we see some folks at our Photons of Photos on December 17th.
Awesome. Hey,
okay.
All right, let me get everybody back up here. Listen, guys, thanks so much.
Sure.
And Pete, you could hit the screen share button again. But Warren, thanks so much for the thanks for the info, and listen, you guys have always been so gracious to the show. Thanks so much for all your support over the past couple of years, man. You guys are awesome. All the workshops we've given away and the IP for AP subscriptions, and I could thank you so much for your support, guys. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking here in the chat, and there's a lot of people here that have been in your workshops. used a lot of your tools, and all of them, you know, they're just giving you huge thanks, and me as well. I mean, I have a lot of your workshops, and I've been to several, and they've been a game changer for me. I was so intimidated by Pixinsight for many years until I started going to you guys' workshops. So thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we enjoy you guys too, and we appreciate all you do for the community too.
Awesome.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. You have a great night.
right.
And if I don't talk to
happy
you, have a great
holidays.
holiday. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
See you next year.
No, you know me. I'm stopping by your house somewhere along the way. But
Exactly.
All right, guys. Thanks so much. We're gonna head off,
right.
and we're gonna go to the next victim on the list. So,
Okay.
Warren, thank you so
Next
much. You're the
victim.
best. Thanks for that great gradient presentation. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay. Take care.
Awesome.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
All right, awesome. Those guys are great, and I know we're running a little bit behind, and I know that we got
They
two
are
guests.
great.
We got two guests in the background. I got Ben and Wilfredo waiting in line. Wilfredo, you're up next. So we're gonna just jump right to it. We're gonna get right to Wilfredo. Let's see, Wilfredo.
There he is.
And 1 second.
Hey, everyone.
There he is.
There he is. What's going on, brother?
Hey, doing great. Great show. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, you're
Yeah,
good.
can hear you
You're
great.
good.
All right.
How's it
awesome,
going?
Awesome. It's doing really good, really good. I really appreciate you having me on. This is great. I've learned a lot too. Been taking notes. This is it's amazing. This is awesome.
Yeah, no, we do this type of thing every year. We'd love to have you on. You've been on your own show a couple of weeks ago, and it's great. It's great seeing you again. Meeting you at NEAF. It was a great time, and it's just good to have you on.
Yeah, same here. It was great. I can't wait to NEAF next year. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's going to be great. So, you know, I know that your YouTube and your Instagram has recently just blown up on you. You know, you're just like, I thought, what did I see? 17,000 subscribers, I think I saw.
Yeah, it's almost to 27,000. It should probably be at 27,000 tonight. So, well,
Oh my God.
We'll see.
That's awesome.
Wow. That is fantastic.
It's yeah, I have to give thanks to like the worldwide community because of TikTok. I've followed a bunch of people, and I try to spread the word worldwide, and I've got a lot of followers from around the world. So that's helped me build my community at base. I think that's why my channel has grown pretty quickly in the last 6 months.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. It's a nice little success story there. So, what do you got going on with Wilfredo's astronomy? What astrophotography? I'm sorry. What do you got going on?
So I got a lot going on right now, but tonight we're going to talk about this Coronado PST and some solar stuff, and then we'll talk about my new modification to my my big rig, my mobile rig, and then hopefully soon we'll have a video coming out on a step, A to Z process on how I process my solar work.
Awesome.
But tonight we'll just jump right into it.
Yeah,
I'm going to show you some tips and tricks and some problems I ran into along the way, and then I'll at the very end I'll share my screen and give you an example.
Sure.
But this is the Coronado PST. It's a dedicated hydrogen alpha telescope. It is the cheapest out there, the cheapest they come, but it is the dedicated hydrogen alpha. I've had great success with this, a lot of issues along the way, and I'm going to give you some tips and tricks tonight. If you own this telescope or a Lunt 40 and maybe even a 50, I hear the same issues are happening with that type telescope. So hopefully I'll be able to cover some of those tonight. But when I first bought this telescope, camera choice was a big factor. The only camera that I could really get that would focus on this telescope was this little Orion mini camera. It's a monochrome guide camera basically, and you would just put it in here, and sometimes it would focus, sometimes it wouldn't. Sometimes I'd have to put the little adapter on here to make that work. Getting the back focus on this thing is really tricky. But this is it's not a great camera, but it worked. So then I moved into like the 585 MC planetary camera. But I could not figure out how to get it to, there's a lot on the table here. I couldn't figure out how to get it to focus, because if you just put the nose piece, the supplied nose piece on from the camera, if you just put that into the telescope like that, I could not get this to focus. It wouldn't focus one bit. It would almost be there, but it wouldn't quite get there. So I reached out to a couple friends and I watched a lot of videos, and I took what they had and what I was able to put together to make this thing work. And this is what I came up with. The easiest route was I bought the Coronado 2x Barlow. And even with this 2x Barlow, and if you put the nose piece back on the planetary camera, if you put the camera into the Barlow lens and then put that in there, I still could not get it to focus. So what we came up with is unscrew the bottom piece of the Barlow lens. A lot of threads on this one.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's really small, small threads. But also when you do this, if you keep turning this thing back and forth and it hits the stop, there's a little ring in here that gets loose. So you'll have to make sure you tighten those up, but just try not to touch the lens. But if you take the bottom piece of the Barlow lens out and screw it into the nose piece,
oh, well,
if you screw it into the nose piece here, this is the magic. This is what makes it happen. This goes right into the PST, and voila, it fixes all the focus issues. You'll get a full disc, and you'll be able to then use the little, and I don't want to downplay the scope, but this is a horrible focuser on this telescope here. But it fixed the problem. So then I didn't like the images that this camera came up with. So then I upgraded to the 183 mono. But this is a 20 megapixel camera. So it's not as fast, nor near as fast. Even when you crop it down to the smallest ROI, I'm getting 19 frames per second. And I was elated at that because it did turn out to be good quality images at first, especially when you zoomed in and was doing time lapses. So I'm like, I need to find a camera that is faster, but looks good. So then, well, before I get to that one, I wanted to try something different. I used the 2.5x Barlow in Telview, and what we had to do here is it wouldn't work. You couldn't just put that in there, put the camera in there.
No,
it just wouldn't work. So separate it. You get the T-ring, right? Put the T-ring on there, the T-ring adapter, and then your, I think it's the M42 to M48 adapter.
Yep.
All right. So if you have one of these planetary cameras that the
ring.
adapter ring comes off, you just take that off. Unfortunately, if you have one like this is the 678, it won't come off, and you can't. You can screw this on here like this. It will screw on there, but it will not work. It just will not focus up. It won't get close enough to the sensor. There's not enough space, or there's too much space. So what you do is you take this little adapter ring and you just start it. There's only like 4 threads in here, so there's not much. But if you start it with about 2 threads, hold it there, and then gently start the the Barlow lens, that works. This works perfect. You can use the 2.5 times Barlow this way on this scope, and it works perfect. A great picture. You're not quite a full disc, but it works great. So then
it looks like you're putting some watchers into a panic attack with the telescope Legos.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, what is he doing?
Yeah.
You're getting creative here, Wilfredo. You're getting creative.
Well, you have to be. You have to be creative because when I was watching all these videos, people were saying, "Hey, you got to have this. You got to have that. This won't work." I was told that this Coronado PST would not take a great picture, but the picture that's up for Image of the Year, which is one of my best solar pictures, was taken with this Coronado.
Yep.
With this Frankenstein rig that you see here, and it works. And if you really want a really high resolution picture, you just take your 2600, and then of course you just take it and thread it right on in here like this. It's not a very fast. It's not a very fast, frames per second, but the detail and resolution is insane. And this does work. It focuses right on up. You will not get a full disc. However, you can do a time lapse with this. It's not very fast, but you'll get a very nice prominence that you can zoom into, and it works. Now, I did want to try my 6200 out, but I'm afraid, there's this little window right there.
Yep.
I am deathly afraid of scratching that window. And there is this M42 adapter to I forget which one the full frame adapter is. It has to screw into it and it will touch that window. Yeah. So I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that because that's a very expensive camera. So I know it will work. I just haven't tried that part yet. So that's how you make the big cameras work. And then, like I said, I wanted something faster. But I found the Player One Apollo M Max. This is the best solar camera that I've come across so far because I think the native at the native length ROI, it's in the 60s or 70s. It's pretty high when I have it set up. And then when I crop it down to where I'm doing my images or time lapses, I'm at 150, anywhere from 130 to 150 frames per second. And it works really well. But the bad thing is it's only 1.7 megapixel. The images look great, but when you try to blow it up, it doesn't look very good. So that's why I like the 183. It works well when you blow it up. But one day I did a 2.5 hour time lapse. I wanted to capture the rotation of the sun and all that. Well, I ate up almost 3.2 terabytes of a hard drive doing that.
Wow.
So that was very difficult to process. It took a long time and almost burned up my laptop. And that's why I got my new computer, as you see over here. Because it's just too much. And then I got this Saturn planetary camera. I was going to do for planets, but it actually turns out very well. Even though it's color, you can make it record mono. And it's not as fast as the Apollo. However, this is 1.7 and this is 9 megapixels. And it produces a really good picture. So I can't wait to do a time lapse with that, but I've been trying to use that on Jupiter. So that covers how you get this Coronado to actually focus. This was given to me by the Player One people up at NEAF when we went up there, and this is a tilter, a tilter. So you get those Newtonian rings.
Yeah, the Newton rings. Yep.
Yeah, the Newton rings. I get those when I go above 2 times Barlow. If I go to a 2.5 Barlow. Sometimes I'll get it at the 3 times Barlow, but when I use the 5 times Barlow, for sure, it's horrible. This is a great little system, and if you haven't used it or seen it, all it does is is it goes into your, basically it goes into your telescope, and then you just loosen one side and tighten the other, and as you can see, it just slowly tilts.
Yep.
Sweet.
It takes
Yeah.
care of that. However, it does not work on the Coronado. There's not enough, or it's too much back focus. So I can't get it to work on the Coronado, but it does work on the Lunt, and we'll cover that in just a second. So if you have this and you've ever taken a picture with it, it has a tunable Etalon filter here. And it's not very great. It's pretty cheap. And when I first got it, and you try to focus in on some prominences on a solar disk, it looks like Swiss cheese when you turn up the gain. It looks horrible. I couldn't figure that out. So what I did was after I found out that the makers, I think they went out of business. I don't think I can get warranty on it. I was like, you know what? I don't want to throw this thing away. It still works, but I want to know why it's like it is. So what I did was, and I don't recommend that you do this unless you want to, but this is what I did to this. I just took it apart. And this is what I found.
This is not for the faint of heart here.
Yes. Yeah. So I took it apart like this, and I exposed the Etalon filter inside here. And what I found was that there was pieces of plastic and junk behind there. So I just took a little tool and I just twisted this off, and I took the filter out, cleaned it off, put it back on. And then I went onto this side over here, where this is where you would actually screw on the double stack filter. And I took this off. And on the inside of this, there was little pieces of plastic. And downside the tube, there were items in the tube. So I had to clean all this out. And I'm assuming that was all from the factory when they put it together.
Wow.
And once I cleaned all that out, I came over to the focuser side, and I don't know if you can see here, but there is I'm trying to get it in there. There's a small little prism-like device that's in there.
We see it flashing in there.
Yeah, and that's the focuser, right? And it's very small, and it is cheaply made. I'm not an engineer, but this thing is very loose and it's horrible. So I looked down in there, and lo and behold, it's covered in gunk.
Oh my God.
So cleaned it out. I haven't taken the screws out yet, but you could do that as well and get down there to a little bit better. But once I did all that, I cleaned it out, put it back together. I blew it out, to keep the dust out of it. And then I just put it back together. And then the next time I went out and tested it out, it was about 85% of that Swiss cheese was gone, and
Wow.
it dramatically improved my image. So I was very happy about that.
Sweet.
So this particular beginner scope, I think it was like $1,000, it's $900 something. I won't say it's a waste of money. I think it's a good buy. It's a good starter scope, and you can do all kinds of things with it. You just have to explore, and you have to experiment with gear. But one of the great things is it's got the solar finder in it right there. It just shows right up, and it's pretty easy to find the sun in that. But that's the PST. Sometimes the mounts that I would use, this is the Hilo finder, the Solo Quest from Skywatcher.
Yep.
This is a pretty good mount. It works well sometimes. It will track pretty good. You just got to make sure it's level. It comes with a tripod with a bubble mount down here, and there's also a bubble mount right here. And you really got to worry about the top one and being on level ground, because it won't track very well if you don't. But I've noticed, and it tells you, it's out of warranty now, but it tells you not to, right? Don't do this. Don't twist the gears.
No.
Well, straight out of the box, you put it in there, you turn it on, and it automatically spins around. It stops. It's missing a gear. So you got to grab it and twist it. Oh, and then it's good. So it's only going to spin so far till it tracks the sun. Then it's going to go up and down a little bit. So it's not like it's going to go 360 on you anyway. So, but it's pretty cheap. It's like $500 something. But this works pretty good.
Yep.
You can do time lapses with it. However, if you do a time lapse using this, you're going to have to use something like DaVinci Resolve to counteract the field rotation, and that's a whole nother class right there that I'm still having issues with, but it's doable. Now this is my new one. This is the Lunt 60, and so far I'm pretty pleased with it. But I always like to try to say what to do, what not to do. The other day, I did go out to capture the International Space Station, and I drove about an hour and a half, 2 hours away. I got set up. It's in the freezing cold, but I got there an hour and a half early so I could set up and go over my stuff. And I couldn't figure out. I could not get the image of the sun to show up. I tried camera. I tried to focus. I tried changing out cords because I bought extra cords, and I just could not figure it out. I had the sun right in the solo finder.
Mm-hmm.
I just could not figure it out. I tried adjusting the Etalon, and I'm looking at the scope, looking at it down the horn, and I'm just looking at it. I'm like, why can't I see anything? Well,
he pulled an Eric.
You got to watch the "Don't Get Frustrated" video for Astroworld. Then.
yeah, you got to take the end cap off. Because you can't see through it.
Nope.
But this is a pressure tuned one, and so far I'm pretty happy with it. But I will say, if you have one of these, you need to read the instructions, because I tend not to read instructions, and it came loose. It tells you to tighten everything up. Well, the focuser, the blocking filter itself, comes out. Of course, on the PST it doesn't, and I'm pretty sure on the 50 it's upgradable too. You can just comes in and out. But anyway, this was all the way in. It was all the way in, and I could not achieve focus. I'm like, here we go again. I can't achieve the focus. I'm gonna have to try something different. Right in the instructions, like the second page, it says big letters. Before you start, A, do this. B, pull the focus tube out about 2 inches, and then you're good to go. Sure enough, that worked like a champ. So make sure you do that. Now this is the pressure-tuned Etalon filter. And this particular one, I think I'm having an issue with it. It's not as smooth as the PST, because it's a tilt. It's real smooth. But this particular one, there's a O-ring down inside of there, and it comes off by taking that cap off. There's a little Allen wrench in there. Well, when I first got it, it was easy and it worked great. But now, when I was up there doing the getting the International Space Station, when I was turning this, a little piece of O-ring, what looked like an O-ring, ended up on the thread. So I think my O-ring is broke, but there's a video on how to fix that. But also, YouTube videos show that you start here and go in. I could never get a great picture like that. I watched Lunt's video, and they suggested start all the way to the inside as far as it'll go, and then work your way out. But what I have found is that this thing, brass and brass together, if it's not lubricated, it chatters. It chatters really bad. So the whole scope chatters. So when you got one hand on the Etalon filter and you're inside your little bucket trying to view your screen in the sun, and you're not holding to the scope, it's moving like this. It's chattering. It's hard to get focused. So I wish I wish that Lunt would find a better way or finer threads to keep this Eidolon from chattering so bad when you go to adjust it. But that's my 2 cents on the 60. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Let's see here. Entire. Let's see. Yeah, I forgot here. Entire screen.
Yeah.
Yep. And then I can just should be able to do.
Yep.
Oh, not that. Not that. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. Here we go. Let me know if you can.
Yep.
You can see the two sun pictures.
Yep.
Okay, great. So on the left over here is the that was a recent picture, and I'm still trying to figure out how to get it tuned just right. But here's the difference. If you look at the Lunt, the one on the left, the entire view of the sun, there's no gradient. It's all basically orange, yellow, and you can make these whatever colors you want. But the gradient is the same. So from the bottom of the sun to the top of the sun, it's pretty much the same brightness and this color. But if you go over to the right side and you look at this is the PST, and this is before I cleaned it. You can see in the middle it's really dark, but on the outer edges it's pretty much light. And then the top right hand corner, you've got this weird looking, looks like cheese of a reflection. And that's what I was telling you about, is before I cleaned it, I had that. When you try to adjust the exposure up or the gain up, that would always show up. But then when you move the filter, when you try to tune your Eidolon filter, it goes away. But when it goes away, then of course there goes your surface features, and it was really hard to do. So that's the difference between the two telescopes. They take about the same type detail, but the pressure tuned Eidolon gives you a much easier way to control how the sun and the gradient looks as far as the dynamic range, I think, of how your image looks. So that's those. And then the last thing I want to show you is this is my new. This is the my portable rig. You should be able to see that now, right?
That's a portable rig.
Yes, yes. So
what would you consider not portable? I mean, holy cow.
Well, so yeah, so I have bad knees and I have a bad back, so it's very difficult to move stuff around. Even picking up 20, 30 pounds and carrying it from the backyard to the front yard is difficult. So I built this rig, and you see my cursor on the.
Yep.
Okay. So right along the bottom here, when I first started, and I built this this trolley basically. I put those little tubes there, and I threaded rod, 3/8, I believe, no, 1/2 inch rod threaded through there, and on the bottom through there was some 2x4s, and basically I was able to adjust them up and down. And it just made it stable. It worked great, but it was difficult because it took a while to roll it out, get it aligned to Polaris basically, or north, and then level it out. So I've been thinking about a way to change it around. And a lot of people were saying, I had a lot of comments saying, why are you leveling on 4 points? You should be leveling on 3 points. Well, I was always worried about it tipping over. Well, after using this thing for a year, with the threaded rod in these little areas, I finally said, you know what? I'm going to upgrade to a regular tongue jack, like a trailer. And I wish I would have done this a year ago when I built this, because all I had to do was drill the hole, put an extra piece of wood here, put it in there. And this thing is phenomenal. It is steady as a rock. It doesn't rock back and forth. And it is so simple to level out. It is a dream, and all I have to do is roll it out into the, from the shop to right there or anywhere in the yard, and I can have it set up and aligned and not polar line, but a line so I can get ready to do the night imaging, all within about 5 minutes after I get on site. It is so simple to use. I think I just hit the stop sharing button.
Nope, not yet.
Oh, let's see here.
There you go.
All right. Perfect.
All right.
So there we go. That's about it. That's I can't say that I got any new equipment coming. I would like to take a look at Skywatcher's new solar scope when it comes out.
Oh,
I'm pretty
the
interested in
76,
that.
72,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's a single stacked with double stacked efficiency. And as soon as Santa Claus gives me the go ahead, so I can get the stack for the Lunch 60.
There
I'd
you
like
go.
to try that out as well.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say, Wilfredo, your transit, you got it right down the pipe too, so that was pretty good.
Oh yeah. Oh, you saw it? Oh, yes, right. Yeah,
Yeah,
I posted it on Discord. Yeah. So here's the thing. I did forget to mention this. If you are doing time lapses, I've been using Fire Capture for a long time, and Fire Capture, for whatever reason, pauses every so many seconds. It'll pause for just a fraction of a second while you're recording, and then it just continues on, and it's never a problem until I went to go do the International Space Station. Because if you watch the video, you're watching it, and then halfway, it appears out of nowhere in the middle of the sun, because Fire Capture paused for that fraction of a second as it was coming through, and it only takes 0.89 seconds, or it's less than a second for the International Space Station to transient the sun, and I only got half of it. So if you're gonna do stuff like that, time lapses are fine, but when you try to capture something that's moving, I'm going to try to go to Sharp Cap or something else, because I'm not sure why Fire Capture does that. But
awesome. All right, cool. Well, hey, thanks, Wilfredo. What a great presentation, man. I'm avidly following you on all your social media. You've been doing great. Keep up the great work, man. And love having you on again and again and again. And you're more than welcome whenever. So thanks so much for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, and it's been a pleasure. And I can't wait till next time. And sometime soon we'll have to come on the show and chat again.
Absolutely.
Whatever you want, man.
Yep. We don't see you. Have a great holiday, and thanks again, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Same here. Appreciate it. Thank
All
you.
right.
Happy holidays.
Later.
See you. Same to you.
All right.
See you.
Later. All right. So we got another special guest. We got 2 left. Only 2 to go. We're running about 37 minutes behind. So I apologize to the last 2 people. So next we got Ben from the Narrowband channel coming on. He's been patiently waiting for about 40 minutes now. I've been watching him in the background.
In here.
And let's get him on in. Here we go. There we go.
Hey, guys.
There he is.
Hey, let me lower your mic for a second. Here you go. There we go. How's it going, my friend?
Oh, not bad. I had chemo this week, so I am kind of recovering from that.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I hope everything's okay, and all that,
That's all right. This webcast has saved me from having to watch the end of Cinderella.
Oh, glad we could help, buddy. Glad we could help.
Absolutely. Glad we can assist.
So what's going on, man? How's it going?
Not bad. And I guess I actually didn't realize we were supposed to have like a topic or presentation or something like that. But I think we were going to talk about image sensors, right?
Yes, we were.
That's kind of something I know a lot about. And I know I try to keep abreast with all the research and stuff that's going on. But I guess what I want to do is kind of like tell you a little bit about where the industry is kind of going to go, okay, in the future. So you're all familiar with James Webb, right?
Yep, sure.
Now, what's so amazing about James Webb? Can anyone tell me?
The infrared.
That? Yep. Well, like a lot of people, when they say, "Well, it's amazing about James Webb," is, "Oh, it's bigger and it's got a newer camera and it's got shiny mirrors and so forth." Well,
because it's
like
the
they're
furthest
really,
out, away from,
it's
you know.
But here we'll run some specs up. Okay, so the
Okay.
surface area of James Webb's mirrors occupies about 270 square feet. Okay, Hubble, by contrast, is about 50 square feet. Now, if you were doing just some math quick, you would say, "Oh, that means that James Webb's is going to capture about 5 times as much light." You'd be wrong. Okay, well, it's actually going to capture about 10 times as much light. And there's a little trick that NASA did, which is going to be something we're going to start seeing on the pixel per pixel level of cameras eventually. And what I did, I kind of rigged this up really fast here. So this is 2 cameras. Let's see if we can get them back in here. Okay, you can see both of them have their own filter wheel. Both of them have their own sensor. And this SV Bony prism here, let's not imagine that as a prism. Let's instead imagine that as a beam splitter.
Okay.
Essentially, light comes into that prism, and one half of the spectrum gets sent one way, and the other half of the spectrum gets sent the other. And what that essentially, and this is how James NearCAD camera works, is it essentially splits the light 2 different directions, and it sends, let's say it's imaging oxygen 3 and H alpha at the same time. Well, it's going to send the H alpha light one direction to one camera and the oxygen 3 camera light to the other camera, and basically doubling the amount of light that it's able to record by using 2 cameras and essentially a beam splitter.
Wow.
And that's one of the incredible things about James Webb. And I can just imagine if there's to be a James Webb 2 someday, they'll probably put something that can split the light 3 ways.
Yeah,
so
right.
they can get 3 times as much light. Now, that though is kind of something that camera companies that are trying to build image sensors essentially are trying to build into the actual sensor itself. Is basically, not necessarily like a beam splitter, but it's been done a bunch of different ways. One company, which I think was based in Poland, they came out with a sensor that instead of having a bunch of micro lenses over top of the pixels, it had basically these prisms that would spread the light out across a rainbow. And then underneath that was basically a grid of pixels that didn't have any filters over them. Okay. They just simply recorded the light that came down to them. And it required a lot of calibration and so forth in order to basically each sensor's got to be calibrated according to the prisms that are laid on over top of the sensor. But from that, you could essentially record all of the light hitting it across several different wavelengths at the same time, and no light, I should say, gets wasted, so to speak. And I know for us, the amateur astrophotographer, what that would literally mean, I mean, that would be like some of these guys you see with like 3 telescopes on one mount. They've got a mono camera recording each wavelength of light. You could just have one telescope, and basically that one single sensor could record hydrogen alpha, it could record oxygen 3, it could record S2, or you could be recording RGB, all at the same time, greatly increasing the amount of light that you're going to essentially capture. And I know what that means as far as how much more data you're going to collect. It's going to mean like for photographers, okay, in the photography world, it's going to mean about a 1.5 stop increase in the light sensitivity of our sensors. So that's kind of something that's kind of it's around the corner. It might be a decade away. I don't know. But it's eventually coming, and that is the way things are going to go, because this is the way our eyes work, and it really makes perfect sense that eventually sensors are going to go that way too, and we're going to see basically a revolution in photography yet again on top of what we've already seen. And basically you're going to get to capture a lot more light in a lot less time.
That's going to be awesome.
And-
I mean,
That's gonna be awesome.
Oh yeah.
it's going to
Yeah.
be great.
Yeah,
You
Our
could-
answer was saying that it sounds a bit like the Fovean sensor that Sigma cameras use.
Ah, Fulvian. Okay, that no. So I'm familiar with Fulvian. Okay, and that is one way that it has been tried to be done. Unfortunately, with Fulvian, what it is it's basically 3 layers of silica, and each layer kind of picks up is sensitive to a particular wavelength. Unfortunately, with Fulvian's technology, it absorbs about 1/3 of the light with each layer that it passes through. So you're not really getting that improvement, okay, in sensing. Now, I know Panasonic, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, they showed something where every single pixel was in fact a spectrometer, essentially, and sort of trying to do the same thing where it would actually measure where the wavelength of that signal was rather than just measuring a signal. Okay, because that's all, because silica right now, all it can do is to tell you whether or not it's generated a charge or whether or not it is, or it is or not. Okay, but Panasonic wasn't too open about like how it worked or anything like that. They didn't really show a lot, and they haven't shown much since. And frankly, after Panasonic's organic image sensor debacle, I don't have too much faith in them. But yeah, so Fulvian, not quite the same thing. And there was another technology out there that I talked about on my channel, but my head's still kind of chemo foggy right now, so I don't want to give bad data without reviewing it again. But that is the direction that things are eventually going to go. Where you're going to see. I know I love my model cameras, but there is going to come a day where model cameras are truly going to be a thing of the past. You won't ever see them ever again because of these new types of cameras that are coming out that can measure multiple wavelengths at the same time.
That's going to be amazing.
Josh was asking, would this somehow replace the Bayer matrices?
Yes, absolutely. And I hate the Bayer matrix because for us astrophotographers, the Bayer matrix is terrible. Okay, because like half the pixels are green, and there's nothing in space that's green. Okay, you basically
you say that, but Dan will argue that point.
But I mean, there's just so many other different colors in between the whole color band.
I won't argue the point. I will just say that sometimes I like a little green in it. I just make it that way. So, so I like a little green. You know, it's like Kermit. You know, not easy.
Hubble did it, but it was for scientific purposes only.
Yeah, I know. For us, like really, the only useful pixels on our one-shot killer cameras is the red pixels and the blue pixels, and that's it.
Blue pixels.
You know, pretty much all your multi-band pass narrowband filters will basically block everything that the green sees. There's a little bit that leaks over from oxygen 3, but it's a small amount. It's probably about 1/3 of the quantum efficiency of that pixel.
Okay.
And unfortunately, really what it does is
here's a question for me, and this may sound like a dumb question.
No, go ahead.
Forgive me if it does. But then why in the world, if we're getting rid of all the green, why do we even waste our time taking green? Because even when you're doing Pixinsight, you're doing SCNR. And what's you doing with SCNR? You're getting rid of the green.
That's actually a pretty good question. I think reflection nebula is about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for stars, for the sake of stars, because stars are
a combination.
The only thing that's the whole spectrum.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So we'll give it. So we'll give it to the stars. Whatever. But still. Then you know what? If that's the whole case, then I say if you're gonna do LRGB, only do like 30 minutes of green, and there you go. Be done with it. Then after that, you don't need it anymore. Do more red.
You know what I say? We make the pixels
the green,
rectangles.
If you only need it for stars, do 30 minutes, maybe even an hour, and then you're done.
No, we'll just make the pixels rectangles, and we'll just do R and B. That's it. Don't worry about the other two. Or you do the other two do two luminance in there. Then you got luminance and R and B.
Yeah. I mean, even Josh makes the point of why are there two green?
I don't know.
Instead of RGB.
Well, there are pixels that the photo sites that they do make like RGRB. There are different ones like that, but the most prevalent one, the cheapest probably ones that are out there, are the RGB version of them.
Yeah.
Correct.
So there is a specific reason for that, and that is because in terrestrial photography, green is the most prevalent thing that there is in nature.
Yep.
Okay. If you go outside anywhere, I mean, except for in the cities, this green is everywhere. Okay. On Earth, I should say. So that's one of the reasons why. And also, your eyes are probably the most sensitive to green, more so than any of the other two wavelengths. Like blue actually causes your eye pain when it's get brighter. It's the only color that causes your eye pain. Red, on the other hand, does not. And then green is kind of in the middle in between the two, but it's the one that you do see the most of. Which actually reminds me, okay, so there is another type of technology out there that is able to sense multiple wavelengths of light. And it's actually, I can't remember the name of the tech right now. I did a video about it not too long ago on my channel, but essentially it actually uses some of the tech that's in solar panels. Okay. And so rather than using silica, it uses a completely different foundation for the chip. And it's a completely different type of material. And what they're able to do is make layers out of this stuff that will selectively sense certain specific wavelengths of light and allows all other wavelengths of light to just simply pass through it. So it sidesteps the issue that Fovean technology had, where it was absorbing a certain amount for every single layer. And that one actually looks very promising. And there are already sensors out there that are kind of like being experimented upon with this. I think Czechoslovakia is where it was first kind of talked about a little bit. But of course, in Germany, there's a couple of plants that are now working on sensors that are based on this. And I know there's also a bunch of them in China too, because they're producing solar panels, obviously. The only downside to that tech was that the longevity of them isn't quite as good. However, this is if you put it out in the sun 24/7. Okay, your camera sensor isn't exposed to light 24/7. I mean, it's maybe maybe 3 or 4 nights out of the month that it's exposed to any light, and it's a very small amount of light. So to me, I think that's probably a small negator.
Okay. Lynn Kay said pretty much what you were saying. It's based on the human eye, right? So apparently we have 2 green cones to each one of red and blue in the eye. So basically to kind of balance out what we're seeing into the camera eye, I guess you say.
And we have to remember that it's not always about astrophotography. These cameras and these sensors are actually built more. That's
all it's about.
Terrestrial work. I know.
Terrestrial or security cameras. Yeah, that's these chips are being knocked out by the millions for regular photography and security cameras. I mean, that's why they.
The big dollars in cameras is actually right now, at least, is in cars.
That too, yeah.
Cars.
That's right.
A lot of cars now have upwards of 12, sometimes more than 12 cameras on them now. And if you think about it, I mean, that's more cameras than the average household ever had in it at any one time.
Yeah.
And some of these cars have 24 cameras on them, for crying out loud, and they're only adding
the chips
more.
on these cameras on cars are so tiny. You wouldn't believe how small they are. Yeah. But they're so high def. I mean, my car, you put in reverse, that view out the back of my tailgate is amazing. How high def it is.
It's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of the money that's being poured into cameras for cars are trying to develop depth sensing, essentially. In other words, like how to sense the depth of a scene, because obviously they're interested in what's close to the car and what's not close to the car.
Yeah. Well, they're using radar as well. They're putting radar.
Yes, they are using a lot of radar.
Corners and in the front of the vehicle and everything like that.
I think one of the with radar though, one of the difficulties with that is getting it past certain country specifications, because some countries won't allow any type of radar on vehicles because for military reasons. I don't know why, but you know.
Well, the ones I know that I have to deal with, you know, on some of these more modern cars, is they have to be aligned specifically proper, or else, you know, you get all kinds of errors and everything like that. So it's not like you can point these radar systems, you know, up to the sky and scan the skies for anything, because they just won't work. They'll turn off. They'll malfunction.
Yeah. Were there any other questions about today's image sensors for me?
Let's see. Yeah, that's right. If there's no green in space, then why do I get so much info in the green channel in one shot?
A lot of that's light pollution.
Yeah.
A lot of it's light pollution. I know our atmosphere reflects a lot of green light.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you know, if you remember the old projection TVs, you know, it was a one red, one blue, one green.
Yeah.
That projected it and combined it into what looked like a natural color photo.
You basically got blind looking so close to the TV so you could see the pixels. Nice. All right.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, cool, man. Thanks, Ben.
Yeah.
Really appreciate
Yeah,
that.
sorry I did not have more planned. I know.
No,
that's all right. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Love hanging out with you, man, and love grabbing all your knowledge and you know your information, man. You do such a great job with your channel, and you know, hopefully
And we saved you from Cinderella.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, right?
There you go.
My 3-year-old, it's her
Cinderella.
favorite movie.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, that's Cinderella. I don't even know what I liked when I was 3. What did I like?
I saw you posted a video today too. I'll have to go about the your love hate with surreal.
Oh yeah.
I'll have to go and watch that later, but I saw that pop up in my notifications.
I mean, there's a lot of things to
Nice.
love about Cyril. Just a couple of things that I don't like. I know I touched on like the language and so forth in it, and sometimes they try to be Pixinsight, which we'd rather they were not Pixinsight. Because I know, I think every single year, like I'm on one Facebook group that does nothing but astro jokes. Okay, like guys are always making up jokes and making memes about astronomy and putting them on there. And every single year, there's always like an entire month where it's nothing but jokes about how terrible Pixinsight is designed as far as its user interface goes. And everybody, like picks on Pixinsight for like a whole month, it seems. Because it does have a very non-user friendly interface. And if you look at all the mainstream types of image editing software that's out there, like Photoshop or Pixelmator or DaVinci Resolve or well, not DaVinci Resolve, but like a bunch of the other ones that are out there, they all kind of look sort of the same. They have the same kind of group of palettes in different locations and so forth. And Pixinsight's nothing like that,
Yeah.
And I know one point that I made in that video was that, like, I think I looked up how to like RGB composite, which is basically taking all of your channels that you get from your mono camera, the 3 channels, and sticking them together. And like the first video that a friend of mine showed me, it was 43 minutes long, and it was 1 out of 3 videos.
Oh,
I was like, that's painful, dude. Like,
I can't watch it. My eyes are bleeding.
And his title of his video was a super easy way to do it in Pixinsight.
Just watch me for 130 minutes. It'll be fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pixinsight scares me for that reason.
Yeah, you get used to it. You get used to it. You know, it's just I've been using it now for a couple of years. I wish I had more data to kind of do it and more time to process. And I basically forgot everything I've learned because I just haven't been I've been living vicariously through Eric and Dave and their images because I just don't have I wish I need a dome, I need a thing, and I need about another 5 arms to do this. And I'm telling you, it's a lot of stuff. It's something that I love to do, and I love sitting here, and I love processing, and I love putting my green in, on the things that need it. But it's like one of those things where I just need another. I need an assistant, I think.
You need an assistant.
But yeah. So, all right. What else? I mean, we got to do another giveaway. We've been skipping.
Yeah, we got to do another giveaway.
We got to do giveaways. How about we do the $50 gift certificate to Astroworld and the book Into the Unknown by Kelsey Johnson. This is actually a pretty cool book.
Right.
Yeah, this is from the same publishing company that gave us Accidental Astronomy. This is Into the Unknown. The Quest to Understand the Mysteries of the Cosmos by Kelsey Johnson. So we're going to do that as well. So why don't we do that real quick? And let me move all my stuff because my desk is now over the past 8 hours become a complete disaster. So give me 1 second. Let's get this back up here. And there we go. So we'll do the book first. How about that? We'll do the book first. And then the $50. How about that?
Do it. Let's do it.
Oh man, go.
My mouse is not working. Give me a second. I think I'm losing all. I need more power to the weapons, Captain. There you go. All right, cool. There we go. So Astropalooza is the Astropalooza wheel. So we're going to be doing now the book first and then the $50 gift certificate. All right. So here we go. Book first. Who wins a book? Oh, he already won one. Sorry, Chris. You already won one. You won the Nomad. You can't win again. I'm sorry. Let's do a couple spins here. There you go. Oh, Dan? Is that Dan? Oh, wow. I'm not even going to try and pronounce that.
Danielius Krivkos.
Krivkos?
You might have to ship that one overseas.
Oh, well, if it's going to anywhere in the European Union, you're going to have to pay shipping. So there you go. All right. So we'll do that. And then we're going to do the $50 gift certificate. Here we go. You ready? There you go. $50 gift certificate to Astroworld TV, Astroworld Telescopes. And it goes to, oh, Matt, you just missed it. Paul Smaglik. All right. Paul Smaglik. Awesome. So we got that going on. All right. Awesome. I don't even want to know what's the
Matt.
chat.
So close.
Danelius says, "Wow, that's an interesting way to pronounce it." Or that's a new way to pronounce it. He's on the chat. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
Sorry, Danelius. I don't know. I only do. I'm only as good as the tools that come with me. So I mean, I just my pronunciation is not the best. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to offend anybody. So I butcher a lot of names. Trust me. So oh, he's in Astoria. Good. I can drop it off.
Yeah, I was going to say you can drive it over.
I can drive it over there to you. There you go. No problem. Astoria. My brother was born in Astoria. I was born in the Bronx. But anyway.
It all works out.
It does.
Still got the accent, too.
Yeah. Hey, yo. Awesome. All right, Ben. Well, hey, thanks so much for hanging out with us, brother. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I hope that Cinderella is over, and
Oh, by now it is.
Okay, good. So
We
I'm
were
glad
watching the cartoon, not the live action. Thank goodness.
No, well, then I'm glad we got you out of a little bit of pain, and you don't have to go through that torture another time.
I
But-
think the most painful thing about that cartoon is that Gus is so stupid. And every time I watched that as a kid, I was like, "No, Gus, do it the other way, you idiot!" But he never changed. Because, the movie doesn't change.
but it should though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Put a new version out. That makes sense. Oh my god.
Oh.
All right, Ben. Sounds great. Thanks so much for hanging out, man. We're gonna go give away some more stuff, and then hopefully
right, thanks for
Simon will
having me,
pop on.
guys.
But hey,
Yeah, Ben, take care, man.
Thank you.
we'll have
Merry
you on
Christmas,
again
buddy.
after the holidays to chill out again. Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Have a great
Take
holiday,
care.
my friend.
Happy holidays.
All right, bye, guys.
Yeah. Bye bye. Another great person. I think that Simon is stuck on the PCH trying to get home to get to be the last guest. So we're gonna do some giveaways again first. So because we got a lot to get to actually. We got the 1 hour Ron Preacher, and the reason why Ron couldn't come with us tonight. He was gonna pop in, and he was in the green room, and he had his wife Gail. It's her 65th birthday, so happy birthday
go. That's
to
the reason
Gail,
why.
and hope you guys are having a great time.
Happy
And
birthday.
what's that?
Oh, I'm sure they
By the
are.
way, happy birthday to Gail.
Oh yeah,
It's a great
absolutely.
reason, why not to be here.
Go hang out in the she shed after dinner and do what you do. But yeah, happy birthday, Gail. All the best. So we got now with Ron, we got 3 Masters of Pixinsight workshops. We got the IP for AP yearly subscription. We got the Focus Cube 3, the Power Box Advanced at 30% off a QHY 268. So we got all that to get to.
Wow.
Plus the picture of the year winners.
Yes. Can't forget that.
All right, so
I think that's one of the biggest reasons why people are still hanging out with us. They want to know.
Oh, they've been here since 2:00. It's almost 7 hours. They want to know who won picture of the year. Guess
Exactly.
what? Guess what? I know. But all right. So let's do another giveaway. Let's do all the MOP giveaways. How about that? Let's see if we can slow things up a little bit and give Simon some time to get home, because he is late in traffic. If you have ever driven the PCH, you know what I'm
California traffic.
Oh, the PCH is horrible, man. I've driven on it. It is not fun.
Yep, I've done it too.
I've never in my entire life seen anything before or since. When you look at the PCH and you see 6 lanes wide going the same way and not moving.
Where's
Just not
this?
moving.
Where's this?
California.
California Pacific Coast Highway.
Oh God.
Oh, it's horrible. It is so bad. All right, so let's get a spin it. Everyone's saying spin it, spin the wheel, spin it. All right,
Spin the wheel.
I'll
Spin it.
spin it. I'll spin it. Here we go. So let's get it back up here, and we'll do the quick play. Okay, there's Paul Maglick, who won the $50 gift certificate. So congratulations to him. All right. So this one will be we'll do the 3 Masters of Pixinsight workshops first. All right.
All right.
First, Masters of Pixinsight workshop. Oh, we got Simon. Simon just popped on. Hold on a second. We'll do this. So Norma.
Norma. MOP.
MOP. All right. So we are going to stop that right now. And I think he's calling me. Hold on. Simon, is that you? Nope. I'm sorry. Hold on a second. What was that? Yep, I got you. I'm going to put you on right now. All right, cool. Bye. All right, so that was Simon. He's home. So let's get him on, and then we'll do the rest of the giveaways when we're done. How about that? All right, so we'll just jump into Simon, and there we go. Simon, are you here? Hold on one second. There you go.
Uh-oh.
I gotcha.
There you go.
Nope, was I muted?
There he is.
Oh, he's got all this.
Yeah, most people put me on mute.
No, you were on mute, but now you're not. So hot mic. But
oh god,
man, it's been nice to see you, man. We've spoken so much on the phone.
I know, and we've never actually gotten together to do any of these before, so it's just like finally.
Yeah, really, it's amazing because Simon and I knew each other back when I was working with Camera Concepts. And we would be talking to Woodland Hills, and we've never actually seen each other besides YouTube. And then this is the closest we've gotten, I think, to actually meeting each other. So
right, I mean, we couldn't be any further away from each other because I'm in California, you're like East Coast somewhere up there in New Yorkish land.
Yep, but, Long Island. Yep. So
You'll never catch me going up there.
Hey, never say. Hey,
total opposite sides of the country.
Maybe not this year.
Right.
And listen, if I go over there to Borrego Springs, you're gonna have to come here for Neef. So
maybe I know Pharaoh would want me to be there for Neef because that's a whole nother mess.
See now, Dan, you're really gonna have to start working on some data. So you and Simon can go up. It's like East Coast, West Coast astrophotography. It can be like some type of thing here.
Oh, we can do that. Absolutely, we can do that.
Some like street gang.
It's like battle of light pollution.
Who's got the worst
light pollution?
Who's got the worst light pollution?
Yeah.
Who can process the best?
I can give you. I think LA is just as bad, but I think New York is the worst. If you're actually in New York City, it's the worst because even in Hollywood, you can still see the Orion Nebula if you know where you're looking.
No, you cannot see the Orion Nebula from Long Island, let alone New York City.
Yeah, New York City. I don't even think you could see Jupiter.
New York City, you could make out the belt of Orion, but you can't. You can make out Rigel too, and I think that's about it.
That's
so basically you guys have just a black sky. You look up and go, okay, I have no idea where I am.
Yeah, no, I see. Oh, well, I think that bright one's I think that little one, the one I can see is Venus. I think that's it.
Yeah.
It's better
that's
than
how it was
nothing.
back in the day, even in Chicago. I think I see a star. No, sweetie, that's not a star. That's a planet.
It's a plane.
You will never see a star in Chicago sky.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
never.
boy.
Oh man! So Simon, welcome to you. You turn out to be the final guest. You're closing out the show tonight. Because
I'm
Frank,
the last guy.
Yeah, we actually was supposed to be Frank from SETI Astro, but he had something important to take care of, so he couldn't make it tonight.
Hold on a minute. What could be more important than this?
Well,
I'm sure there's some stuff that's more important than this.
Whatever your wife tells you is important.
Yeah, whatever your wife tells you.
I can neither
That's
confirm.
why I'm divorced.
I don't know. All I know, I'm not saying that anything, but he has some, developments in a professional level that he had to take care of. So,
if it's got anything to do with SETI, unless he's found aliens, I don't care.
He blur-axed him, and it turned out to Dave. Show him the alien. There you go.
Oh boy.
There you go. Turns into one of
So
these.
there is aliens involved. I
Oh,
knew
yeah,
it.
there you go. There it is.
Yay! There we go. That's all that matters. That is all that matters. All right.
Yeah.
I didn't know we had R2D2 here.
That's
That's the
Dave.
point where he supposedly gets electrocuted or something along those lines.
Yeah,
Yes, anyway.
he gets shot by the Jawas.
Yes, that was it. The bolt thing that sticks on him.
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, I know we're really nerds, aren't we?
Absolutely.
So the big question is how hardcore can we go in terms of the information? Because there is something that I am going to do. I did actually have a prepared talk for this, believe it or not.
Okay.
That's what we want.
The question
Let's
is
see it.
how crazy can we go? Okay, so I'm going to go nuts because I'm
go
just going to
nuts.
assume people know what's happening. So if you guys don't know who I am, my name is Simon. I am the stupid astronomer because I do the stupid thing, so you don't have to. And for those of you who don't know what I specialize in specifically, I do solar imaging. I recognize a handful of names already in the chat. So hello for those guys. Good to see you guys on this side of it. So I've never used this system before. So let's see what happens when I do the screen share.
Yeah, just make sure you do entire screen.
Entire screen to save. Okay, so hopefully you should see that.
I
Now,
do.
for those of you who have never seen me before, this video that I'm about to play to you is probably what made me famous in the first place. So there's no sound. It's pretty straightforward. This basically is the sun. And for lack of a better description, it's a prom-ish type thing. Oh, sorry, my machine is giving me notifications because they're trying to force me to update to Windows 24H, and I'm like, no, thank you.
No,
anyway,
okay.
So what I want to show you guys here is some very interesting parts when you're doing solar imaging. I'm not going to get into any of the details about equipment and things like that too much per se, just purely because I don't think we have the time. But I will show you a couple more videos in just a moment. If you guys want to see more of my stuff, you can totally find me on Instagram. That's Simon2940 on Instagram, and you'll see all the stuff that I pretty much post, and you get the point. But that's not what we're talking about. What we are going to talk about today is understanding the histogram when you're actually doing processing. So this is actually really, really important for this, because what I've noticed here is a lot of people ask really interesting questions. How do I know this, that, and the other? So let me start with this part here. Most people ask, how do I know if my scope is on band? So here's the thing. I'm going to throw it out to you guys out there real quick. Do you know when you're on band, when you're actually doing processing? Or should I really say just even visual, for a lack of a better description, even if you're doing imaging? So Dan, you guys, Dave,
I
don't know.
really don't do any solar.
It's a new term for me, on band.
No, I'm band.
Oh, really?
That's
Okay.
totally new to me.
So when I keep calling him Will, but it's Wilfredo, isn't it?
Yep, Wilfredo. Yep.
Yeah, when Wilfredo was talking about his two scopes, he was talking about tuning.
Yep.
And what that basically means is when you tune your scope, you can be on band or off band. Now, off band would not show you any details per se. It'll actually show you more of the photosphere than it would show you the chromosphere. So the terminology of being on band is when you're actually looking at the chromosphere. Now, here's an interesting part to this. The actual terminology is derived because the scope itself is sweeping through the band of light. Specifically, we're looking at 656, which is basically hydrogen alpha.
Mm-hmm.
And by doing that, that's how we know if we're on band or not. But in the histogram, there's actually a telltale sign that we can actually look for. And I'm going to show it to you guys real quickly. So I've loaded up this image, which is pretty much on band for all intent and purposes. But what I want everybody to focus on specifically is one particular area of the histogram. And I'm just going to expand this really, really big so you guys can see it. We only want to see this area here. Now, if this image was not actually on band, this would just have a smooth drop off and none of these spikes would show up, because these spikes are actually these areas here. So I'm just going to widen this so you can see what we're talking about. We'll call these the little hot spots or the active regions on this actual image of the sun. When you start seeing this, this is where you know the scope is actually on band or coming close to being on band. And if you purposely blow past it, you will see in your histogram, it doesn't matter what the software you're using, Fire Capture, Sharp Capture, whatever, these lines right here will suddenly disappear. So why am I going through all of this? Because what I want you guys to do is understand how the histogram works and how it affects your image. And when you're processing some of these images, how to get the most out of it. So let me just quickly go back to this image specifically, because there are things that are on this picture that I want everyone to see. Now, depending on which areas of the sun that we are trying to affect, we're going to move this point all over the place so it reveals certain areas. Now, I can tell you this beginning part of your histogram is actually the outer edge. We'll call it's the limb of the sun. This very harsh edge is actually this harsh edge of the sun. So if I was to move this, you'll see where the harshness comes from. Okay. Now, if I go into the center, it'll show more of the surface details. Now, in fact, I've got to the point where I can actually just crop out all of the proms that are showing up. And now as I move further along, we can only affect just the active areas or the active regions. So in other words, the active regions is usually where there's flaring occurring, either C class, M class, or X classes if you're really that lucky. So now, what I usually do is I try to optimize my histogram in order to see every part of the sun. Now, this is very subjective. There is no correct way of doing this because some people hate inverted, which is basically this, and some people love it. So I'm going to show you one particular variation that I prefer to use, and it's a very simple hump. Oop, didn't mean to do that. Which just gives you this, the dark background, but the inverted sun. And then through manipulating the histogram, we can actually get more or less of the contrast to come out. And the reason why I did this particular image or wanted to show you this is because we have the limb of the sun, which kind of just runs off. And this is obviously a single stack image for those of you who are really into doing imaging and especially processing and all that kind of stuff. In order to get these perfect limbs like you saw with this particular image, this is actually achieved via double stacking. I don't want to get into it too much on this particular time round because it just kind of deserves a whole section by itself. It's not complicated. It just, there's a lot of things to talk about. That's the thing. What scope did I use? This is actually a Lunt 60. So the same thing that Wilfredo had. I keep calling him Will. I'm just going to call him Will from now on. But going back to the processing side of things, a lot of people don't realize that the common mistake I keep coming across is people will capture in 8-bit. And I always tell people, always capture 16. And if you don't, what happens here is if you look at this histogram, I don't have an 8-bit image to show you right now, but there's a tell when this is an 8-bit image that the histogram would be a lot more blocky. And when you try to manipulate anything, you'll get some very, very strange results. But more importantly, if you watch this area right here, I can actually bring back some of that detail. And in fact, to a certain extent, I could almost trick you when I get this right, that this was a double stack image, because as long as I can get these sliders up and down right to that point where it's almost a perfect blend, you would simply never know. And it is actually possible because here it goes. There is almost a perfect transition from this area right here, from a, well, it's basically a prom to a filament. And yes, some people call it a filler prom. When you master where these bands are inside of your histogram, you can actually achieve some really interesting results. And now, a lot of people have a strange thing where they will capture the sun twice. One for the prominences and one for, we'll say, the surface detail. I hate saying it's surface because the chromosphere is not the surface. It is actually part of the atmosphere. So let me just get that out there. So by doing this, if you capture in true 16-bit, and if your camera doesn't support 16-bit, I'm going to go into that in just 1 second, you will still be able to pull out all this data, because this is exactly what this is captured in. It is basically a 16-bit image. All that data for the prominences actually exists in this part of your histogram. So just because you can't see it during the capturing doesn't mean it's not there. So you can kind of see how much detail is being gleaned out of just this one little area. Now, here's a fun part for you. We can tell because of the Doppler shift on these particular scopes, because it's a pressure tuned system. They're actually Doppler shift telescopes, believe it or not. Is this close or is this further away? This part we know is significantly closer because I have more detail and structure revealed on it, whereas this prom, if I make it a little bit more visible, is actually behind the limb, and there's a little less detail. In fact, it's just kind of wispy out there. If I actually turn the scope to be on band with this, you'll actually get more detail out of this, and then this starts to wash out. So that's actually what's happening with the tuning on this thing. When you turn that, you're not actually focusing or making something go on band. You are sweeping through the entire layer of the sun. By the way, this is why you get this hotspot effect occurring, because it depends what section you're looking at specifically. And then double stacking, so like I said, it's a whole nother disaster. I'm not going to get into that on this one because, like I said, it just takes too long.
I hear you. But that's awesome. That's pretty cool. I don't do a lot of solar, and I probably should.
Yeah, I've never done solar, but I'm very intrigued by it.
You know, because basically it's pretty much the only star I can see is the sun. So I mean, you know, so
let me just stop sharing for a second. So you know what the funny thing here is, though, I sit down with so many people and talk about the actual hobby in general. And it really makes me laugh when they go, I just want to see another star, and I wish I could see it up close, and if only we could see what was going on then. I was like, you do realize there's one just right here, right? And we can see it. It's like, you know, well, okay, it's nighttime now. You're not going to see it. It's down there.
It's down there.
Yeah. Can we get Simon back to do the whole double stacking? Yes, Matt. Yes, the short answer is yes, because the real problem here is I don't really have a way to, I don't know, channel out the really hardcore stuff, because I have to. I don't want to say dumb it down. I'm not gonna say that you guys are dumb or anything. I have to dumb it down for the majority of people that understand it.
You know what? I'm solar challenged.
Oh, okay.
I am solar challenged as well.
I'm solar challenged.
The funny thing,
I'm not afraid to say it.
So the funny thing about when I was watching, because I was actually here for quite some time, just so you guys know that I did get home about an hour ago, and I didn't know how the system works.
I thought you were
I'm
stuck
glad
on
you
the
guys found
Pacific
me.
Coast.
Oh God, no! I left work early. Don't tell anybody. Oh, just
sorry, Farah.
Yeah. I get docked my pay. What? No. Yeah, some of the things that Wilfredo was talking about is, for example, he can't reach focus, especially with the PST. And the funny part of it here is it's not the PST's fault, to be totally honest, because when they designed it, it was really made as a visual scope only. And because the blocking filter is so tiny, when you actually look down it, it's like a 5mm blocking filter. It's absolutely tiny. But what people don't know is it actually has a collimation lens built into it that pulls the focus that direction. So in other words, it's designed solely for eyepieces. Believe it or not, if you really, really get into it, and again, not for the faint of hearted, and since Meade and Coronado is pretty much dead and gone and gone bye-byes, I'm actually allowed to say this finally without getting in trouble. You can actually replace those collimation lenses so it can come to focus with cameras without having all this crazy stuff, because one of the things about Barlow's that people don't understand here is the magnification changes depending on where your sensor sits in relation to the Barlow. So when you buy a Barlow, and by the way, I know we all work in retail to a certain extent, and we're trying to sell you a 2X Barlow. I hate to tell you something. It's just a Barlow. The reason why it's a 2x is because the distance has been predetermined for it to become 2x, 2.5, 3, and a 5, and so forth up. The reality is when it's this close, it effectively works as a 1.2x system. So if you can't reach focus for whatever daft reason, by using a Barlow like that, you can actually affect your back focus distance. That's basically how it works. All it does is just change the cone, the steepness of the cone to do this. That's all it does. Sorry, I do know about this stuff too, but like I said, I don't go into it. It just gets like mind blowing, and people's heads just spin in circles. I'm like, oh, I think I just watched it.
Oh God, my head. Anybody? I need some Excedrin in my head. Simon.
Yeah, you know what the funny thing is though? I have to hold back sometimes when I'm at the store because, and I know Dan, you probably have the same problem with this.
Oh yeah.
We get into it, and then when you see that glazed look at the customer that they give you because you know you've lost them, you're like, oh, I think I just completely hosed this sale. So it's just one of those things.
It's just one of those things.
But yeah, I can really get into the weeds of this kind of stuff because, quite honestly, it really is fascinating how all of this stuff works.
And you know, I can't agree with you more. I mean, you know, I'm nowhere near as smart as you, but you know, let me tell you, when I'm sitting there and I get into these conversations with people, and you know, you're right, you do get, if you got somebody walking off the street says, I want to take a picture of the Andromeda Galaxy. Well, okay, here we go. So, you know, oh yeah, I do a landscape photography. And I said, well, hold on a second. It's a completely different monster. Then you start talking about F ratios. You start talking about exposure times. You start talking about back focus. Next thing you know, you're talking about some random story that you lost them. You just totally botched the sale because this guy is running scared. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this ever again. He's out the door, but or she. But you know, it's you could definitely get involved, and if you're passionate about it, and I think all of us here are, and all of us in the chat are, that we're so passionate about it. Sometimes we forget our audience a little bit, and you know, kind of talk about what we know instead of what they need to know. You know.
Yeah, I totally feel that way. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me ask a question to Simon and to Dan. You know, if I'm a guy, I'm a guy. So,
thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it.
Want to clear that up.
I thought you were an alien, but okay.
Yeah, you know, hey. So if I walk in and I say I'm interested in I want to take photos of the sun, and say if I was an astronomer, you know, and this is what I do. And I have a white filter, but I don't want to use white filter anymore. I want to go HA. I want to see detail. What would you say to that person if they have never done that before and they want to get started doing that, and they want to get started imaging the sun to get that prominence, or you know, get the chromosphere? What would you recommend? What would you say? What would you say to get them started?
And let me add to that, and say they already have like a 60 millimeter doublet that they really.
Okay.
Yeah,
I feel like I almost dare I say I almost feel like this is almost a setup to a certain extent in terms of
this was not my idea.
I know. If you actually already have an existing refractor, and I'm going to be very specific, okay, it does have to be an open back tube.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that, you cannot use a Petzval, nor can you have any type of rear elements in the back. And I'll go through that in a reason why, because it's actually quite funny, especially with those already have experienced this. But anyway, let's go through this. If you already own any refracting telescope that is an open back, you can use something called a quark. That, by the long shot, is probably the cheapest and the easiest method just to simply get involved in it. However, the problem with going down the quark route is it is not the easiest to use in terms of technical ability, because it actually has a telecentric system built into it. And notice I did not say telecentric Barlow, because there's no such thing. It's just called telecentric. So there's a telecentric system inside of it that magnifies everything by 4.2. depending on your spacing, it can be a little bit more. So they say 4.2, 4.3, which makes this 10 times harder. So now if you want to do full disk imaging, you have to use some kind of a reducer, which now introduces another problem called distortion. So remember, you've got a Barlow built into something like this, or a telecentric system, and now you go and throw the opposite of a Barlow back into that mix. Do you see how complicated this suddenly got?
Yep.
So I prefer to tell people is really the best way is to look at a dedicated solar telescope.
Yep.
There are two on the market. Either the PST, which, yes, it is a struggle to use for imaging purposes, but if you've got a 2x Barlow, just shove it up there and you'll be fine. Or you can use something called the Lunt 40, which is the other alternative to have a relatively affordable scope. Daystar also has something called the Solar Scout, which is okay to use, but again, it has a higher level of advancement in order to be able to get a decent image out of it. Visually, all of these scopes work. It don't matter what you do. They're fine because you can change the magnification. If you use the Quark, for argument's sake, on a 60, even with the 4.2 telecentric system, just stick a 40mm in there and you get the full disk easy all day long, literally. So that's probably where I would throw most people down that road. Blocking filters is another mess. What the blocking filter does, that's actually the part that protects you. Just so you guys understand this, the Eidolon at the front is not what saves you from exploding and, you know, getting a hole in the back of your head. The blocking filter is the most critical part. Now, depending on what you're trying to do, the size of the blocking filter will determine if you're capable of doing imaging or visual. Now, I'm not trying to tell you guys need to buy multiple blocking filters, but try get one that works for, you know, your need. B1200 in general is the best all-rounder, but if you do a lot of visual, the 400 and the 600, which is actually cheaper, funny enough, are the better of the two. Why? Because they're not so bright. The irony here is we've got nothing but light. I mean, it's put it this way: the blocking filter will cancel out, I think it's like 99.97% of all incoming light and only give you the 0.03% of that remaining light. Even that can try and blind you if you're not careful, because if you let in the ultraviolet side of things, oh, God help you. It'll be the last thing you ever see. I'm just going to say that. So even though you're only receiving such a small percentage of that light, it has to be the correct part of that spectrum. UV, you do not want to mess with it. Infrared, it just feels a bit warm. That's all.
Yeah.
I did see somebody. I was going to say, let me just go back real quick. Somebody was asking about cameras a second ago on that particular image that you guys were seeing and the animation so forth. It's actually the Player One 432, which you can, funny enough, buy from Dan wherever he is. Always above me. Yeah, you can buy from Dan. I can actually say this because I'm allowed to say this. We don't actually sell Player One because we just don't. Which is just a shame.
That's all.
That's where Dan steals all my money. Yeah, that's where he gets.
I gotta get it from somewhere.
I actually refer everybody to you anyway, so
I know.
really
I know you do. I appreciate that.
Exactly. But yes, in general, there is a reason why I support Player One over everybody else, because the guy that actually created Player One came from ZWO originally, and when he left, he took a load of information with him because, of course, he's allowed to. But more importantly, he took the information that I gave him specifically to help create some of these cameras. And once that 432 showed up, he actually gave me one as a courtesy, and I used that thing to death. And I ended up buying a whole bunch, and then in the last 6-7 months, I really put pressure on him. I said to him, you need to get this particular sensor. My cat's deciding to leave. You need to get this particular sensor called the 428. Now, if you're getting into solar, get your butt out the way. You guys want to see a black hole? There's one right there. In more ways than one. But yeah, if you're going to get a camera and you want to get a one camera that is great for any size aperture specifically, the 428 sensor is actually the best one. Why the 428 is because it has technically two modes that you can operate in. You can either do the small pixel mode, kind of like the 294, and it gives you 4K imagery, or you can operate it in 2x2 hardware mode, which is essentially the same as a 432. Did I say that right?
Yep,
yeah, 432.
Yep.
So that's why that camera to me has been so important. There are some trade-offs. It is significantly slower, but I've now gotten to the point where I've proved that you don't actually need a lot of frames. In fact, most of the captures I do now is only 100 frames, and I just move on. And then when I'm doing the stacking, which again, we'll come back and we'll do stacking another day, I now only stack 20 frames because that's all you need. There's just nothing but signal. When you use this particular camera, this 428, what you can get out of it now is just astonishing. So that's why I'm using that particular camera. I've experimented with every other camera under the sun where they're, oh yeah, no pun intended, down from the 174, right, the 174, the 178, you name it. I've had access to pretty much anything and everything, and I've tried them all. The one part that I always tell people is you have to use a global shutter. Again, somebody will just argue me to death. I get it all day long, but I work in TV and film. I understand what the difference between global and rolling shutter is. The problem with that rolling shutter is any type of motion translates into interlacing lines. And the problem here is when you stack interlacing lines, it progressively gets worse. So you have really bad time processing, and then even worse when you're running it through auto stacker. When you actually get in there like close up and then you manipulate your histogram, weird things show up and you get these weird patches, but they always have these horizontal lines that run across that you just can't get rid of. It don't matter what you do. You can't deinterlace it because you've just stacked a deinterlaced image. And even if it is slightly off, it's just torture. So that's why I tell people global shutter cameras is the way to go for anything to do with solar. Not so much planetary. You can do whatever you want when it comes down to planetary and get away with it. But if you can, anything high speed, fast moving, always go global shutter, always. ISS passes or transits, that's another prime one. Never use those rolling shutters because you'll just get that tearing effect. Again, technically I got famous from my APOD from God knows how long ago. It was 2017. It was the eclipse. And what I did was I had the ISS going through the eclipse. Actually, maybe I should go find it instead of talking about it. It's the internet now. Right. So APOD archive.
He's got an APOD archive.
Where's the search button gone? Uh-oh. Oh, it's still loading. Okay. Let me reshare this. Okay, so that is the image that I did. So it's August 28th, 2017. There's a story behind this. Do we have time, Dan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay, so there is a story behind this fun one. What happened is I drove all the way out to this place called Kettleman City, which is in California. Everybody buggered off to go do the full eclipse and la-di-da, and there's me. I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm going to go do the partial eclipse because I'm stupid. What happened is I drove all the way to this location. I saw the wrong corner thinking it was the correct place to go to. And because of that, the ISS no longer was in a specific location, but what it did is it skimmed and touches the moon, which then got me this particular shot. So that's where this was pretty much derived from. This is basically what put me on the map, for lack of a better description. And then that's how I really got into doing solar, because, everybody else was doing DSOs and nighttime stuff. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to get lost in the noise. If I keep doing the same thing as everybody else, I got to find something else. And a friend of mine, unfortunately, he passed away a while back. His name was Stephen Pizzo. And he was the guy that originally got me into doing all of this. And I would see his pictures and I'd be like going, how on earth are you doing this stuff? And then he showed me his solar scope. He had a Lunt 152. And he invited me over and he showed me how he was operating it. He was using a red camera with a custom sensor back then, which was a monochrome sensor. And I was looking through all of his data, and I was like, this is just incredible. And I was like, this is going to take me years to get to this level. And he wouldn't tell me how to do a damn thing. And there's
The
me.
secret sauce.
Yeah. And there's me with a SolarMax 2 struggling, to understand what was going on. So I ended up reading everything about an Eidolon that you could possibly find. Who made this? Who made that one? Why is it called this? How does that one work? Why does it do what it does? And then through that, the more I started to image, the more I started to understand. It really has got nothing to do with how good I am as a person or how great my telescopes were. It was one critical factor is seeing conditions. Now, having optimal seeing is what actually gives you your results. The better the seeing, the more magnification or the larger the aperture you can actually go. So much so that I have a 204 now. So that's an 8-inch refractor doing solar imaging. That's how I'm able to pull off some of the things that I do. Again, you can go look at that stuff on Instagram all day long. I'm not going to get into too much of it, but that scope kind of changed the world for me, and I started to understand what was going on. That's when I started to learn that processing technique that you just saw. I really drilled into it. I started looking at all these numbers. I started to understand what is the deconvolution algorithm actually doing. Showed at the beginning of the video what Barlow did you use. The video at the beginning wasn't actually a Barlow. That was actually a Quark, believe it or not. So it actually had the 4.2x telecentric system. By the way, that was Real Fredo asking that question. Yep. I'm still going to call you Will, though. Windows is notifying me. They really want me to install this update. There is no way.
You got another alert.
No, I'm telling you now, Microsoft is really trying to force people to go down to 24H2. And again, if you're a nerd like into this kind of stuff, do not do it, because there are too many problems with 24H2. If you get that pop-up, just ignore it. I know it's annoying, but don't be tempted to do it. If you guys are already on 24H2, well, I'm sorry.
Now you're gonna make me look now.
Most people shouldn't have been forced into it unless you've opted into it. Did you use the Quark with the Lunt 60? No, I used my Quark specifically on a EvoStar 150. I have 6 different scopes that I use. They're all coming out of my ears. I have a Lunt 60. I have the 204, like I said. I have a 150. I have 2 150s, actually. I have an Esprit 100. I have a couple of non-production scopes that I'm not allowed to talk about, which I kind of just said it, so whoops. So yeah,
what Quark
I've got.
Do you use? I mean, there's a couple different types, aren't there?
Yeah, I was going to say I've got 4 now, actually. I have a combo Quark, which doesn't have the telecentric system built into it. I have a regular Quark. I have a Quark Gemini. I also have a Quantum now. That's that really overly crazy, gigantic 30mm blocking filters type filter. I think it's like a 0.45 PE or something like that. It's an expensive one. That's all I know. And then I have my Lunt 60. Oh yeah, I know. I will mention this. Everybody's waiting for me to talk about the Heliostar 76. Until I get given the green light, I can't talk about it too much. Short answer is have I played with it? Yes, I have. What do I think of it? The only way I'm going to say this is it's going to be a game changer for everybody. I think when this product finally hits the market, it's gonna change how people think about how to do solar, for lack of a better description. It's up there in terms of price because I think it's $3,000, but 3, you don't compare it to a 60. Compare it to an 80 from Lunt, and then it was more apples to apples, oranges to oranges. But one of the things that I'm working with Star Arizona is I'm going to try and get them to cobble something together where we can motorize the tuner specifically, which means that I do not have to stand out there and try and tune this goddamn scope in the sun because it's tough, especially when there's a glare on the screen and I can't see anything. And I have to rely heavily on my histogram to tell me if I'm actually on band or not.
Yep.
And it's tough.
I actually had the pleasure of actually looking through the 76 at Starfest.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was up there.
Yep, I was in Starfest. It was me, Trevor and Shawn Nielsen looking through this thing, and it was amazing. It was an amazing visual feat. It was really cool.
Real quick, Corn's asked this question a couple of times. Simon, what do you think of smart telescopes for solar imaging?
They're only capable of white light right now. What do I think of them? They actually work a lot better than people realize. They just don't have enough resolving power is my only problem with them. I will say this. I did do a giveaway a long time ago for a C-Star S50, and the guy that won it, it actually ended up saving his entire eclipse trip, because he was struggling so much with all of his equipment for whatever reason. And to be honest, I always blame people for making it overly complicated. If you do eclipse chasing, if you do eclipse chasing, try not to overcomplicate your setup. Because I had guys bringing like a 10 micron mount and calcium quark and some kind of other thing, a magnesium blocking filter. And he had like 4 scopes set up. And I'm like, God, what are you doing? You know, just keep it simple, keep it easy. And long story short, none of his equipment worked, but he had the C-Star there because he won it. He put the solar filter there. He just plonked it down and walked off and forgot all about it. And, you know, once he gave up, he ended up just staring up at the sky with his thing. And, you know, he was kind of depressed because he missed everything. When he got home, plugged in the C-Star, and he was stunned that it got the entire time lapse, the whole thing. It basically saved his entire trip.
That's awesome.
So he didn't walk away with nothing. He walked away with something. So, you know, me personally, am I a big fan of smart scopes? Not specifically, because I like to be able to do visual with these things. You know, I want to be part of the system, because if I want to do imaging, I can do imaging whenever I want. You know, just stick a camera up there. It's because I know what I'm doing. But if you're an absolute beginner, or you're completely new to this, or you simply don't care, smart scopes are great for that purpose. But that's as far as I really go with it.
Gotcha.
And Danny was asking, what mounts do you use with your scope?
Any mount that is outside. So long story short, I have an EQA-RH Pro. That's the one with the encoder on it. I have a CQ350. I have both the wave mounts. And then I just have like other bits and pieces depending on what I'm doing. But yeah, I've got too much junk.
I wish I had that kind of junk.
I wish I had that kind of junk. If you've got too much junk, I'll take that CQ350 off your hands.
Sure, come get it, literally. But you know, the funniest thing here is it's really funny how people say that I have a lot of excessive equipment for just one thing. But I will say this though, out of a lot of people that I've watched over the years, because, you know, by comparison, I haven't been doing this for a long time. I've only been doing it since 2016, and it's 2024. So we're coming into 8 years, give or take. So that's not really that long by comparison. But I noticed by focusing on one particular area, and just basically mastering it beyond that point, to the point where, you know, I don't want to brag about myself, but it's almost like I'm writing the book for this now. It's gotten to that point. And every other day, I'm always sitting there thinking, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be something new. There's got to be this, that, and the other, because that's what drives this hobby, is that hunger for that knowledge, and to be able to just put it together. At some point in time, when I actually have a bit more time, because like I said, we work in the retail environment, so right now is not a good time because Christmas is going crazy. Oh my God. But in the summer, hopefully of next year, I am going to take a month off from work, just primarily to create a whole series that just drills into every aspect of doing solar, because it's such an untouched area. It's so limited. And I've watched dozens of videos. I've listened to dozens of people. And I just want to say to some people, I know this is your take on it, but sometimes if it's your take and you figured it out, just come out and just state the facts. You know, when I discovered how to come on band just by looking at the histogram, You know, it's a statement of fact at the end of the day. It's a proven thing that I can actually write a book just solely on this whole subject, basically, now. And then there are other people who discovered it, but they kind of ignored it for some weird reason. I'm like, why? So I think it's because they don't know what they're looking at or don't understand what it is they're looking at. So that's why when I create this, I'm not just going to say, oh, okay, this is what you do and press this button and press that button. That's not what I'm going to do. I'm going to really get into the weeds. So if anybody has seen my stuff before understands how I do things, I don't tell you the sequence of doing something. I tell you what the button does and why it does what it does. And I think
You're
that's
the
the
Adam
critical
Block
part
of
to all
solar.
this.
Nice.
Yeah, maybe. I think Adam Block is like 20 levels above me. But
I don't know, but that's what he does. I mean, he doesn't just tell you to hit this slider and do that. He tells you when
In
you
detail.
use
Why?
that slider,
Yeah,
why
it gives
it's
you the why.
changing, what it's doing. Yeah.
Right.
Absolutely.
But I think that's the important part for learning some of this stuff. You can learn somebody's workflow, which is great, but it doesn't mean you know anything. And that's the part that really gets me. Learn the tool. Deconvolution is a prime example. You have to understand what the word even means. The classic one that I've ever had to people is when you actually look at the true reason of deconvoluting any image, what you're really doing is removing movement. That's what it's really doing. That's deconvolution. It depends on whose algorithm for deconvolution you're actually using that can determine the end result. So for solar purposes, we tend to use Lucy Richardson's deconvolution method, but there are like 4 different other methods of doing the same thing. Wavelets, by the way, is also another form of deconvolution. The only difference here is you affect the movement of where everything is going. If you know what that means when I say the word wavelets, you'll see a bunch of numbers and it's a cross. You pull numbers to one side and it will pull the image in that direction. How many iterations you go through, how many layers going that direction. It does get over the top and overwhelming because some of these guys, you know, they really go into it and like they start calculating the point spread functions of some of this stuff. And you're like going, yeah, you lost me about an hour ago, you know?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
As far as solar processing, is there one all be all, you know, like all in one, all encompassing, you know, this is all you really need. Maybe you don't need, after you use sharp cap or fire capture, is IMP PGG?
Oh, IMPPG.
IMPPG, is that all you need? Or are there other, like the Registax and Auto Stacker? Do you need all those as well? As far as
I'm going to answer this in a very clever way. There is only 2 pieces of software that you technically need for processing. That's Auto Stacker and IMPPG. You can actually do all of this in Pixinsight if you already own Pixinsight. In fact, there's a guy that actually published a great little sequence and series on processing for solar in Pixinsight. The only thing that I wish that he kind of drilled into a little bit more was the histogram, because that to me is a critical part. Oh, look, the black hole's back.
There you go.
So, yeah, you can actually get everything done with just those 2 pieces of software. The only reason why I don't get into the thick of it with, say, Photoshop is because that's a preference. It's up to you how you want to take it further than that. I have processes inside of Photoshop that, again, I will go into. But a lot of the times I've found is people don't have Photoshop. And they're always asking me, well, what if I have this program or that program or whatever? I think Affinity Photo is another popular one. GIMP is another one. I mean, I can go on forever for the software. But usually when I teach people, I stop at that point because I don't want to tell somebody you have to buy this piece of software, because this is the part of the hobby where it's up to you to take it one step further. I can't be that person that does it for you. I can show you the crazy workflows that I have. I can show you some of the really cool techniques that I have that really tweak out the final bit of detail. But again, that's my workflow. I don't teach workflows per se.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate, you know, when you have the opportunity to have that month to do all this and to explain the why. I think that's what
Mhm.
a lot of people are going to be looking forward to.
I agree.
Think a lot of people are going to appreciate.
I think a lot of people, most people who do solar imaging these days, well, especially for focusing, use my specific method for focusing. And I'm going to turn around and say I didn't design, create, or come up with this crazy concept. This concept has been around for a very long time. It's actually called edge contrast detection. There is another method known as phase detection, but I won't go into it because you really have to understand phase detection in order for me to be able to explain it. You've got to understand it first of all before I can go into it. But the edge contrast detection method that I've been teaching people from a lot of people out there have turned around and said it's a massive game changer in terms of getting focus. And the funny thing here is, though, if DSOs wasn't so slow and I didn't have to wait 5 minutes between each sub to do this, I can actually do contrast edge detection to focus in DSOs, believe it or not. But nobody does that because, I want to sleep. I want to capture data. I don't want to sit there for an hour just to focus.
Right.
Oh, man.
Awesome.
So,
well,
yeah.
I know, like I said, Matt says he can't wait for your videos and your how-tos and explaining the why. And Ross even says that'll be great. So even
a lot of people looking forward to it.
Yeah, Jackie's even saying that she's learned a lot about solar from you. So no, I appreciate you just coming on and hanging out with us for a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
interesting stuff.
Absolutely.
I think you guys may or may not already know this, but as astronomers, I can talk you guys to death.
Oh,
so we can be here for
most
hours.
astronomers do.
Right?
Dan, that's a great question. That's a great question.
Oh,
Why are
yes.
solar scopes so expensive?
So expensive. I knew that was coming. I'm going to answer it in two parts, okay? The first part of it here is actually the testing and the certification behind it. It's not cheap. These things can run into the hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of getting these things ISO certified, tested, and actually functioning, because you do have to correct for the errors and the issues for this. The other part that makes a solar telescope also ridiculously expensive is the Eidolon itself. Forget the ERF, which stands for energy rejection filter, or the focuser, or the fact that it's a doublet, triplet, whatever. The most expensive part is the Eidolon. A while back, I posted a video on how Lunt makes their Eidolons, and it's not a secret. They published it several times, and people have seen videos. Think of a piece of substrate that needs to be polished. The only problem here is it takes 2 to 3 weeks to polish one of these things. They don't do one at a time. They do them in large batches, depending on the size of the Eidolon that they're trying to make. But on average, it takes 2 to 3 weeks, and that's for a cheap one. So you can imagine, if you want to create a higher grade, and how smooth this surface is determines how good of an Eidolon and how uniform it's going to be the longer the grinding process.
Wow.
A lot of people will scream at Daystar saying, what's taking so long, and da 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 da. Real part of it here is because they spend so much time polishing that piece of microcrystal that they're using, that's what's sucking up all the time. This is also the reason why for a quark they opt for a smaller system, because they can make a larger batch run quicker. The only problem is how many machines can you afford to buy and keep running? And if you ever saw Lunt set up, I think they have 8 machines. Out of those 8 machines, 4 or 5 of them are constantly running. Just to give you an idea, they're almost $200,000 each machine.
Wow.
That's how crazy this gets. So now you can start to appreciate why your scope takes so long to make, or why there's such a back order and so forth and so on, and why it's so expensive. It is solely because that Eidolon takes so much time to make. It's so labor intensive technically. They've got to make their money back from somewhere, and that is basically it. At the end of the day, I will be honest with you, Andy Lunt, because that's the guy who owns Lunt's Solar, didn't create his solar scopes to make money off of you. He does genuinely have a love for all of this. However, he's got so much overheads at the same time that that's why these prices exist. We don't actually sell as many as you think. If you look at how many people own a telescope and then ask the same group of people how many people own a solar telescope, it's tiny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's bad enough astronomy's this big. And now we're, making that thing a little bit bigger. And then that little fraction of people are doing solar, namely me. So out of 100,000 people, only about 100 of us are doing solar.
Yeah.
That's how crazy this is.
Oh my God.
That's cool.
And yeah, I purchased when I was at Camera Concepts, I purchased a Lund 60.
Mhm.
Was it? It might have been a 40. I don't know. It was a small guy, but I turned on. I said I sold it back to him. I said I'm working during the day. I've had it for 3 weeks. I've never used it. So I was like, listen, I would love to sit there and do solar because the pictures that you guys get, and just even if you've ever had a chance to visually see through a good solar scope and visual, and just like when you're looking in deep sky objects, even though the sun is obviously a lot brighter than that, but the more you look, the more you see. And you got to kind of wait for it and look at the sun, and then all of a sudden you see little bits popping out at you, and it's those little bits that are pretty wild when you're doing that. Not to mention the fact if you go into the photography side of it, like yourself, Wilfredo, and others, I mean, it's just amazing what you can see, and it's only 93 million miles away, right? It's not that far away when you think about it, so.
Well, depends who you ask. According to a flat earther, it's only 5,000 or 3,000 miles away. But
yeah, and the world was made 4,300 years ago or something like that.
Sure.
So,
but yeah, I will say this though, for those of you who are watching and you may or may not understand this, please do not try to do some of these things at home if you do not understand it. When we say hydrogen alpha solar telescope, it is not the same as your nighttime or DSO H alpha filter.
Absolutely.
The band is the same, but how narrow or how much light it lets pass through is completely different. Generally speaking, nighttime filters are measured in nanometers. That's the bandwidth or how much it lets through. Whereas solar is measured in angstroms. And not only is it measured, it's a decimal of an angstrom. That's how small we're talking about. It's literally a slither of light that we're letting through. So don't try to put a H alpha filter and think it's perfectly safe. It is not. Don't do it.
That's it.
Unless you want to be blind.
Yeah, there you go.
Going back
to don't burn your eyes. Don't burn your eyes
Right,
out and blame me.
Going back to the fun part that I was saying about the solar scope, why do you have to have an open-ended scope? What I mean by the open-ended scope is either a doublet or a triplet or even a singlet. Is if you try to use a quad, for example, there is an element or a group of elements at the back of the scope. Unfortunately, by having that element there, it actually is in the light path where it comes to focus. And the more it comes into the focus, the hotter it gets. And what happens here is the heat from the sun coming in, the infrared part of it, hasn't actually hit the blocking filter yet. So it ends up sitting on that piece of glass. And the longer it sits there, the hotter it gets. The hotter it gets, the more likely it will explode. And I mean it. It doesn't just crack. It genuinely does explode. It's quite energetic. Wow. It's quite funny. And the reason why we always tell people do not use these types of scopes is because all that energy just sits there. There is another thing that I tell people, do not use Petzvals. And I will say you do kind of need to learn the difference between what a real Petzval is and
this conversation.
so-called, yeah, I know. Me and Dan have had this conversation before. And what a not real Petzval is. And I'm not calling William Optics out on this particular part, but a Red Cat is not a true Petzval design, just so you understand that. How you can tell the difference between a Petzval is just look down the tube. There should be a small opening, like a baffle this big, almost in the middle of it. If you don't see that, that's not a Petzval. So that's the end of that argument, is the end of it. But the reason why you don't want to use a Petzval either is because that point of light focuses down before it crosses and then heats up that baffle as well. and then that baffle melts, and then you're like going, "What's that funny smell?" So that's also why you
I'm
can't
burning up
use
the
a
scope.
Petzl.
Yeah.
Oil space scopes, on the other hand, are actually perfectly safe to use. You can actually use them. You just got to make sure that your oil space scope doesn't have any type of leak. You can usually tell by just looking at it at an angle and seeing if there's like a rainbow pattern forming. If there is, that means there's air getting in there.
Okay.
Great. Now everyone's going to be looking at their
my
oil
God.
refractor going, "Oh, no!"
Checking it out.
Awesome. Hey, it's been great having you on, man. You are such a wealth of information, man, and I love having you on. And you do it in such a fun way too. You're a fun guy. So it's pretty darn.
Are you
cool.
calling me a mushroom?
No, I would never do that.
Oh boy.
It's funny. I was just watching Lord of the Rings today, and mushrooms, and I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, God.
We're gonna go off the rails real quick on that one, but
Too late.
Yep,
we can.
no.
We totally can.
No, we can't because we gotta do giveaways.
Oh, we gotta do giveaways.
Image of the year.
We gotta do image of the year. We gotta do.
Oh, I'm hanging around for this.
Oh, you want to hang around? All right, you're more than
Yeah,
welcome
I'm
to hang
hanging
around. Awesome. So ready to do some giveaways because we still got a lot to give away. We got a 1 hour with Ron Breacher. We got 2 Masters of Pixinsight workshops. We got an IP for AP 1-year subscription. We got a Focus Cube 3 from Pegasus. We got a Powerbox Advance from Pegasus and a 30% off QHY 268. So coupon for that. Yeah. So we, and plus the awards. So why don't we just get on this and do this? Now, the big question is, do I do a shot of whiskey before the giveaways or after? So,
Are we past the watershed? Are we allowed to get to that point? I
'Cause
don't
I'm
drink,
ready.
So, let's just off we go.
I may wait.
By
I
the
may
end
wait.
of-
Yeah, you
By
gotta
the
wait
end of
because I
this,
gotta
Dan's
go
gonna be
get I gotta
slow.
go get my shot ready too.
All right. I'll wait. I'll wait. But I always do a shot before the end of the show. So that's what I do. But one for each prize. Yeah. I'll fall off the
Oh
page.
God, he's gonna be you're gonna be destroyed by the end of this one.
No, it's okay. All right. So you'll hear us. You just won't see us. Oh, there's R2 again. All right. So Norma won the last. Where's my mouse now? My mouse doesn't like to. There we go. Norma won the last MOP workshop. So this is the next MOP workshop. Here we go. One more MOP. We got 2 MOP workshops. Here's the first one. And we got Alan Kluss. MOP. All right. And one more. We'll just do the remove because we're just going straight through with this because you can only win 1 prize. You can't win more than 1. So another one goes to, oh, sorry, Steve, you're in the chat, but Marsha Lutch. That's George's wife, I think. Marsha Lutch, MOP. All right, remove. Okay.
Probably George's Christmas gift.
Yep, there you go. And then this one is going to be the IP for AP. IP for AP. Here we go. 1-year subscription to IP for AP. Ernie Jacobs.
Ernie, there you go.
Ernie. All right. Guys, keep a look in the chat and see if anybody kicks it back.
Yep, I'm watching.
But all right. And then let's see, what do we got? We did the duffel bag, we did that. All right. So now we're getting into the big prize. Oh, wait, the 1 year with Ron. We're getting into the big prizes.
1 hour with Ron.
1 hour, not 1 year. 1 hour.
1 year with Ron. You'd
1
be like,
hour.
what did you sign me up for?
Oh my God. I get to move into your house for a year. So all right. 1 hour Ron Breacher. Here we go. I don't know, Danny. No, Danny. Maybe that's Sakari, maybe, I don't know. I'll have to look at the
maybe.
email. All right, and now we get into some big stuff here. All right, this is for the Pegasus Focus Cube 3, donated to us from Pegasus Astro and the guys over there. So Focus Cube 3. And just as a side note,
It was Dan Sakari.
it was. Okay, there you go. Just as a side note, guys, if you do not want these prizes, I will redeem them for the face value of the prize if you want to put it towards a gift certificate, whatever. So if you already have one, you don't have to worry about it. So, all right, here we go. Focus Cube 3. Josh,
Josh, there you go.
Josh.
Way to go, Josh.
All right.
All right, Josh, Focus Cube 3. What was that?
Oh, that's
what's
me
that?
and my cat. Sorry.
Oh, oh, he's up
I
top.
mess
Look
with
at
my
him.
cat. Yeah.
And this is for the Pocket Power Box Advanced. Glenn Frazier. PPBA. Glenn Frazier. Congrats to all the winners. And then this is the last one before we get into the Image of the Year announcements.
Yep.
So this is the last one.
Get them primed.
So this is for the QHY 30% off of a QHY 268 camera. This was given to us by one of our members as a give it back. He won it on a Masters of Pixinsight show, and he got the okay from the guys over at Masters of Pixinsight to give it to me to pay it forward.
Off.
So it's like a $600-700 off on this camera. It's crazy. So 30% off a 268M monochrome. Here we go. Here we go. Who's going to win the 30%?
Dan Higgins.
Yeah. And it is
Bill.
Did he win something already?
He did win something. I thought
He won the red contact. I'm sorry, Bill. Sorry, Bill. My apologies. I didn't take your name off. Here it is. One more time. Don't go to Ernie. Ron Joynick. Ron
Hopefully you
Joynick.
don't have that camera yet, but
Yep.
if you
RJ,
don't,
you
that's
win the 30%
big
off.
savings.
So nice job to everybody. So that's all the prizes. That's it. That's all the prizes. We gave away a lot of stuff. We gave away the $50 Buckeye Stargazer gift certificate, a Wanderer Astro M54 rotator, an iTelescope Premier image set, a Red Contact Deluxe cleaning kit. We gave away a Nomad star tracker from Move Shoot Move with the laser pointer. We gave away the most awesomest duffel bag by Astroworld Telescopes, followed by a $50 gift certificate from Astroworld Telescopes, plus the book that was given to us, Into the Unknown by Kelsey Johnson, and then all of the Masters of Pixinsight, the IP for AP, the Ron, the Pegasus stuff, and the QHY stuff. So all these guys, were so generous with their stuff. So thank you to all the vendors and all the distributors out there. Thank you so much for sharing all of their. It's amazing that all these people came up with all these prizes. So thank you so much. All right.
All right.
Now we are back to what we're waiting on the whole time. Would you like to do the novice ones first, Eric?
Yes. Novice goes first.
So do 3, 3, 2, 1, I guess. Don't do the BAM. You know what I'm saying? I got pictures.
No, don't do the BAM.
I got pictures here that
I know you got pictures. I know you got the pictures. but you want me to just count down and boom?
So just do in third place, and then I'll show the picture.
Okay.
Hold on, let me get it up first. There you go. I got.
Okay, yeah.
All right.
Hold on a second. Let me get it. Where is it?
Get
all?
there.
Oh, of course. Now I can't find the folder. Right? I got two more. Everything moved because I'm on two different screens again.
Okay, because there were. Let's see. All right. So in third place.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Oh, let me go. All right. Well, you let me know. You
Image
let
of
me
the
know.
I gotta give me a second. AP3. Where's the? Everything just moved on me, so everything got squished to the left side. Desktop. IOTM winners. There it is. Top 3. All right. I don't want to show on. We're doing a novice first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want this. I want it in photos. Sorry. Open with photos. I'm doing this on purpose, guys. So just a. I see. So 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay. And ready to go here.
You sure?
Right. Yep.
Okay.
So novice, third place.
Okay, novice. Third place is.
You can say the name.
And let me fire this up.
Oh, I thought you had. I thought you were waiting for me.
Here we go. Third place is.
I got the picture. So.
Caldwell 11 by Daniel LeBrake.
Daniel LeBrake, third place. Here we go. Nice job to Dan. So that's what, $75 in Astroworld gift certificates.
Mm-hmm.
$75, right?
Yep.
All right. Second place.
In second. Oh,
don't worry, they can't see it. They can't. They're looking at my picture. So.
All right, cool. In second place is M31, the Andromeda Galaxy by Byron Evans.
There you go. Bryn Evans, right? Bryn
Evans. Thank you. Bryn Evans.
All right. First place.
And first place.
That's $100, right? $100 in gift certificates to that person. So.
Yep. And first place goes to Sharpless 132, The Lion Nebula by Greg Yancey.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
That's $150 in Astroworld gift certificates. So just so everybody knows that's watching, all these gift certificates, with the exception of 300 of the $900 we're giving away, was donated by the membership. So thank you to all the members that have put this together. You guys know who you are. Feel free to toot your own horn. I'm not going to toot it for you, but I just want to say a thank you to everything. So really, really cool. So thank you so much. All right, so that's for the novice, right?
Yeah, that's for the novice.
All right, I'm gonna get this.
Let me get this ready.
And let me take this off first. Hold on a second. Let me take off. I'm gonna put me up there for a second, and then top 3 expert, and we're getting ready.
We had 177 votes.
Wow.
177. So that's something. And
All right. And I'm ready to go when you are.
okay.
Okay.
And the first one,
third place.
Third place.
In third place is, oh shoot, darn it, son of a gun. It's the Embryo Nebula.
There it is. Tom Peter, right?
Tom Peter. Man, that's so awesome.
Third place. So no 2P for Tom this year. He won it last year, but what a beautiful picture. Nice job.
Yes. Okay. In second place.
It was such a squeaker, man. I'm looking at the picture of.
I mean, it
this-
was everything was basically separated by like 8 votes.
8 votes, right? Yeah.
Yeah. It was just crazy. In second place is M20 and M8. The Trifid and Lagoon Nebula.
That's by Ernie.
Ernie.
Nice.
Nice job, Ernie. All right. So that's I don't remember what the prizes are. I think that was 200 for that, maybe, or I don't remember. Second prize.
Second place is
150.
150.
150. There you go. 150. First place now is $300 in Astroworld Telescope dollars.
Yeah. And I tell you, like I said, this was separate. Yeah, this was pretty tight. But the winner is the collaboration between Chris Ferguson with Jenny Gambel. Jenny Gambel. Chris and Jenny have won Image of the Year.
A nice solar image. Great job.
Yeah, it's a solar image. Of course it would be. Yay. Screw you, bunch of DSOs.
Oh, that's just wrong, Simon.
Wow. Nice.
That's awesome. I was watching the whole the voting go across all week, and I'm watching the three of them go back and forth and and up and down.
Yes.
I literally had 3 pictures with the title on it that said Picture of the Year like this. I had 3 pictures because I didn't know who was going to win until this morning. But congratulations to Chris and Jeannie. Unbelievable. What was the percent of the vote on that?
From them, it was 23.73.
23.73% of the vote, which is the winner.
And then
Unbelievable
it was
job.
19% and 16%. So it was really tight, going back and forth.
It was really tight.
Really going back and forth between these 3.
Unbelievable time.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Wow. I cannot believe we made it through number 3. Dude.
What are they saying in the chat? What are they saying? Congratulations to Chris and Jeannie.
I'll be right back.
It was an awesome photo. Matt's saying, preach, Simon. Saying, yes, it was a solar image that won Image of the Year. Preach it.
Yep. We had a couple images. We have 2 solar images. I think are going to be in this picture in this calendar.
In this calendar.
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
One was obviously Picture of the Year, and then we had another one that was Picture of the Month.
Yes.
I forget who took it.
Congratulations.
Let me see.
Wow.
So just to have a little year in review. Let me see if I could do this real quick. Can I open? Will this open in Photos? Yeah. Okay. Just these aren't the edited ones. I just want to show it to you. So just some of the pictures for Picture of the Year, and he's not sitting in his chair right now. This was M51. really great job there.
Yeah, by Dave. Yep.
There's the second place winner, M8
Yep.
and M20 from Ernie. Then we got Greg Yancey's first place winner for the novice. This was Brins.
Was that Brins or
M31.
that Harold?
Yep. This was Jason Pellegrini's Cone Nebula in Foxford. All these will be in the calendar. Tom Peters Embryo. This was an interesting photo. This is Joe Sardina's image of the Trifid Nebula taken with the Sea Star, I believe, if I remember right.
With the star spikes?
No, wait. No, this was
But it was only like 30
wasn't the
minutes
spikes.
of
Yeah,
data.
no, it wasn't the Sea Star.
Yeah, it wasn't a lot of data.
It was
It was like 30 minutes of data.
Yeah, it was
like
something.
all it was. And we're like,
It was something
what?
crazy. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
something
bad.
crazy.
Wrong one. There's Wilfredo's Solar. That was image of the month.
Yay!
Had the Rotten Fish Nebula. Another one that came in. And Cat's Eye.
That was good.
That's
That was a good one too.
Scott
by
Snyder's. I mean, yeah. And then
Oh wow, that's a good one.
the Heart Nebula.
Yeah,
And that's it.
yeah,
So
Lot 15.
that's everything for the image of the that's all your calendar winners. What happened to Simon?
Was mine in there?
I have no idea.
My Whirlpool, was it in there?
Hold on a second, Simon. Let me get you back. Where is the?
That's all that we need. But
Did you turn off your camera?
No,
No, I see you. There you are.
There we
I'm
are.
still
I
here.
don't know what happened. It was weird.
There you are. There you are.
It was the
cat was
solar
right in
eclipse
front
was
of the
occurring.
It was
Exactly.
Yeah, the solar eclipse
It was a
was
black
occurring.
hole.
There's a black hole.
It's a black hole.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
that's awesome.
Yeah, we are done. This was another awesome Astropalooza. Another 8 hours down. So we now, if you think about it, for those of you that have watched all three, you have watched over 25 hours of Astropalooza. So I don't know if that makes you feel good or makes you feel like a loser, but you did it anyway. So it's a lot of fun doing this and having all these guests. And that being said, we got to do the traditional.
You
There
got
you
your
go.
drink?
There you go. And we got. I'll show
There it
Dave.
is. There's the pop.
I'll
There's
show
the
Dave.
pop.
There you go.
There it
That's what we got going on today.
Little red breast.
I will just have my
There you
empty
go.
cup of coffee, unfortunately.
Yeah, I just have my empty cup of
'cause-
water. You know,
Red breast.
just
I
give
don't
me
drink.
water.
There you go.
Oh,
I got a little oh, what is it?
little shot glass there.
Little bourbon.
There you go. I got my
There you
I got my Irish whiskey. Okay. Cheers, guys. Great show. Awesome time. Love doing this. Salud.
Salute. Salute.
Indeed.
Yes. Yes.
Oh.
Simon, again, thank you. Thank you for joining us and closing things out with us. We really appreciate it, sir. So thank you. Thank you. I know everybody here appreciates it as well. Guys, what a year.
Yep.
It's been awesome. It's been awesome. What a year. So I
close
hope
that guy
everybody enjoyed this, and do not forget, if you've liked what we've been doing, and you've watched, and you were one of the few people who have watched 3 Astropaloozas and absorbed 25 hours of me and Dan and Dave, and God bless you for one. But do us a favor. Give us a like on here on YouTube. Give us a thumbs up. Let us know how we're doing. Give us the good, the bad, the dirty, the ugly, whatever it is. Just let us know what you guys think of what we're doing, and we would really appreciate that.
Yep.
But again, wow, I'm done. I'm spent.
I'm done. Yeah, but before I send it around for final thoughts, don't forget, right now you could actually purchase your pre-order your 2025 calendar. I promise you will have it way before March, like last year. But I have it all set up. All I got to do is put the picture of the year on the front, and it goes off to print for the first proof, and then I get it back, and then I order them all. So Norm, we're not in the mail, Norm. Your filters are in the mail, Norm. I know.
Like the check.
They're in the mail. You paid for them. They're in the mail. I swear.
Oh,
I think.
I'm glad you're not the only person that has these problems when it comes down to mailing stuff out.
well, the thing with me is, I personally drop them off at the UPS store, so I don't have a shipping warehouse or anything. No, I don't have. I am the shipping department. I print.
Yeah,
look,
we have pickups every single day, weekdays. It's yeah, you're just like us. It's just insanity sometimes.
I got my packing tape here. I got my Astroworld tape here. You don't even want to see. I got boxes all over the place. It's crazy, but you're just seeing the lovely starry background. I mean, if I were to take this down, you would say, "Hey, what an S-hole that this is."
There's going to be like a fire in the back right there, and
it's horrible. It's horrible. My wife keeps on saying, "We need a bigger house." I'm like, "Yeah, I know.
With a bigger backyard, without power
with
lines.
a bigger backyard.
Yeah, exactly. But
with a dome.
No, I won't do the dome. I want to roll off. I don't want a dome. I don't have to deal with offsets and nothing. I just want to roll the roof
that's
off.
true. Yeah,
I don't want to deal with any of that stuff.
I will say that if anybody ever thinks about stuff like that, I usually tell them, it's like, please just do a roll off. It's so much easier.
I don't want to deal with.
Well,
domes.
you can have multiple setups inside.
Yeah, if I do a dome with one telescope, it's not
We're
going to work
limited
with
to
the
one
other telescope, and you got to do an offset for every single one. It's roll the roof off, get like the Dark Dragons guys or the Sky Shed to go make a roll off roof motor and as Comet and done.
Be done. You know what? I always tell people how to put people off from buying a dome. The problem is with a dome is it traps heat, and then where the heat escapes from is the actual slit where you look through. So you've got this constant current.
Yeah,
you get that constant current that runs through it, whether you like it or not.
That's true.
It's kind of like imaging over your house.
Yeah, that's special.
Yeah, that's not fun.
No.
It's horrible.
You see, I'm that guy that when we're out in a star party and I'm looking through the guys, 30-something plus inch Dobsonian, there's always someone that stands right below the scope. And I'm like looking at them going, it's like, I don't want to be that guy, but please move to the side. And they're looking at me going, it's like, well, I'm not blocking your scope. I said, you're not blocking the scope, but your heat signature is.
Yeah. Yep. It's totally getting waved right next to the rocker box. Get away from the rocker box.
I sound so mean now, don't I?
No, well, I have my 18-inch obsession, and people used to do that all the time. All of a sudden, I'd be on my step stool, and I could see the people, in the dark sky. I could see the people come up close to the other side of the scope because. Where's the turbulence coming from? What the hell's going on?
It really does affect it. I mean, these are the high crazy levels of astronomy that some of us really get into, and it's great to share some of this stuff with the people watching. And I'm sure some of you at home watching this have experienced just that and not knowing what it is, and now you know.
I'm telling you. All right. Final thoughts. We'll start with Eric, and we'll go around. We'll end up with Simon, and then we are done. It's 10:07. I don't know how we ended up like a half an hour, and we're ending up on time, but it just seemed to work out. So
it just seems to work out. But again, Dan, you're the man. You're the one. You've done it 3 years in a row now, putting all this together, man. So congrats to you. Kudos to you. and getting this done. This is, I know, is not easy. So well done, my man. And let's see. While my wife tries, I'll talk to her in a second.
What time are you coming home?
I know, right? She's already upstairs. Anyway, again, Dave, great. Been, this past year been great hanging out with you, man. And thank you so much for, co-piloting us with me when I'm doing it solo and stuff like that.
No problem.
So it's been overall, guys, it's been a great year. It's been a great year. And I can't wait until, next year we kick this thing off and I'm sitting under Bortle 3 skies.
We can't wait either.
Screw you, Eric. Dave, what you got for us?
Don't forget, don't forget, man, you've got that edge. Huh? Payback.
Yeah, I'll get the payback in April.
Yeah, for sure. But no, again, everybody have a great holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, all that stuff. And we will see you guys next year. And again, thank you all for your support, this past year.
Mr. Dave, Super Dave.
So this is third Astropalooza for me. First year in the chat. Second year I was in the Dominican. Still was able to watch. I'm grateful to be on this year as a contributor and panelist or whatever you want to call me. Thanks for bringing me on this year. I've loved every minute of everything we've done this year. I couldn't ask for a better group of guys to hang out with, at least for astrophotography. And, this whole community has just been great. Everybody that's in the chat, we see them every week, a lot of those people, and we chat a lot with them, and it's a great experience. Always learning something new. Simon, it's great meeting you. What you bring to the table as far as solar is way interesting and stuff like that. I've never dabbled into it, but I want to. It's something that's always piqued my interest. Just timing for me. Unfortunately, I usually work from sun up to sundown, so don't have a lot of time, to look at the sun.
Get a dome.
roll off.
Gotta roll off. Gotta roll off.
So, but same Happy New Year and Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah to everybody, and hopefully everybody has a great holiday, and we'll see y'all next year, hopefully with bigger and better stuff.
All right, Simon, you got any final thoughts?
Do more solar, everyone. Because if you guys want to sleep at night, I suggest doing your astronomy or getting your astronomy fix during the daytime. Because guess what? It doesn't matter how much light pollution you have where you are. The sun is the worst when it comes down to light pollution. So you can't get any worse than that. But other than that, I do want to thank Dan, especially for inviting me on this. I think we've spoken about doing this before in the past, and it's funny how we've kind of crossed paths finally.
Yeah.
Because this almost stems all the way back to COVID.
Yeah, it does.
What was it? I'm trying to remember what they were doing. It was NEAF did their version of this, for lack of a better description.
Well, yeah, I was the one doing all the darn commercials.
Yeah. But you know what the funniest thing was? That was awesome. I'm going to be honest with you. That was the highlight for all of us when we're sitting there watching NEAF, because, we can't be there. And then all you see is Dan comes up with a carpet salesman pitch and the overacting. And it's like, oh my God. Like, everybody woke up. Like, everyone.
Oh, yes.
That's why we always remember it. Everybody. And I mean it, because Jeff Simon from Skywatchers, that was the first thing that came out of his mouth was, Dan Higgins, Salesman of the Year. Without him, there'd be nothing. Nothing.
I am more than happy to do that again. The year after that, I pulled it back a little bit because everyone thought it was still a little bit too crazy Eddie. But that was the whole thing, right? You know, that's what it was all about.
That's the best part. I'm not kidding you. It was genuinely the best part of the entire Neef thing was when Dan just goes off, and it's like, wow, this is great. You know you're in for a show.
I do think, though, I do have to say, I do think that Pepper stole the show. My Chihuahua. You know, everybody wanted to see Pepper more than me. So I mean, you know, so.
Are those videos on YouTube? I think they are.
Yeah, you'd have to look for Neef 2020.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's what Chris said. 2020.
Yeah, I'm sure that they are there. I'm sure that they're there somewhere. But
wow, awesome.
All right.
Well, again, thank you so much, Dan, for letting me be here and let me stay on for this long and just cracking bad joke after bad joke.
That's all good, man. Hey, listen, you know, you are more than welcome to pop on whenever you want. We do shows on every Wednesday and Friday. We're going to take the rest of the year off. Eric is doing his move. Maybe me and Dave will pop on sometime during the end of the year, but I don't think so. I think we'll start episode 401 when we're all settled in. Well, when Eric's really settled in. I have no settling.
We're all in the same time zone.
Yeah, we're all in the same time
we're all
zone
in the
now.
same time
Yep.
zone. That's right.
So we'll all be eating dinner at the same time and all that kind of stuff. So
Exactly.
But yes, whenever you want to come back on, we'll keep in touch on you know, email, whatever. Now I got your phone number because you just called me, so now I got to save it. So
yeah, make sure you save it.
Awesome. All right, everybody. So listen, great time, great show, great prizes. Congratulations to the Picture of the Year experience bracket. To Chris Frierickson and Jeannie Gambal for that solar image, and to our novice first place winner, Greg Yancey, with the Lion Nebula.
Lion, yep.
Yeah, so great job to all of the people who have participated and all the Picture of the Month winners. You guys and girls are all winners, and you know, it's been a great process, and we already started the 2026 calendar. So here we go. We go again. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to hanging out with everybody again for another fascinating year in 2025 with a lot more guests, and it's going to be a great time. So again, Simon, thank you so much. Eric, Dave, I could have not done this year without you guys, and I mean that from the heart. You guys are unbelievable. You guys are the heart and soul of the show. I'm just a guy that kind of runs it. So thank you for your all your efforts. Thank you for the time that you take away from your families to do the show twice a week. And thank your wives or significant others that you know, allowing me to have you 4 hours a week. It's a privilege. Thank you so much.
No problem.
But
yeah,
that being said, everybody, it is the end of the show. It is 10:16, and we have been on since 2:01. So that's 8 hours and 15 minutes of straight streaming. It's been an awesome time. Thank you so much. We will see you January 8th for season 6, episode 1 of Astroworld TV. And remember, as always, to keep imaging, to keep educating, and clear skies. And we'll see you next time on Astroworld TV. Have a great night, guys.
Cheers, everybody.
You can stay on site if you want. We're still here.
Oh, is it already cut off?
Yeah, it's already cut off.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
I don't want to say anything inappropriate.
No, I had once.
Well, now you can.
Now you can.
Once I hit the
Now
outro,
you can.
it's